How's it going, everybody?
Slayer. Kill the enemy team to score. Lost the lead.
I heard Sony debunked the digital thing today. Apparently they debunked it. So apparently all it takes is the initial activation and that's it. But I don't know.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Let's see. Oski with the 5. Mute not Naya. Alright. Brutal. Yeah, I just finished up work, actually, like literally 30 minutes ago. So, I don't know. I'm not really feeling... Well, I am kind of feeling drowsy. So I figured, you know, I don't really feel like it's a good idea to just sit around, if you know what I mean. Just go to sleep, you clown. You'd like that, wouldn't you, PK? You'd fucking like that, wouldn't you? But PK, if I slept, we couldn't have spent this time together. Just suppressed SMG. Aw, shit. How did I fuck that up? Yeah, it sucked, bro. It was like basically 3:30 in the afternoon. And I was like, alright, I'm done with all my shit for the day. And all of a sudden, I get a fucking message on Microsoft Teams, and I quote, saying, oh, we're about to get a tsunami of requests later this afternoon. So at like 4:15, I want to say, till about 8:45. Every 2 fucking minutes, pretty much, it felt like. More like every 5 or so. But yeah, pretty much every 5 minutes, a brand new request like kept popping up. So, alright, what is this retard doing? If you want to act like a spurg, you got to put it on a $10 bill, bro. Otherwise, get the fuck out. Only I can spurg out here. Wrong. You too shall be muted if you start spurging like that. I thought this was a democracy? Hell no. Nothing run by me will ever be a democracy. Fuck that. My will is absolute.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Nega. All right.
Exactly, man. Social democracy is a tool for social decay. 100% agree. I forgot what the old quote is, but it's like, you know, when wisdom and ignorance have the same voice, chaos reigns, or something like that. Which I actually agree with. It's pretty, it's a pretty, you know, applicable quote. But yeah, the ancient Greek scholars were very much against democracy. Which is kind of funny, because they always hail Greece as the, you know, the cradle of democracy. But it's quite literally the thing that led to their downfall. The downfall of Athens was directly linked to the inefficiencies and, you know, negative consequences of having a democracy. Opening up $700 of Pokemon cards. Brutal, man. I'm surprised they could even find it in the store. Jeez. That shit doesn't even sit on the fucking shelf. That's kind of crazy. Fuck. Who here uses Microsoft Teams? Unfortunately, I do. My company's not one of the Google companies where they have, like, you know, Google Docs, Google Sheets, Gmail, you know, Google Meet, all of that. You know, we use Microsoft products, which Oh, man. Not a fan. That's all I can say. Not a fan. Fucking Outlook and Teams and the lot of it. You know, Microsoft Word is still stuck in the fucking Stone Ages. So, I don't know, dude. I really fucking dislike using Microsoft shit. The only thing they have that's good is Excel. I'll give them credit for Excel.
Awesome.
It works
Thanks,
way
Nega.
better than, like, Google Sheets. But everything else sucks. Well, Microsoft gives Teams away basically for free. So they got in legal trouble for actually giving it away for free because it was anti-competitive. But, yeah, now they charge, like, nothing for it, though. But, yeah, the Google Professional Suite, I think, is far superior, personally. The company I interned at originally, they had, you know, Microsoft products, but they used, like, Gmail and that type of shit for email and meetings. And it was so much nicer. Dude, I fucking hate Outlook. With a passion, I hate Outlook. Dude, these guys are such fucking fanooks, bro. What a bunch of fucking bitches. Just sitting in their little fucking camping spots like good little goys. Stop humming? No. If you want me to stop humming, then...
Give me money!
Otherwise...
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Yeah, I'm wondering when these cracks are actually going to start showing with Microsoft, though, because it's like, you know, they tried to force everybody to use Copilot. I guarantee you their usage stats are fucking abysmal, bro. Like, the actual number of people that use Copilot on a daily basis is probably, like, less than 3% of the user base, would be my guess. Yeah, but does 65% year-over-year growth sound sustainable to you? Or does that sound like basically gambling? I mean, that's basically like playing fucking roulette. Every single fucking time. So, I don't know, man. To me, a lot of this tech industry shit seems like fucking, you know, Jew magic, to be honest. Because, you know... Microsoft takes $100 billion, buys GPUs from NVIDIA. NVIDIA takes the $100 million, they build the GPUs, but then they take the profit, throw it into OpenAI. Well, now OpenAI needs to buy, you know, GPUs from NVIDIA, and well, now NVIDIA has more money, so now they're going to buy services from Microsoft. And now Microsoft is going to put money into OpenAI, and now OpenAI needs services from Microsoft and NVIDIA, and it's like... this massive fucking circle jerk that, you know, multiple hands just keep popping out from every single direction, but the same three people are getting jerked off the entire time. So it's like, I don't know, dude. It seems like it's fucking bullshit to me. Personally. Seems like straight up bullshit. Most of these stocks are way overvalued, and I'll die on that hill. That shit screams Ponzi to me. But and the whole thing is too is they know that everybody's 401k automatically invests into the S&P 500. So as long as people keep working, stocks remain at a baseline. That's the you know, Hebrew magic at play, so to speak, is, you know, the stocks can only drop so low unless people start cashing out their 401ks. Because by basically mandating that you put your 401k in like a general, you know, market index fund, it takes your ability away to trade individual stocks, which means there's like a baseline established for the market unless everyone liquidates their 401k at the exact same moment. So that's the reason why they want everyone to have 401ks and shit, is because, you know, it basically ensures that, you know, no matter what happens in the market, there's never too much downside. Damn, I got fucked. Let's see. So Forza Italia with the 5, Purge Viral Nick Flint. Okay, I'm guessing it's a video. I guess we can check that out. And AnabolicPlayz with the 5, All Life is Sacred, Chud. That's a lie. Watch Ponies on Earth. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that does sound brutal. And Dr. DeBerry's with the 2. Who do you think is the best designed Final Fantasy protagonist? Like the main character of the game? I'm not gonna go with who's the hottest, because then it would just be Lightning, you know. I don't know. I think best designed. Sue Lightning? Oh my god. Oh yeah, dude. Who doesn't love a little extra something to play with? Am I right? I don't know. One of my favorite Final Fantasy characters is, you know, Jack from Strangers in Paradise. I mean, I guess he could count, technically. You know, Garland's armor is pretty cool. So you could go with that. What would be another pick? I would probably say, I mean, it sounds kind of generic, but I think Cloud, honestly, is one of the best designed characters. Like, he definitely is like that really, really iconic Square Enix look. Like, not just, like, you know, Final Fantasy VII's character design kind of permeates into all other Final Fantasies to some degree. But, I don't know. I would say Cloud's definitely out there, but we'll just go with Jack, since technically he's 2 characters in one. So, well, we're talking protagonist, so the main character, not, like, side characters. So you gotta keep it to, like, the main, you know, playable guy, or, like, the main character of the story. Yuna's not the main character, that's Titus. And no, I'm not gonna say Titus. That shit sounds so gay. Yuna was the main I guess that counts. Sure, you could say that. I guess so. I try to forget that game exists. It's not very good, but, you know. What other game? I mean, you could say... Again, I don't really want to just do it by, like, the hottest, because then I would just say, like, you know, Lightning, Sarah, you know. I guess you could throw Yuna in there, too, but... You could throw in Yuffie for fucking Dirge of Cerberus, bro. Oh, yeah. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go with Jack. Why not? You know, Mr. Chaos himself. The Chud King of Final Fantasy. That really is a fun game, dude. Strangers in Paradise was a great surprise. It's a shame it didn't do better than it did, because it was actually really good. But, I mean, they'll probably never be able to make a sequel to it anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
I can't afford this shit!
Daryl Zone of the 2, PS2 is great. Fuck Xbox 360. That's right, dude. Fuck the Xbox 360. It sucked. Dr. Tiberius of the 2, yeah, main character, purely aesthetic speaking. Yeah, I would say probably I'm gonna go with Jack. I'm gonna go with Jack, because, you know, his chaos form is pretty fire. The armor looks sick. Do you know what's an underrated Final Fantasy foid? Neon from that game. Neon's a pretty underrated Final Fantasy foid. Warrior of Light, Mr. Oh yeah, that's a good character design too. Yup. Zach's Final Fantasy VII Remake design doesn't get enough credit. I mean, Zach and Cloud kind of fall into the same category. I feel like they have basically the exact same design. But yeah, I think... I mean, dude, Final Fantasy VII, like, Cloud's design is definitely, like, the default for pretty much every other Final Fantasy character moving forward. You know, that like dark kind of, you know, pseudo edgy look. But because like Squall's pretty similar too. I mean, he doesn't have like the same clothing, but he has kind of the same aura, you know. He's got a little bit more personality than Cloud, though. They probably reused the character models to some degree, because, you know, when they had a 1-year time crunch, they were just cranking that shit out. So, a lot of assets and stuff were reused from game to game. Or they were developed simultaneously.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Nega. All right.
New generation with the 5. Okay. I'm gonna take a guess because I saw something on Twitter. Is it the Chibi reviews video of him saying that someone's trying to assassinate him? Let me know if I'm right. I'm not gonna click on the link yet. Yes? Okay, I had a feeling. I saw his fucking tweet in my feed right before I went live, so I had a feeling.
I can't afford this shit! I can't afford this shit!
Oski Woski with D2. We need Final Fantasy 15 on Switch 2. It deserves it. I agree. I think they definitely should. I don't know why they don't. I mean, I can't imagine it would take long to port it. They already have a PC version, so. But no clue.
I can't afford this shit!
How did I miss that? Fuck. Retard moment. I almost choked that so hard. That was almost a certified deep throat choke. And they're also the 2, God and Jesus are ninjas like me. Changed my mind. There's some stuff I could say, but I won't. There's some, you know what, actually, we'll go with this one because it's not too bad. Okay. Okay. If God gave Moses the 10 Commandments written down, how the fuck would any of them be black? Because, you know, Africans didn't have written language until the 1400s. So there we go. That one's not too bad. What would be written down on the stone tablets if God was black, considering there was no written language in Africa until like the 1400s? All the Final Fantasy games on the Switch and PlayStation only. It won't sell. It's on Xbox. Yeah, didn't Final Fantasy 16 sold like what? Shit. What was it? It was like 25,000 or something. Yeah, bro, exactly. Black Jesus debunked. No one would have been around to write it down. Big brain. Oh yeah, dude, every Japanese dev has been like anticipating the Switch 2. So, it's funny, man. I see on Japanese Twitter all the fucking time.
I can't afford this shit!
I see on Japanese Twitter all the fucking time where it's like they literally just have PCs and Switches. It's actually kind of interesting. So, like, the Japanese I've seen have been posting their, you know, gaming setups and stuff, and without fail, it's a PC tower and a Nintendo Switch 2. Like, every single fucking image I've seen. Not a single PlayStation in sight. So, yeah. The AAA Japanese gaming industry has been dying for that Switch 2. Not Naya with the 2. What's your favorite Final Fantasy and least favorite? So, favorite, you know, currently it's still technically Final Fantasy 15, but if Remake Part 3 is even, you know, remotely as good as Rebirth, it'll be that. But I'm gonna hold my judgment until the final part comes out, just in case. I've been disappointed before. But I would say Final Fantasy 15 right now with, you know, Rebirth most likely gonna take, you know, first place. But worst? I think the one I've enjoyed the least has been Final Fantasy 3. I really did not like that one at all. Like, there was way too many fucking gimmicks and shit with, like, oh, use the tiny spell, now use the frog spell. Now we're not going to tell you where the fuck you need to go, but, you know, make sure you have enough mana, even though there's nowhere to restore it. So, the actual Final Fantasy 3, the third game. That's probably the one I've enjoyed the least,
I can't afford this shit!
to be completely honest. Of, like, the mainline titles. Yeah, I want to play 4, 5, and 6 at some point. Connect 200 with the 2, people crashing out because Asmongold won't debate Destiny. I mean, I can see why, bro. That's huge news for the unemployed. That's crazy, man. What am I gonna eat my fucking, you know, my pizza rolls and dino nuggies to if I can't watch Destiny and Asmongold debate? Man. But yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what that debate would even result in, to be honest, bro. It'd just be more shouting into the void. And Chronicle with the 3. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for that heckin' pupperino, dude. It's super heckin' positive. Hell yeah. But appreciate it, man. Big ups. And Connect 200 with the 2. Celtics didn't have written language either. Yeah, that shit's crazy, though, about, like, the Germans, though. Like, that is pretty neat. 40,000-year-old writing, bro. But yeah, I've heard that about the Celts as well. I mean, the thing is, bro, is like the British, before the Roman got there, literally used to sleep in bogs. So there was all sorts of wild shit going up in the, you know, Northern European area. Let's see. Hunter eats Hunter with the 2. Why do you think PlayStation is shrinking in Japan? Because they're no longer seen as a home brand. PlayStation ditched Japan. They changed the controller layout. You know, they prioritize Western studios. They shut down all their Japanese studios. And, you know, what does Sony do to appeal to Japanese gamers? Nothing. They censor anime games. It's like all the fucking big gacha games in Japan, they don't allow because they have like titties and ass and shit, so. Either you are good at Halo 3 or the people who you're playing against are bad. It's probably both, man. I'm decent if I actually pay attention, but I don't know. I just half-ass play this. I have like 2,500 hours in Halo multiplayer on MCC, so I'm not terrible. If I actually directed my full attention to it and, you know, sweated it out, I'm actually pretty good at Halo multiplayer. But I just play this because it's casual, and I can just halfway pay attention and play and read the chat at the same time. But I have a lot of time in this game, so I'm not terrible at it.
I can't afford this shit!
Genocide King Revive with a 2. What non-Final Fantasy Square Enix game would you like to be remade? I think Xenogears would be cool. That game sounds pretty interesting, and since it was never finished, yeah, it'd be kind of nice if they did finish it. But not, I mean, I don't really have a huge wish list on that front. I haven't really played too many Square Enix games, especially retro stuff, outside of Final Fantasy. And Chuck Flea with the 2. Destiny wants a JonTron moment to get relevancy. Yeah, he's got some legal trouble, so he probably needs to, you know, scrape up some shekels. I forgot if his trial is a criminal one or if it's a civil one, but either way, the legal fees are expensive as shit. But yeah, he needs like a big like boost. Cause I saw like a back when they still had their clip channel, I saw Kino Casino did like a segment on Destiny. I watched it, and it was basically him talking about how he has to stream all the time to raise money for the legal fees and shit, so obviously he's hurting for money. Well, it's not even messing around with the E-horse. He's just a genuine piece of shit, which is shocking. A leftist who's a piece of shit. You know. The E-girls didn't make him distribute revenge porn. So, you know, that's kind of on him. Which I think that's one of the things, right? I don't remember exactly what's happening with Destiny, but he's a degenerate, shocking. Many such cases. Yeah, well, doesn't JonTron still have a career, so it's like nothing really even happened? I know, like, some fucking virtue signaling leftists, like, turned on him, but I'm pretty sure he still was pretty popular even after that shit. I don't know. I've never really watched JonTron at all in my life. So, I don't really watch that, like, you know, catalog of content, so to say. Yeah, bro, I've seen Tobuscus on Twitter, bro. That guy's, like, going wild. He doesn't give a fuck. I know he got, like, the fucking bullshit Me Too treatment back in the day. I remember that. All I can say, dude, is nobody actually acts like a friend on the internet. They'll turn on you in a fucking second. They will turn on you in a fucking second. So, that's why I've never gone out of my way to be friends with content creators, because they're never actually going to be your friend. You're just giving them ammunition to use against you at a later date. So, I've always kept my distance from most content creators by design. Tango was Griffin's butt. Dude, I never even talked to him. Like, that's the thing. Like, I never even fucking spoke to that dude. I don't know, man. It is what it is. But, yeah, I've never really talked to any content creator. Do I like beef jerky protein snacks? Do you know what's a really good one? Hold on. Let me see if I can find these. Bro, these are absolutely fucking fire. If you guys have not heard of these before, highly recommend. The little beef jerky nuggets. These are so good, bro. These things are so fucking good. I used to grab these. So they used to be 7-Eleven exclusive. They're not anymore. But, yeah, dude, I used to always grab these when I would drive home from college. So I would go and get gas, and I would grab, like, a bag of those. So good, man. It's like the best part of beef jerky, like the really moist and chewy parts, not the dry and tough part. It's really good. No, it wasn't even so much saying that Indiana Jones was good, dude. It's that everybody bought the game. It's just nobody was playing it because they were saving it for a rainy day. Because how many massive AAA releases can you guys think of where literally millions of people rush out to buy it and then they literally just don't play it? They just let it sit in their library. You know, we never see AAA games with high concurrent player counts. That's like a complete anomaly. What a fucking cope, bro. That was like the most insane cope of all fucking time. What is this guy offering me? That's not bad. I might accept that. Stoner Xbot logic? Yeah, something like that. Or lack of logic, more likely. But, yeah. You promised you got rid of this gay-ass rifle skin? For $5 I can change it.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
For 5 smackaroos, I can change it. Chuck Flea with the 5 for Tanga as a cheerleader. He wants anti-woke people taken down, but can't do it himself because no one cares, so he piggybacks on people who attack them. Yeah. I don't know, dude. I was never a fan of his content. I never watched him, never really paid attention to him. You know, I was friendly with him because, you know, I don't go out of my way to be a dick, believe it or not, but it's like, you know. Yeah, the dude showed his fucking hand. I was really done when, you know, he tried to, like, claim that I lied about everything I ever said online, dude, because I said something along the lines of, you know, as a YouTuber, you kind of play it up for the camera when it comes to your reactions to shit. And it's like, yeah, everybody fucking does that shit. You know, you overreact just a little bit to make it entertaining or whatever. And he took that and, like, tried to run with this narrative that I lied about everything I ever fucking... It's like, yeah, it's like a fucking woman, bro. That's, like, literally a female tactic. That's what fucking ass-hurt fucking bitches do. They fucking twist your words and, like, try to fucking misrepresent shit. So it's like, yeah, okay. Nope. I'm not... Like, that's when I was done. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, we're good. I already didn't fucking care about him, but now I really don't fucking care. Griffin would rather be friends with DSP than pretend. Yeah, dude, honestly, DSP is probably more of a genuine friend. Real talk. Like, DSP is probably, you know, deep down, DSP is based. And that's the thing, bro. You can't fake that. We know for a fact that deep down, if Phil didn't have to censor himself, you know that motherfucker would be based as shit. But because he has all these fucking little, you know, turbo tards constantly flagging every single swear word and, you know, oh my god, he used a slur, dude. Like, you know, he has all those type of people after him. He can't do anything. But yeah, I feel like deep down, DSP is actually fucking based, bro. Because, like, he used to make racist jokes all the time and, you know, all sorts of funny shit. So, I feel like Phil would actually be pretty based if he actually let his guard down. Friendship is so bad, Griffin would rather be... Wait, it would be friends with a 40-year-old? Dude, that's like literally the male friendship experience. Like, you have the fucking male friend group, the random 60-year-old guy, the 40-something-year-olds, the 20-something-year-olds, and then in some cases, the 40-something-year-olds' kids and shit. Like, that's the thing, man, is guys get along no matter how old they are. You know, two dudes can get together and have a good time from different generations, from completely different places in life, different income levels. It doesn't matter. Like, guys get along better. Women, on the other hand, you know, it's a constant competition, so... Can I get along with Hassan? Fuck no. That guy's a retard. He's another woman, so you don't want to be around men, quote-unquote, like Hassan. So he's another backstabbing bitch. Most leftists are, you know, spiritually feminine. So... Fuck. Could I get along with I'm out? I probably could. Do you mean, oh no, it's Alex? I don't know if that's what you meant. He doesn't strike me as like a super feminine, backstabby type of, you know. Yeah, I don't really think he's that bad, to be honest. He doesn't give me that vibe of like being a backstabby little bitch. Do you think you'd get along with Sin? Probably. It would just depend. I don't know. Depends on how motivated people are. So, you know, despite my nature of being kind of low energy on the surface level, I'm actually a very self-motivated person who likes to get shit done. So I do have a personality clash with people who don't like to do shit, so that's why I don't like the doomer shit, personally. Like, just give up and fucking rot, bro. Like, that would drive me insane. Like, sitting inside playing video games all day would literally drive me fucking crazy. Griffin is saving himself for marriage. Yeah, I mean, at this rate, pretty much. Yeah, I've always found, like, the people who immediately default to your sex life, like, they're obviously very unhappy in theirs. Because they view it as, like, a chance to actually, flex about it. You know, obviously Rich is not thrilled about the fact that he's porking some 3 times single mother. So therefore, he has to try and dunk on people for not getting laid, because it's like, well, I'm technically better than them in this aspect, even though, you know, if I compared myself to any normal guy, I'd be a fucking dork. It's like, okay, whatever. I mean, sure, dude, congratulations. You put your dick in a cow. Congrats, dog. Literally any guy can do that if they're desperate enough, so GG, well played. You know, if anybody wants to go whale watching, they absolutely fucking can harpoon that beast. It's not hard to do. Like, I don't know, man. It ain't hard to go cow tipping, if you know what I'm saying. Congrats, you got baby trapped, exactly. So he said he was paying, like, I think it was, what, $5,000 a month in child support, so that's brutal, man. That's fucking brutal. That's like my card budget, bro. I thought Griffin was supposed to save the Aryan race with his harem, though. It was written in the stars. Well, point me in the direction of my harem, and I'll be happy to make it happen. But for the time being, bro, I am maidenless. So if you got a harem for me, you know, feel free to point me in the right direction. Imagine working and your money goes to a baby mom. I know, man. Fuck that indeed. That's why you gotta be real careful with who you stick your dick in, man. You gotta be real careful who you want to have kids with. Especially with our shitty fucking Western, you know, alimony, child support, and custody laws. Like, it makes zero fucking sense if you're the overall breadwinner of the family that you would not get sole custody of the child because you're the only one that can realistically provide for it. Like, if you're the man of the family who works, you should get custody of the child in the case of divorce because the woman doesn't have the means of, you know, maintaining the income and lifestyle. So therefore, you know, you should get sole custody because you're the only one who can reasonably provide for the child. But no, it's the complete fucking opposite. It's retarded. Griffin wants to be a provider, not a lover. Dude, I'm not under the misillusion that romantic love is one, real, and two, sustainable. So that's the fucking illusion. That's the Disney mentality or the fucking anime mentality where you actually find a girl that likes you for you and you both love each other and no matter what comes your way, you stick it out together because, you know, you care so deeply about each other. Like, that's just not real. It's not fucking real, bro. Like, it's super fucking black-pilling to think about because, you know, we've been conditioned basically from a young age to seek that out, but it doesn't exist. It's never existed. The only reason people ever got married as much as they did in the past is because they had to. You know, women didn't have a choice, quite literally, financially or, you know, even legally speaking. So... it's just the brutal truth, dude. But even back then, go far as back like ancient Greece. You know, the Greek pantheon is filled with stories about even the gods having issues with their fucking wives. Or, you know, jealous husband. Like, you know, it's... the entire fucking history of the world has, you know, basically dealt with the same issue. Is deep down, men and women do not really get along. We're very fucking different. Yeah, that's why adultery was punishable by death. So, in some countries, adultery was punishable by death. For women, at least. So... but it is what it is, man. I don't know. It's like you gotta kind of know what you're up against, so... you gotta make the risk assessment and the value analysis of like, hey, this is what I get, and this is what I have to give up. So, if you want to have kids, you want to have a family, unfortunately, you need a woman for that. So in order to get a woman, you have to give up a large portion of your money. You basically have to give up a large portion of your freedom. And you also have to know in the back of your head that at any moment she can literally fuck up your entire life. So you have to weigh the, you know, risk-reward scenario in your head of having kids. Like, is it actually worth it to you when you, like, take everything into consideration? So... because until we fix the fucked up child support laws, the fucked up divorce laws, and all that other shit, nothing's gonna get better. You know, our divorce laws are literally based on the assumption that women are incapable of working. Like, that's so outdated, bro. It's so fucking outdated. Women now make up more salaried employees than men. So, we need to get rid of that shit. It's like completely fucking retarded. It makes no sense to have shit like that anymore. There are more women in full-time employment than there are men at W-2 positions now. It's like, we need to get rid of that. It no longer is a necessity. Women in some cases work more than men. But dude, that's not trad and that's not Christian, dude. The heckin' Bible Reno says that, you know, men need to be the providers, so therefore we need to base our entire legal system on giving women as much free money as possible, regardless of their situation. That's the cope, bro. That's the cuck Christian mentality. Oh god, it's this song again. Griff, you're fat and no woman wants anything to do with you? Did I ever say otherwise, PK? Let's see, you generation with the 5. What is this? This one, I don't know what it is. Oh, God. Okay, never mind. I thought it was the moaning from Berserk for a second. I was like, Jesus. Is it going to be like, oh. Alright, hold on. Let me open it up in this other tab. Let's see. There we go. I think you should be playing. Let's see. Hunter Eats Hunter with the 2. Do you like any of the Tony Hawk games? Yeah, I played the first 3. The first 3 I had back in the day. What the fuck is this? Like, what language is this? What the fuck? What language was that even? I don't know, bro. That was like some mystery meat speech. No idea. Well, yeah, I guess we're shit out of luck, man. It's still going. Yeah, I only ever watched the original Berserk. I never watched any of the subsequent whatever adaptations. Yeah, apparently Quarter Pounder is going through some drama with coffee brand coffee because apparently he didn't label his coffee bags correctly or some shit because he has like artificial flavorings and shite. But yeah, apparently he can get in trouble with Amazon for that and they can take his store down. So, brutal. And apparently he put out like this fucking 2-tweet confession that he knows that it's a problem. And he's not recalling his stuff, which... What you do in situations like that is you just ignore it and plead ignorance and then fix it as soon as you're called out by an authority. Well, the thing is, though, it's like, so if something's naturally flavored, like a coffee bean, you know if you have a coffee allergy, you're fine to eat it. But if something's like blueberry flavored, you don't know if it's actually a blueberry on it. So you don't know what the fucking substance is they're using to flavor it. So there could be a potential, you know, health hazard there. Like, say it uses like tree nuts or something, for example. Just, you know, whatever. Obviously, that's not going to taste like fucking blueberry. But you get what I'm trying to say. Like, say they use some sort of peanut extract or something, and someone with a peanut allergy decides to order blueberry coffee. Like, that would absolutely fuck somebody up if they started drinking, like, you know, literal peanut extract in a cup. So, that would be a problem. So when you're adding, like, artificial shit, you have to disclose it. Which isn't a big deal. You just upload a list of all the ingredients, so it's not like a super complicated thing. But I'm guessing, you know, Quarter Pounder didn't even do that. And let's see, Aaron JF with the 2 quartering coffee being removed. Oh yeah, okay. We were literally just talking about. That's funny, man. That's actually fucking funny. But yeah, I just opened up Twitter and saw it. Yeah, it's too bad I don't have a nut allergy, so then I could file a LOL suit. I'm stuck. Help me, step bro! Bro, I'm actually stuck. I can't get out of this. Oh, there we go. Nope, I'm stuck still. That's brutal, man. That's brutal. Holy. Oh shit, that was an enemy. Whoops. Ragtime ass music, yup. See, you know, if Quartering never tried to LARP as an entrepreneur, this never would have happened. Put the videos in the bag, Chud. It really is quite incredible, man. Like, Quartering basically had the perfect life. You know, he married his high school sweetheart, he made a shitload of money, he had a relative amount of fame on the internet, he had an easy business model that basically would print infinite money as long as he didn't fuck it up, and he did exactly just that. Yikes! Well, I mean, to be honest, bro, Quartering doesn't have kids, so if they wanted to be polyamorous, you know, whatever. You know, that's their fucking choice. But at least they're not getting the kids involved in that shit. But, like the Ricada guy. So, you know, that's a little more excusable. I mean, obviously it's degenerate as fuck, but, you know, whatever. His life. It's better than being trans or whatever. So, yeah. And I mean, let's be honest, bro. Most couples, you know, you'll never know it, but probably a lot of couples are polyamorous. They just don't fucking tell each other, if you know what I'm saying. That shit's been happening forever. Infidelity. That's as old as time itself, man. But yeah, it's quite sad, bro. Quartering on paper should have been riding off into the sunset you know, worth tens of millions of dollars, a super successful career. You know, even if his channel eventually fell off, he should have had a ton of money. But, yikes. Yeah, exactly, bro. Instead of starting a coffee company, he should have just bought up a bunch of duplexes and shit. I mean, shit, he could even do commercial real estate. And that's even easier because then the tenants pay for literally everything. You just provide the structure, basically. Griffin is a sexy piece of man can. Yeah, I can assure you that's not the case. Maybe some chewed up bubble gum. Shit. Dude, just think, even if quartering would have just followed his heckin' passion for buying, you know, trading cards and shit, let's say. If he had bought trading cards all the way up until this point, he would have made a fucking fortune. Like, imagine if he had slab maxed, bro. Like, you have a multi-million-dollar YouTube income. You could have bought, you know, first edition Charizards for 150K. Now they're worth like $1 million each. You know, Quarter Pounder could have slab maxed his way out of the shitty situation he's found himself in. No, real estate would not have made more than Pokemon, bro. Pokemon is the #1 asset class in the world. It's even outpaced crypto now at this rate over the past 10 years. So... Pokemon is #1. So... the master of slabs? I wish. Dude, every time I open up Instagram and see other people's collections, I feel poor. It makes me feel even less than I already feel. It makes me lay heckin' sad. But yeah. It makes me feel broke whenever I see these guys like, you know, $200,000 cards or, you know, a stack of $50,000 slabs. It's like, bruh, damn. Yeah, exactly. I get mogged. Absolutely mogged, bro. It's pretty brutal. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Like, honestly, like, I'm really happy my stuff is as expensive as it is. But it's like, dude, I will never own the vast majority of the cards I actually like now. Which is kind of sad to think about. It's like a few years ago, I could have reasonably purchased pretty much anything I wanted given enough time. But now it's like, with everything spiking to like $5,000, $10,000, $20,000, it's like, I'm never gonna fucking have all those cards now, so it kind of sucks. But at the same time, it's nice, because, you know, I put in probably about 100,000, and now I have over 300,000. So it's like, you know, it's a double-edged sword. It's like, yeah, I benefited from it, but, you know, I'll never actually get to enjoy the hobby like I used to. Sad Griffin, exactly, man. It is sad. I think I'm gonna cry. Oh, come on. I missed the fucking shotgun, really? Griffin's sad because he hasn't got any donation. Exactly, dude.
Open your wallets and give me all of your monies.
I'm literally gonna cry. Never gotten a platinum trophy, and I doubt I will. They are pointless in game. I agree. I don't really care about trophies that much. How much would you make on a 9.6 graded game? I mean, it depends on the game. It also depends on the seal rating, too. Is it 9.6A+? plus? Is it 9.6A++? plus? Is it 9.6A? Is it 9.6B? You know, there's a lot that goes into it. It's not just a 9.6. It also depends, like, how many other copies are there out there that are, you know, graded higher than that. Griff, shut the fuck up. You literally... Wait, you're literally a rich fed.
You shut the fuck... Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Again, PK, I wish I lived in this fantasy of yours. You know, I really fucking do. I would love to be rich. I'm not, unfortunately. I will be, but not right now. I will be. Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen. I'll be rich in a 3-bedroom. That's right, I'll upgrade from my 2-bedroom to a 3-bedroom. And that's when I know I made it. shit.
Nigga.
Whoa, chill out. Who said that? Griffin will get a harem. Oh yeah, man. Nah, dude, I'll be walking down the street and see the hobo and be like, any spare change? Be like, huh, do you accept American Express? And then go, ha 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 ha, as I walk away, twirling my cane. Griffin, like most modern men, cope about their failures in relationships. I haven't had any relationships. With wealth and status. A loving wife who bears no such thing. Your children is worth more than any worldly treasure. Yeah, because it doesn't exist. So, yeah, if you want to have the fucking fantasy that you're going to have a wife that literally worships the ground you walk on and loves everything about you unconditionally, then yeah, sure. You know, the Holy Grail is worth more than any amount of money because you get to live forever. But too bad it doesn't fucking exist. So, how long is that wife gonna stick around when you don't have any money? How long is she gonna stick around when you maybe get injured and get fat? Or she meets the right guy? So, again, the only people you can control in your life is yourself. Period. The only person you have control over in your life is you. So, the best way to set yourself up for success in life in any capacity, whether it be romantically, whether it be, you know, wealth and status, whether it be, you know, friendship, is to get yourself in a position where if one of those things goes away, you can recover. So, it's like Raymond betting everything on the fucking house. You know, he thinks that, you know, essentially, you know, him getting a woman will fix all the woes in his life. Not gonna happen. Not gonna fucking happen. So, a random chick is not gonna magically make your world wonderful. So. So the simple fact remains, man. If you amass wealth, you will be in a far better position to keep a loving woman, if you can find one, than if you're broke. Period. You'll be in a much better scenario. So. Again, I can't control whether or not a woman loves me or not. But I absolutely control how much money and how successful I am to a certain degree. So focusing on the things you can control versus obsessing over what you can't is definitely the correct choice. Raymond is the same because he went from sexually successful to a bald incel with shark. Yeah, exactly, man. He drank away his options, literally. The ability to make money is partly genetics, too. Hey, that's anti-Semitic, dude. Chill out. Griffin is scared the foids will go for the dad bod 45-year-old men. Exactly. No, I'm just scared of women, bro. Let's be honest. Let's keep that shit a buck, Fitty. PK is divorced? That's awful, man. What happened? PK, if you need someone to talk to, man, we're here for you. Real talk. You are valid, man. You deserve to be loved. Gonna start loan maxing. There you go. I've honestly thought about loan maxing. There's one card that's listed on eBay right now that's like super undervalued, and it's like driving me insane. Like I feel like if I buy it, I can sell it for more. How it hasn't sold is a mystery to me. It's a scenario where the PSA 9 is a like a $7,500 card, and the BGS 9.5 is 8,000. Like, that's a small value differential for technically a better grade. Like, the PSA 10, for example, sells for 20 something or 30 something thousand. So even if you put the BGS 9.5 right in the middle of a PSA 9 and 10, it should still be worth like $12,000 to $15,000. So it's like, and it's driving me insane, but I don't have like $8 grand to spend right now. So I've thought about floating it on my card, but I'm very tempted. I do feel sorry for kids who genuinely want to go to college for art, however that comes with $100,000 worth of debt. Well, it's like back in the old days, man. In order to be an artist, you had to have a wealthy patron. So, art is not a career in the traditional sense. Art is only for people with money, period. It always has been. Because wealthy people are the ones that commission the great works of the old world. You know, like, for example, the Roman Pantheon was, you know, funded by Agrippa. He personally paid for the construction. Or, you know, the Sistine Chapel paid for by the wealthy, you know, Pope of the Vatican. Or, you know, you think about, like, the statue of David and all that other shit that the Medici family paid for. So, it's always been that way. Wealthy people are the ones that bankroll the artists. And, you know, going to college for an art degree, taking out, you know, $100,000 in debt is fucking retarded. You know, art is a pursuit for either the stupid or the rich. Period. If you don't have access to that money for someone to pay your way, it's basically a fool's errand. Ah, shit. Halo became fast slot. I don't really even think it became that fast though, right? Because the sprint thing was kind of more of an illusion than anything. I don't really think they sped it up that much. If anything, I think Halo is a little too slow for the modern age for mass appeal. Play NTE. What is that? What is NTE? Play Mario Kart, maybe. By the way, the Pantheon is not art. It has remains of royals. Do you know how retarded that sounds? Do you actually know how fucking retarded that sounds? The Pantheon is not art. Maybe if you're from the third world and you think all buildings are fucking mud huts put together with shit and twigs. Like, what type of fucking retard logic is that?
Oh yes, my home back in Zambia is just as beautiful. Oh yes.
Yeah, no, bullshit, dude. No. That is like a... Nah, that's a hell of a retard take. Yeah, dude, the fucking Oculus in the Pantheon literally fucking shines right at the entrance on a specific date. But, you know, definitely not a work of art. It's just literally another fucking mud hut, bro. Hell yeah. Yeah, so every year on April 21st at noon, a beam of sunlight shines through the oculus of the Pantheon in Rome, perfectly illuminating the entrance doorway. But yeah, it's not a work of art, dude. Not a fucking work of art. Definitely not a architectural marvel that was meant to, you know, serve as not only a spectacle for those who view it, but also as a symbol of the might and beauty of ancient Rome. But that's pretty sick, man. It literally shines, like, at the doorway of the building. On, I think it's like the anniversary of the founding of Rome or something like that. I forgot exactly what day it signifies, but they literally designed it so the sunlight would come in at like the perfect angle on that specific day. It's crazy. It's also still the largest freestanding concrete dome in the world. So it's also still the largest freestanding concrete dome. Pretty neat. But yeah, dude, it's just another mud hut. It has not a function of an art. What the fuck does that even mean? Spin, 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 spin. Got him. Got him. Ah, shit. I waited too long. Yeah, dude, I remember that old fucking meme where it was like basically, I didn't even know the Africans were infected in Resident Evil 5. It's like, bruh. Brutal. Am I getting the foldable iPhone? I don't know. I don't really want to buy a new phone, to be honest. I'm kind of over it now. You know, that's just another joy in life that's been stripped away. I used to look forward to getting a new phone every year, and now not so much. Not so much these days.
I can't afford this shit!
Is it because you're poor? Yes, Britt, exactly. I'm a broke boy. Chugga Gaming with the 3. Look up the streamer Stormfall33. Dude, is she named after the fucking Expedition 33 game? She cute Griff. Am I gonna regret this? Paste. That's gonna be a pass for me, dog. Okay, never mind. That was just a bad picture. Yeah, she's not bad, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. It looks like she does cosplay, so that's a no for me, dog. Cosplay only leads one way, man, unfortunately. The inevitability of OnlyFans. Cosplay is not... I don't like cosplay. So... I don't know, dude. The whole cosplay shit does nothing for me. I find it kind of corny. I build you an expensive tomb. You consider that art? Yes, retard. But the Pantheon was not originally a tomb, dipshit. Do you know what a Pantheon is? Do you know what a Pantheon is? It got repurposed as a church and then a burial place, but it was not a burial site originally. It was essentially a temple. That's like saying the Parthenon in ancient Greece is a fucking graveyard. It's not. It's not what it was built for. So, Chaga Shaka, why did you want me to look up this woman? Is she your new crush? Go for it, man. Live your best life. No, I just thought she looked alright. Just wanted to see what she thought. Yeah, I mean, she's fine. I don't know. I just don't like cosplay shit. The cosplay is a no-go for me. It's more of a red flag than anything. Cosplay to me is a red flag because it leads to the inevitable path of OnlyFans, unfortunately. You're a chubby chaser, and now the diabetes things make sense. Brutal, man. I want to smell the sugar in her sweat. Griffin has diabetes? Yeah, I definitely do. Dude, all I ate today was I had some white rice, some sauteed cabbage, and a few fried eggs because I was out of ground beef. So, I have to go to the store tomorrow. Shocky Gaming exposed as a chubby chaser. Oh, no, 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 no. Another degenerate bites the dust. Brutal, dude. Dude, I don't need to read about architecture. You're the one who's saying that architecture is not art. You're the one who said architecture's not art. You need to go read. Because architecture is one of the oldest art forms in humanity's entire history. And one of the most important. It's the reason why different geographic regions have their own unique look to them. You know, ancient Chinese structures give China its, you know, appearance that we all associate with it. The artistic expression through their architecture styles. Same thing with the Egyptians and their pyramids and monolithic structures and stone carving and hieroglyphics and massive statues and obelisks. You know, the Romans with their, you know, Hellenistic, you know, basically interpretation that they made their own, but it doesn't fucking matter, bro. The classical architecture style is literally what defines Western civilization's unique aesthetic. And Americans with our Starbucks and McDonald's. I know, Britt. Isn't it sad? Isn't it sad? And now when we finally want to build stuff that's beautiful, like the White House Ballroom or that new arch that they're going to build on the opposite side of the Memorial Bridge, you know, everyone gets into a fucking fit over it. Like, no, you can't build beautiful things. You should give a fat black woman more food stamps. America has beautiful buildings, but they were all built 100+ years ago. Our modern brutalist architecture from, you know, our wonderful allies from the Middle East, you know, is revolting. Can you please Google image Turin it? Why? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? You're the one that's saying that architecture was not fucking art. You don't need to convince me that Italy has nice architecture, bro. It's literally the entire fucking point I'm trying to make. I don't understand why there's like this disconnect on that for you. That's very odd. Oh shit. What's the arch for the 250th anniversary of the U.S.? U Generation with the 2. What is this? Is this more music? Yup. Oh boy. Everyone can enjoy this, I'm sure. Ooh. There we go. Fuck. Give me that. Fuck. Damn it. About to play some Assassin's Creed Unity. Yeah, that's a good game. Unity is a very good game. You're reasoning with a modern mind, not with the Roman mind, that even a fucking public toilet was art. Are you fucking retarded, bro? Like, honest question. Are you actually fucking retarded? You think the Romans, who built a building to honor their entire pantheon of gods, did not make it artistically beautiful, you half-wit fuck? Are you actually that fucking stupid? Are you actually that fucking retarded, bro? Like, honest to God question. you actually might have legitimate fucking brown brain, dog. Like, you were definitely not a native Italian.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
No, that is not what you said. That is not what you fucking said. Here we go. I have what you said right here. The Pantheon was a mausoleum, you clown. Of course, if I'm rich, I'm gonna build it as fucking art. But it was not art itself, you low IQ. The Pantheon was not a fucking mausoleum, you dipshit. First of all, that's fucking wrong. Here we go. Bro, it's a temple. It's not art. So, please, tell me what you fucking said when I literally have what you fucking said. So, yeah. We're not going to do this shit where you're going to act like, oh, I never said that. Nope, that's exactly what you fucking said. I have the fucking logs, you retard. The gods, they thought, like, they rested, like, dude, that's not a mausoleum, you fucking dumbass. A mausoleum is where you bury people. The gods were not dead to the Romans. Oh my god, dude. The Romans did not view their gods as dead. Like, I don't understand what you're fucking trying to prove here. Like, this is just fucking retarded. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're contradicting yourself constantly, and you're not even making sensical fucking points on either side. Do you understand what a temple is? Yes, it's a place to worship, sacrifice, and commune with the gods. No, it is not a resting building for the god. That's like saying that the fucking Parthenon was the resting place of Zeus. No, you fucking idiot. Zeus lived on fucking Mount Olympus to the Greeks. He didn't reside in a fucking temple. That was just a place you could go to commune with him, where your connection to him would be amplified. It's like going to church. God doesn't live in the church. It is a place you go to worship God. The idea of a church literally comes from the Romans, because the Romans, in case you didn't realize it, are the ones that came up with modern-day Christianity. It's the reason why temples like the Pantheon were converted into a Catholic church. If that's where pagan gods lived, they would have tore it the fuck down. So, yeah. Don't try to fucking play this game. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just digging the fucking hole deeper. Oh god, that's loud. There we go. You found a temple in Os? Nice. Yeah, he's Indian. I think he's played by like an Indian voice actor too. Damn, he stuck both of them. Discounted Hitler needs to chill out. Well, dude, he's a so-called Italian that probably comes from North Africa. So... he's probably from fucking Naples. Laugh my ass off. Synth is from Naples. Brutal. Synth certainly doesn't act like a white man. I knew he was a
God.
Brutal, man. You see, Griff, this is why people from other countries hate Americans, because people like you think they know more. What the fuck is it? More all about other people, country, than their own people. Okay. I mean, I don't really blame people for hating Americans on average, to be honest. So, I can't really even blame people for disliking Americans. But it has to be an actual valid reason for that. You know, if you want to talk shit about, like, the overconsumption, the zoggy-ass culture, quote-unquote, if you can even call it culture, you know, I think that's all fair game, but... You know, like, you Americans with your guns. Like, the Brit Bong cope, like, yeah, that's fucking pathetic.
I can't afford this shit!
To be fair, a lot of Americans are idiots. Yeah. Nah, you'll get no argument from me on that. Trust me. I find it very hard to love my country at times. There's not much left about the US to love. The problem is there's not anywhere better to go. So, this is the last hurrah. Uh-oh. We touched tips. You think the Aztecs built ziggurat? Dude, the Aztecs did not build fucking zig. Oh my god, you're dumb. You're fucking dumb. You're dumb, dude. Holy shit. The Aztecs did not fucking build ziggurats. They built fucking step pyramids, retard. Ziggurats are in the fucking Middle East. The Mesopotamians built the fucking ziggurats. Holy shit. You're dumb. You're dumb. Wrong fucking continent, dumbass. No, they were called step pyramids. Step fucking pyramids. They're not ziggurats. Ziggurats are elevated platforms. The Aztecs built step pyramids, not ziggurats. I missed Real America, Disney, Star Wars, a shit, deranged LGBTQ, SJW sissies, and annoying Latinos and Latinas came illegal. Dude, it's super black-pilling to watch, like, old movies. It really is. It truly is black-pilling to look at. Like, because even then, you have to remember, movies were left-wing propaganda. But, like, movies from the 50s and 60s, it's just, like, it makes you feel sad, honestly. It makes you feel fucking sad. It's like, that was their standard of left-wing propaganda, and it's, like, literally the most, you know, based shit imaginable by modern standards, bro. It's like, damn. What have we done? Pyramid types are Egyptian, Cambodian, South Americans, and Middle East. Okay, you know what word you didn't fucking use there? Ziggurats. Ziggurats are not pyramids. George Lucas married a black woman by the... Yup. I mean, it makes sense, bro. If you watch the original trilogy today, it's... I don't know. It's very soggy. I can't watch it. The prequels are all that I like of Star Wars anymore. Damn, bro, I actually fucking parried him. Shit. Yeah, unfortunately, bro, the original trilogy of Star Wars is boomer slop. It's literally boomer slop. Griffin's the kind of dude. Wait, the kind of dude that goes to parties just to lecture people in old history. Yeah, I don't like parties. You know so much about history, then talk about that instead of boring Raymond and USA freaks. No. Give me money, bitch. I don't even like to watch Raymond, bro. That's the thing. Is I don't go out of my way to watch Raymond. 99% of the time we watch Raymond, it's because somebody donated for it. So... Nah, dude, I think that revenue counter shit is super tacky. I'm not doing that. That shit's super tacky. You know I'm right. The step pyramids are a straight copy of Zik. Do you think they had the fucking internet 2,000 years ago? How the fuck would a South American civilization be inspired by ancient Mesopotamia? Holy fuck, bro. Oh my god. I can't. I fucking can't, bro. You think they got on fucking FaceTime like, yo, bro, check out this building. Oh my god, dude, that looks sick. I'm gonna make one of those too. Wait, what did it look like? I think it was this. Come on, dude. Come on, bro. Because it's a generally accepted fact that a great flood did occur. That has nothing to do with the fucking ziggurats or the step pyramids. The Great Flood predates those by like a factor of 8,000 fucking years. Oh my god, bro. Like, what are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? Griffin, I'm like, this is too much tard wrangling for me. I don't know, man. He's just like looking to fight. It's retarded. You could argue that ancient Mesopotamian architecture was based on earlier pre-Great Flood architecture based in North America. Well, first of all, no, because North America did not have any significant architecture built by the natives, other than in Mexico. So that's not the case. Second, you know, we're talking about a great flood that's, you know, believed to have occurred around 12,000 years ago. When you look at the ziggurat of Ur and, you know, the step pyramids, you have about 10,000 years in between those two events. So, no, people would have already been separated out of the Ice Age at that point. You know, the Great Flood could have been a global kind of catastrophe, but then there would have been like 9,000 years in between. And nobody fucking built anything until, you know, all of a sudden, you know, 2,000 years ago, they decided, hey, remember these buildings from 10,000+ years ago? We should build those all over the world. Like, no, that's not what happened. So... So it's a generally accepted fact by most, you know, scientists that there is some form of, you know, great flood that took place. Because every single culture basically pinpoints it to the exact same time in their historical records or mythology. So even the oldest story on planet Earth, you know, the Epic of Gilgamesh, has the Great Flood story in it as well. So... it's a central theme in most, you know, human mythology. That's right, bro. The pyramids were docking stations for the starships. Let's see. Brittany D with the 2. Here's a funnier song.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Nega. All right.
Oh, it's gonna freeze. Yup. There it goes. Yup, this song, bro. Oh, God. And Rogue Dio with the 5. Watch. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. Shit's making me tired, bro. It's all so tiresome. And let's see, Chugga Chugga aiming with the 8. Drink an apple juice on stream to prove you're not diabetic, Griffin. Is it true PK Sims for Melon. Yep. I don't have any juice. So. No, can't do. I would have to order something on Uber, and I'm not doing that. My broke ass needs to accumulate some cash. I'm trying to get to 8 grand in order to buy that that one card I need to flip. But I don't need to be wasting money on sodas and shit.
Backlog full of battlefields, and I can't wait for that Starfield. Game Pass, such a deal. And we got that Call of Duty, mix that in with Trek to Yomi. Will not have no time for booty, trying to start that zombie army. And I hardly spent the
Now let's discuss why the need to build in height, because it lifts you closer to the heavens, and if the goal of a temple is to commune with the god, the higher up you are, the closer you are to the divine. There you go.
Got it on my PC and my Xbox. Game Pass, Game Pass. Keep adding games to my backlog. They say it got no games, man. Don't know what they saying. I just think they hating. Stuck on that PlayStation.
Dude, you don't need to be high up in order to look at the stars. You can look at the stars from an open field more effectively.
Xbox customer, the thing I want you to know is this is about delivering great exclusive games for you that ship on platforms where Game Pass is.
Most ancient civilizations believed their gods lived in some form of heaven. Or, you know, basically elevated realm above that of our reality. If you don't want to call it heaven. But they lived in the stars or the sky, essentially. Are you trying to spend this into fucking UFO shit now? Jesus Christ. Yeah, dude, just put on the fucking Ancient Aliens guy's haircut and go crazy. Jeez. Yup, there was the Indians that believed their god arose out of cow shit. But Indians in general believe that cow shit is holy. So, maybe not necessarily that a god, you know, was born from shit. But they definitely believe in the cleansing property of cow turds. Betrayed. Griff thinks he's some sort of god all of a sudden. It's not all of a sudden. I felt that way for a while. Such a wannabe know-it-all. I would have definitely bullied him for his lunch money back in middle school. No, you wouldn't have. Dude, lunch money is not even a real thing. Nobody actually carried around money to buy lunch. What the fuck? You're dating yourself. I either had a swipe card or I just had a PIN number that I entered. You're dating yourself, old man.
5 minutes remaining. Game over.
This talk about food's gonna make me hungry. I barely had anything to eat today. So. Shit. Saved yours to buy a cigarette and weed. Bruh. Go ahead and submit my timesheet since it's past midnight. So that proves I'm right. Greeks and Romans thought gods were immortal, but like humans, with human vices and flaws. Literally not a single soul in the chat argued that point. Not a single soul in this chat argued that point, bro. You're pulling a completely different narrative out of your fucking ass now. So, no. I'm not conceding anything, because that was never what was being argued. Nice try. Alright, let me sign this timesheet real quick. Alright, there we go. Now I'm all set to get paid. Wowie zowie. All right. That proves gods were like humans and needed to rest. And it's not a mausoleum. No, I'm not conceding that point, dumbass. No. You're wrong. Just accept you're wrong, bro. It's okay. We already think so little of you that we can't possibly think any less. Where am I supposed to get apple juice at from this at this hour, bro? It's like literally 1:30 in the morning for me. Dude, Walmart's not even open at this hour where I live. We don't have 24/7 Walmarts. We have too much diversity. There's too much diversity in my area for 24/7 stores. We got way too much culture. Alright, I need to get one more stick. Got him. There we go. Well, a lot of the places in my area were already not 24/7 during COVID because, again, they have like basically this formula where if theft exceeds, you know, the amount of potential revenue they can bring in by staying open, they just don't stay open. So the issue is at nighttime, you know, the unsavory individuals are out and about. You have less staff working in the store, so there's less monitoring of the actual shit. And on top of that, there's less foot traffic, so that means there's less legitimate purchases. So for every hour that they're open, they have to factor in the cost of theft. And if, you know, the theft loss exceeds the potential sales, then it makes no sense to stay open. So, unfortunately, the more diverse the area, the less hours you're going to have for stores. So that's how it goes, unfortunately. Everybody else has to suffer because of the shitty actions of shitty people. I'm diverse? I don't think so. Britt, how would you feel if I knocked on your door at 1:30 in the morning for apple juice? You'd probably be pretty freaked out, so I don't really think that's a great idea. Yeah, I don't think even gas stations stay open this late around me. Let's see what's open. Taco Bell and CVS, but it's like 30 minutes away. That's it, bro. Jesus, man. No, 7-Eleven's even closed. Ooh. Damn, man. I just cracked my big toe and this shit fucking hurt. Damn. Yeah, bro, Wawas are only in white neighborhoods, so it makes sense. Wawas are only in white neighborhoods. That's the white man's gas station. Yeah, McDonald's aren't even 24/7 near me. I think Taco Bell's only open because they close at 2. It's like the one place that's open late. Yeah, it was brutal here during COVID. Like, everything would close at like 6 p.m. It was shitty. Let's see. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 8. Frit thinks it's embarrassing that grown men collect Pokemon cards. Well, I think it's embarrassing that grown men make smoking weed their entire personality.
All right, awesome.
But, you know.
Thanks, Nega. All right.
Touche. Griffin, just eat some ice cream to prove you're not diabetic. I don't have any. So, I don't really have much junk food. Like, the junkiest food I had some white rice. So, I don't really buy that shit. I almost fucked that up. Oh, great. There's only 2 of them left. This will be boring. I'm surprised Del Taco isn't out of business. No one goes, I've never heard of it. That must be like a West Coast thing, I'm guessing. Or a... I don't know. Would you even call it the South? Southwest, maybe? I don't fucking know. It doesn't matter. It's a shittier Taco Bell. That's kind of hard to believe that that's possible, bro. Taco Bell's gotten so bad in recent years. Taco Bell has truly gotten bad. Nope, I never got the Baja Blast pie. To be honest, I forgot about it after a while.
5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Sonic Racing did flop. It barely sold over 1 million copies across all of those platforms. So, it did not meet anywhere near their expectations or anywhere near the level that Reddit hyped it up to be. Mario Kart's evil, dude. I know. That's why I like it. Dude, all the fucking anti-Nintendo retards were hyping that game up so fucking hard, bro, and it just absolutely bombed. It just shows you that Reddit is not real life. The we did it Reddit mentality is fucking retarded. Got him! Nice. Fuck. I have never really gotten the appeal of Sonic personally, but you know, to each their own. I have never really understood the appeal of Sonic personally. Sonic is only for the porn fans, just like Final Fantasy. I mean, no, definitely not like that. Definitely not like that. Shit. Uh-oh, there goes the chat. Fuck. I bet you can't cook in order only. I literally pretty much only cook. Griffin totally orders Uber Eats. Sometimes. Not very frequently, though. I would rather not spend 30 fucking bucks getting some basic shit delivered, man. Liquid Richard with the 10. Appreciate it, man. Candace Owen fans are so retarded. That woman is convinced the most stupid shit and the most stupid
That's
people.
pretty big.
They genuinely argue Erica was involved with her husband's death. But of course, dude, the Egyptian plains. You know, Charlie Kirk, the time traveler, visit her in a dream, dude. Dude, she's a fucking midwit retard. You know, I'm very vindicated in never actually liking Candace Owens, so that's all I can say. It was definitely a case of I was very smart to judge a book by its cover. Yeah, the fees have gotten retarded on fucking Uber Eats. Like, when I order sometimes, it's like the fees cost more than the actual food. Or if you use, like, one of the promos they're doing, where it's like buy one, get one free, they, like, triple the fucking processing fee and shit. Have you guys ever noticed that? That when you use the deals, sometimes it comes out to be even higher than just buying the two items individually. because when you use a promo or whatever, they jack up the fucking fees at the end to basically erase any and all savings you get. So, I don't know, dude. You take like a $10 fucking sandwich and it becomes a $30 delivery charge. It's like, fuck that, man. Nope. No thanks. I'm good. I'll just find something to eat here. I just wish I had better food around me, that I was more tempted to order shit. Like, that's the thing for me. It's like, there's not really anything I even want to order. You know, it's just the same chain fast food shit, you know, and like the same basic stuff everywhere. It's like, it's all Cisco food anyway. It's like just microwave food, essentially. And 88 Cragger with the 2, do you over-season your food? Not if I can help it, no. I don't. If I can avoid over-seasoning my food, I'll, you know, do that. Don't intentionally do it. Liquid Richard with the 10. Love or hate Erica. The hate is so forced. It's honestly sad because it feels like they're tearing down Charlie's leg. Well, that's the intention, man. Because, you know, Tucker, you know, or Cucker Katarlson is, you know, very anti-Trump. He has been for years. And same with Candice Dick Fit in Your Mouth Owens. You know, both of them hate Trump, so Charlie was pro-Trump, so yeah, they hate Turning Point, they hate the fact that he had more influence than them, and now they're trying to tear it down in order to, like, leech off of it, basically, so that's the name of the game, is they're competing for the mind share, so... It's disgusting, and they're all ignoring the actual killer. Well, dude, it was Israel, bro. It was Israel, because a fucking, you know, psycho with a gun has never happened before. Especially one who is sucking troon cock. That would drive anyone to madness. Just look at Dreamcast guy.
What are you doing, Bumpy? What's wrong? What, buddy? What are you doing?
Good boy. The killer was far right, Griff. That's right, he was a Trump supporter, dude. He was MAGA. Good boy. Tucker's getting big checks. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. He's definitely getting paid.
What are you doing, bud?
Don't do that. No. Do you need to go out? We can go out in a minute. You're not gonna stink up the room. Alright, we'll go out in a few minutes, okay? Good boy. Good boy. Tucker claimed nuclear energy was powered by demons. Yeah, what countries would not want us to have nuclear energy? The ones whose entire economies are dependent on oil. I wonder who that would be. Maybe the same ones that want you to believe that Islam and Christianity are cut from the same cloth. Or that Islam and Christianity are compatible with each other. Yeah, there's almost like zero negatives to nuclear energy. There's like almost zero fucking negatives to it. It's all forced boomer slop that prevents us from having nuclear. It almost makes you wonder if the Soviets deliberately sabotaged Chernobyl in order to prevent nuclear power from being widely adopted. And when I say Soviets, I think you know which specific ones. Yeah, Fukushima wasn't even that big of a deal, man. It was very minor. The thing is now technology is so good that even in the case of like an earthquake or, you know, whatever, a natural disaster of any capacity, it's not going to create like a cataclysmic event like fucking Chernobyl, so... You know, if we base, you know, our entire worldview on shitty Soviet engineering, then, yeah, we're never going to accomplish anything, because Soviet architecture, you know, infrastructure, technology, it was all dog shit. So, half-assed, half-baked, retard level design, so... Snuggler Uxman with a 5. Appreciate it, man. Went to West Virginia for work. Don't think I've ever been to a more racist... Yeah! West Virginia's super fucking racist. It was fucking wild. The amount of stares I got for being Asian. Yo, yeah, West Virginia is like one of the last remaining pockets of, you know, true, white...
All right, awesome. Thanks, Nega. All right.
Rural racism, we'll just say. But yeah. Yup. In Boston, there's also a lot of racism, but not for Asians. Did you guys know that West Virginia song isn't even about West Virginia? They just changed it because it sounded better. The Country Roads song is not even about West Virginia. It was supposed to be about Colorado, but it didn't have the same ring to it, so the record executives suggested they change it to West Virginia because it sounded better. No, American Dad takes place in Virginia. Langley is in Virginia, which is where the CIA is. I don't really like American Dad. I don't really like any of those type of shows, personally. Not really an adult animation fan. Edgy libtard shows? Yup. Pretty much. I like adult animation of the Japanese kind. Adult as brutal, man. Yeah, fair enough. It's fair enough.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Nega. All right.
Yeah, I've been rewatching Fate Zero. That's about as adult as my Japanese animation gets. But I've been rewatching that, which is nice. Snuggler Uxman with the 5, half Chinese here, and can't walk into a Chinese restaurant for dinner without being stared at. Was even being stared at while eating. That's funny, man. Was it like a super small town or something, or was it a more populated area, which I know doesn't really say much for West Virginia, but that's it. That's funny. You like sex but not dating? It's alright, man. The duality of man. Aw, seriously, that missed? Damn. I don't think Halo's gameplay is very outdated, personally. I think Halo's controls have aged pretty well. They're very simplistic. The AC Hex game is set for next year because that Gene guy removed all the RPG and magic elements from the game to make it more like classic AC. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do with that because there's a lot of themes they can fuck with. So that might be the potential for a comically woke Assassin's Creed story, but we'll see. If anything, Assassin's Creed stories are just boring for the most part. Which is not how it used to be. The Ezio trilogy, for example, was really good. I don't like Halo Reach either, personally. Not really my thing. Snuggler Uxman of the 2 was in Huntington. And nearby cities. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. So I couldn't say, but yeah, I've heard West Virginia is like super fucking racist still. You know, as a white male myself, I wouldn't experience it, so. That's funny though. Yeah, West Virginia is definitely its own little pocket. Because, you know, Virginia and Maryland are super fucking leftist states now, especially in the area surrounding West Virginia. But yeah, West Virginia is definitely an anomaly. It's a beacon of light in a sea of woke. Holy fuck, man. Jeez. Alright, well, nature might be calling, guys. Damn. Like, literally, the only thing I had to eat today was, like, a ton of, like, cabbage. I had some, like, a little bowl of rice, and then I had, like, 3 fried eggs. So, I'm guessing the, you know, roughage is carving its way through. Ew, cabbage, your toilet will thank you? Yeah. I ate a lot of vegetables, so that shit's gonna clean me the fuck out, bro.
5 minutes remaining.
That's gonna clean me the... Like, literally, it was half a thing of cabbage, so... So I just cut the head of cabbage in half, and then I like cut it up into thin strips, and then sautéed it with some like sweet chili sauce, and then I made like a bowl of white rice, and then I had 3 fried eggs. So that is the extent of my you know, dining today. I'm out of food, so I gotta go to the store tomorrow. No more beef. Kobe beef. Oh, I wish. Shit. I don't know if I can afford that. Isn't Kobe beef like super expensive? I think so, at least. I have no fucking idea. I know like the A5 Wagyu and shit is super expensive, but I'm not sure about Kobe beef. I just know like Kobe beef is the Japanese beef, but...
I can't afford this shit!
Hunter Eats Hunter with the 2. Thanks for being a great streamer, Griff. I wouldn't go that far, but I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I gotta get into the coffee game. I don't like the taste, so I really don't like the smell of coffee either, much less the taste, but yeah. Never tried the caffeine. Well, the caffeine pills are just nice if you don't want to drink your caffeine, basically. If you just want the caffeine and you just want to drink, like, water, for example, it's nice. You know, you don't have to drink coffee, you don't have to drink tea, you don't have to drink an energy drink. You can literally just take the pill and drink normal water. And I think that's pretty nice, because some nights I just want to drink normal water. So shit. Griffin would be eating Wagyu every day if he was a rich... Yeah, of course. Duh. There's a lot of things I would do if I was a rich person, obviously. I would also have a massive fucking house, but, you know. Yeah, I would be doing the same stuff, but my lifestyle expenses would increase. You know, I could hermit max inside of a large house. You'd be eating salmon? Yeah, I would eat like sushi and shit every day if I could. I would definitely eat sushi every day. That'd be great. On simp cards? I don't buy that many simp cards. My Final Fantasy collection is only a fraction of my Pokemon one. Yeah, I have the Yoshi game pre-ordered. I do. Too many cards? Not enough, honestly. If I would have bought more cards over the years, I'd probably be a millionaire right now. No bullshit. Like, some of the stuff, like, I saw over the years that if I would have just bought that, I would be in a much better place financially right now. So my only issue is I didn't buy enough, honestly. So I'll have to live with that for the rest of my life, however short it might be. If we have enough people, we can maybe do some Mario Kart. Do we have people who want to actually play? Nice. Alright, yeah, I guess after this match, we can do Mario Kart. Who's retired? I've never bought the Sonic racing game, nor will I probably ever. TBH, dude. Yeah, I saw Square Enix is re-releasing Dragon Quest XI yet again. It's getting a Switch 2 version. Which maybe means there's some movement on Dragon Quest XI, but I don't know. Shit. Dude, I forgot where the salmon came from that I had at this one sushi place, and it was like really good. It might have been Scottish. It might have been Scottish salmon, but I can't remember. But yeah, that's what the guy who ran the restaurant said was the best one. I'm pretty sure it was Scottish. Salmon, sake, sex, repeat. Oh my god. Hell yeah, dude. That sounds like the life. Nice. A double. Got him. We lost. That one guy carried them hard as fuck, bro. Cosmosis. Let me plug in my Switch. Get this thing set up. There we go. You're gonna write void romance novels? Nice, man. I'd probably be good at that, honestly. I could absolutely write smut. If I really set my mind to it. Alrighty. So, room code is 9NNBLN. Okay. Pin. Alright. There we go. Smut, probably a Ragin. Hell yeah, dude. The Japanese version of smut. Why haven't you bought me a Switch 2 yet? Because I can't afford to live, man. You know? I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills. The internet bill. My taxes. Damn. That's crazy. Hold on. I gotta share this. Dude, that's wild. What the fuck? Hold on a second. Dude, this guy, what the fuck, man? I don't know if this is his collection or not. But damn. I'm jealous. I guess it is his collection. He's a YouTuber, dude. I guess. I don't know. Look at this shit, guys. Oh, that's right. Hold on. If you know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, this is the Creator of Light card. And all of these are sealed. Like, these are insanely expensive. Let's see. Creator. Light. I'm just gonna see if I can find the price. Shopping. Yeah, so if you have it in a PSA 10, it's about 12 grand. So, we got what? 6 by 5. So he's got 30. Raw, it's probably about 5 grand. So that's like over $100,000 worth of cards right there. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. But yeah. I'm jealous, dude. This is what I mean. It's like you see people's collections and it's like, damn, man, I feel fucking poor. I'm just a simple broke boy compared to, you know, the feats of others. Let's see. Give me 1 second here. I gotta reply to a... Alright, there we go. Let's go. Oops, I picked the wrong one. Alright. Was this Mario Kart overhyped? I would say it's the opposite, man. This shit was shit on brutally for, you know, months. And it's actually a very fun game. Yeah, I can understand like some of the complaints surrounding it, but holy fuck, bro, people really overhyped. Like the negativity surrounding it. Like it's really not a bad game at all. Mechanically speaking, it's probably the most advanced Mario Kart with the type of shit you can do. Skip-wise and, you know, level design, all sorts of stuff, but, you know, because my heckin' YouTuber said it's bad, it must be bad, dude. Oh, man. Yeah, dude, some of the shit people do shortcut-wise is, like, wild. They are far better than I at the game. I have to travel 4 hours for work tomorrow because my license is suspended. I hate my chud life. That's brutal, man. Is it suspended from a DUI or something? Perhaps. Oops, I misjudged that. Best state in America. Overall, I would say probably Florida, most likely. But it really depends on what you're looking for. I mean, Texas is decent too, but you're gonna run into the non-problem, if you know what I mean. So Florida is still like 78% white, believe it or not. And, you know, for the U.S., in a southern state is incredibly high. But it really just depends. Like, if you want to live, like, in the Northeast, then, you know, that's a pretty decent area. It just depends. I don't know. But if you want low taxes, a good economy, and stuff like that, then, you know, Florida and Texas are probably your two best bets. Tennessee, I've heard, is pretty decent, too, but you're kind of in the boonies there. If I had to move to a state, it'd either be Florida or like Texas, personally. I'm gonna be working there for a month, and then my boss is moving to Queensland. You gotta move in with him. What's he gonna think of the anime figures? Louisiana's rough, man. You gotta be real careful. Like, there's a lot of frogs in Louisiana that will fuck you up. There's some rough areas, bruh. You gotta be very careful. Like, you don't want to be anywhere near New Orleans, for example. That place is disgusting. So... not to mention, if there's ever a hurricane, you're gonna get wiped out. If you're thinking about like a southern state, I would recommend South Carolina over Louisiana. Even Alabama's better than I think Louisiana personally, but it's up to you. It's more so is where can you get work? And Florida's your best bet for that. South Carolina's pretty nice too. Georgia, I would say, is good, but it's becoming more and more liberal. So you gotta be careful with that one. I almost have 2 years rental history at a place I'm at, so I don't want to move just yet. Fair enough, yeah. Is like the whole rental history thing important in Australia? Because that's not really a thing in the US. Nobody cares how long you live at a place or not. The southern states just feel like they'd have the most South America. No, so it really just depends. The problem with the South is not the, it's the ghetto population you have to worry about in the South. We'll just put it that way. Infer from that what you will. The YN problem is what you have to worry about in the South primarily. Other than Texas, which, you know, yeah, has a lot of Hispanics and it has a lot of Indians too. Oh, shit. Yeah, it is in Australia for people under 25. Gotcha. Let's see. So Hunter Eats Hunter with the 2. Opinion on ranked choice voting? It's a little convoluted, isn't it? I don't know. I think it just kind of adds unnecessary complications to the entire equation, personally. But, I mean, I guess it's fine. I don't know. I'm not really a fan of voting at all, personally. But, yeah, I don't know. It seems like it just would make things more complicated. And Tim Marco with these 7, people on gaming YouTube don't form their own opinions anymore. I'll never get that. It's because they're afraid of, you know, having their own opinion for whatever fucking reason. Because they're afraid of losing their audience, I guess. Like, they're basically captive to the audience, and they're afraid of pissing off the fucking Reddit hive mind of the acceptable gaming opinion to have on whatever the game of the month is. Like, it's just pathetic. For something as unserious as gaming, people sure fucking act like it's life or death. It's pathetic, man, honestly. So, ironically enough, Minnesota is like the place that a lot of Scandinavian people end up. Minnesota, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, those type of states are where a lot of, you know, Scandinavian Europeans end up. So you're from Sweden, right? So, yeah. That's why Minnesota has the football team, the Vikings, is because there's a lot of, you know, Scandinavian immigrants there. I probably won't be fed posting as much in chat for a month or two after tonight for work reasons. But I've got a Schizo Kino recommendation for it. Do you think they're tracking your Fed posting? Uh-oh. No, it's just this job will probably go on for a month or two, and it's 6 days a week at 10 hours a day. Absolutely brutal, but worth it. Getting 80 an hour, that's really good, damn. That's actually really good. Sheesh. Yeah, what is that? 480 a day. So 2,400. Or wait, no, not 480 a day. Shit. Can I do math? Fuck. No, I can't. So 10 hours, so 800. So 4,800 a week. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. That's some serious money. Woo. Have I ever kissed a woman? I'm just waiting for the right one. I made a fair bit of money from the Gypsy Crusader fight. So hopefully this job can help me stack more cash for a month or two. Yeah, definitely. That's the goal, right? Dude, then you gotta go take it to the casino and triple it, right? PK, just because somebody is not mixed race does not make them inbred. Sorry to disappoint. Oops. PK, why are you worried about the room code, bro? You don't even have a Switch 2. You got bigger fish to fry on that aspect. Unfortunate. Haven't been to the casino in like a month. That's good. The casino is not a good place, so you'll end up losing more than you make long term. So don't give them your paycheck. Damn, I gotta box up a bunch of shit today. I'm trying to like organize a bunch of random shit I have sitting around. I bought like these storage boxes and stuff, and I need to start putting stuff away. Putting stuff away, it's just my my office is like super cluttered. I've got too much like loose shit, like stacks of cards and stuff like that that I just need to like organize. So I just got to get some stuff organized so I'm not like, you know, just surrounded by stuff all the time. I'll be going back to work on a tax file number though instead of cash, sadly, so I have to pay tax. Yeah, that sucks. Getting paid under the table is ideal. You know, it's like all the fucking card dealers and shit. Like, they just ship to each other, like, you know, off the books and stuff. And, you know, there are certain cards in, like, the Pokemon hobby that are basically the equivalent of, like, a $20,000 check. And people buy and sell them, quote unquote, just to transfer wealth. But yeah, I don't know, dude. Like, I love off the books businesses personally. It's like, fuck income tax. Shit's crazy how much you waste on that. Yeah, after all my tax deductions and shit from my actual job, you know, I should be getting over $10,000 a month from, like, my actual paycheck. I end up with a little over $6,000. So about 40% of my paycheck just fucking disappears. Now, granted, a pretty decent chunk of that is also because I put money into my 401k, but... for retirement, but yeah, it's just, you know, I would love to have $10,000 to spend versus $6,000. It would be nice. I don't have 10K. Dude, I have 2,200 bucks in my checking account right now. I am B-R-O-K-E. Broke. I need to sell some stuff. Like, I have a bunch of video games and shit I need to get rid of. I also have, like, you know, all that Pokemon Seal product I need to start either consolidating or getting rid of. Yeah, I'm gonna sell my Steam Deck. I need to do that, actually. Fuck. Man, shit. You're considering buying Tsukahime disc demo now as an invest? Hey, go for it, bro. Why not? Life is short, dude. You know how depressing it feels knowing your IRL/social peak was before even hitting puberty. I feel like that's true for a lot of people nowadays, honestly. That's probably true for most people now. But I don't know. There's a lot of normies out there who have a lot of friends, so maybe not. Steam Deck is pretty outdated hardware-wise. The ROG Ally X. Yeah, it's... The Steam Deck, I think they already said. Fuck, man. I think they said they're in active development of the Steam Deck too right now, so... Yeah, if anything, I just need less gaming devices, to be honest. It's like, I don't know. I hardly ever play video games in my free time anyway, so it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's like there's not really a huge point in me having like all these like, you know, handhelds and stuff. Like I don't need my Steam Deck. I don't use it. I've probably turned it on once in like the past 2 years. So I should just get rid of it. And then, you know, whenever I do get my Iron Thor, it'll be kind of tempting just to sell it. But I don't know, it's still stuck in customs or whatever the fuck in New York. So who knows when that'll show up. But I don't know. I definitely don't need more stuff. Griffin will never understand the pain of actually having to leave his house for work. I did when I had my internship, so I know what it's like to, you know, have to go early in the morning, so. I lived that life for 3 months. That's why I was very happy to find a fully remote job. But yeah, it does suck. Come on, bro. That was a pretty long-lasting bullet bill. Seriously. No. Damn. Dude, I'm getting unlucky as fuck with the projectiles. That gave me 0 ground because I got hit. Brutal, man.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. I'll see you cobbers in a month or 2. Mute, Jay. Alright. But yeah, good luck with the job, man. Are you heading off for the night, I'm guessing? May your wallet be fat and your paper be stacked. I have quite a few contacts in my phone, but I don't use any of them. So, no, the only people I call or text are like my parents. That's it. Yeah, I have to leave at midnight, need to sleep. Might catch chat every now and then. Yeah, cool, man. Good luck on the job. You're making a better decision than I do, which is getting sleep for work, so. But granted, yours is physical labor, so I guess it's a lot more necessary, but. Either way. Snuggler Uxman with the 2, you getting the new Yoshi game? Yeah, I haven't pre-ordered. I got it. If you pre-order physically at Walmart, they match the digital price for the physical copy, so you can get it for 10 bucks off, pretty much. Seriously, a fucking singular mushroom. They're just like, yeah, lose. Lose! Oh, nice. Sweet. Griffin deserves money since he watches and plays what we tell him to, even if he hates it. Exactly. It's a symbiotic relationship, right? Yup, exactly. You gotta grease the palms. You gotta give me a little taste. Either that or you gotta bow down and kiss the ring, and not the one on my finger. Shit. Yeah, I think the Splatoon Raiders game as well is still $10 off physically as well too at Walmart, so you may want to check into that too if you plan on picking that up as well. Loud noise? I have no idea. Maybe it's the tractor, dude. The damn dog, he's doing fine. He's sleeping behind me. So he's being a good boy. Something about Splatoon's art style doesn't jump out to me. Yeah, I don't like Splatoon's art style very much. But, you know, I'm definitely not the target demographic, I guess. I do think Splatoon has fun gameplay, but yeah, I don't really like their art style. I'm also not really too big of a fan of the squid kids. They look very weird to me. Well, at least today I get to sign off early because I had to stay on so late tonight on work, so. Woohoo, dude. I get to get off at like, I think, what? 2? So hopefully I can get some sleep. That would be nice. Personally. Since I didn't get to sleep today at all. Yeah, exactly. This is a video game. It is a form of video. Whoever's in first, say thank you. Just got rid of your blue shell. Shit, there goes the chat. Fuck. No! No! Yeah, Griff, never resort to Addy or those 2 hours of sleep will turn into 3 to 5 days. Well, it's already starting to turn into like, my schedule nowadays is like literally I'll sleep once every 2 days right now. Like, that's basically what recently I've been doing, is I'm basically staying up for 48 plus hours straight. And then, you know, I'll do a full day of work, and then I'll sleep for like 4 to 5 hours, and then start the 2-day cycle again. That's kind of what's been happening recently, which is really bad. I should not be doing that like every day. That is not sustainable, so, at all. Even for someone who's used to staying up a lot. There we go. Griff is looks maxing with math like Cliff Bikini now. Dude. No amount of math is gonna fix this chud, whatever, facade, or whatever you want to call it. On that front, it's over. Alright, we'll do one more race, and then I guess we'll do videos and shit. Let's see, AnabolicPlayz, different day, new race. I guess we can check it out. Yeah, it's always like so it's obnoxious. I look back and I see my dog like just passed out snoozing. It's like, you know.
What's that line? Not like everybody knows what that's like at all, huh? Gee, what's that line?
Not a stress in the world, man. Oh shit. Fuck. Nope, didn't hit. Damn, man. Oh, I should have kept those. Oh, perfect. Oh, shit. That could have been catastrophic. Oski Woski with the 2. I'm telling you, the Boo is a troll. Yeah, exactly. He's a detractor, dude. Just trying to derail the stream. But yeah, Boo always strikes when you least want him to. That's for damn sure. Is this game worth it? I mean, if you have a Switch 2 and you don't have Mario Kart, then I don't know what you're doing, to be honest. But yeah, I've got like, I don't even know how many hours in this game so far. Like over 200. But yeah, I'd definitely say it's worth picking up. It's a pretty... Shit. I didn't even get an item box. That's brutal, man. That is brutal. go. Oh shit, I pre-jacked on that. Should be alright. There we go. That missed? Seriously, all of those missed. That's wild, bro. Jeez. Oh, man. Alright, I'm gonna go take a piss real quick, and then we will do videos when I get back. So just give me a minute or two, and I will be back. Alright, I am back. Did you miss me? Let's see. Let me get this ship queued up. Okay. Damn. Want to go fill up my drink too. And let's see. I got this. Pretty sure we already watched this. This looks very familiar. We'll see. Yeah, we did watch this. We've already seen this one. The fucking My Little Pony one. We've already seen that. Alright, so... Alright.
No, the video title...
Why the fuck did that just start playing? Yeah, we got, you know... I'm being slandered and they're threatening my life. Jesus, man. The victim, man. The straight up victim. I'm being harassed. You'll be hearing from my lawyer. Jeez, man. Chibi jump scare, indeed, man. Alright, let's see. We're good. Sweet. Let's find out how he's being slandered today.
No, the video title is not a joke, everybody. There is actually threats against my life, and obviously I'm addressing this for a variety of reasons because it's quite a critical situation.
Yeah, because you want attention, bro. You want attention. You would never address this type of shit if you actually were worried about it. Like, so retarded.
Does need to be talked about. First off, I'm fine. I'm not in danger at the moment, but obviously anything can happen, and there is steps being taken to prevent that, which I will get into in just a moment. But first off, I want to address the actual threats. So, I received a threatening letter recently that came into my actual mailbox, and I will show a picture on the screen. You could see it for yourself. But there was
a threatening letter. Let's see how threatening this is. You fucked up bad. You fucked up aligning yourself with Van Dragon, Pedro Garcia, and Mr. Anime 343, all of whom were exposed for pedophilia. You fucked up having CSEM on DeviantArt. You fucked up trying to take down my first video on you. You fucked up in playing a part in suspending my account. I'll get it back. LOL. You fucked up scamming your fan base, and you fucked up making an enemy out of me. Now I'm going to make sure I strip everything away from you. I took down your Twitter once before, so doing it again isn't going to be hard. But since you want to try to Deptford, I guess the platform is what they meant to put. People who expose you, I'm aiming for your YouTube as well. You're a fucking pedophile, and you deserve all of this, Jacob. Shouldn't have made an enemy out of me. Oh, boy.
My actual mailbox, and I will show a picture on the screen. You could see it for yourself. But there was a very deranged individual that just started going off, like mentally unstable, accusing me of stuff.
Just keep giving them the attention they want. Keep giving them the attention they want. That always works out well in trying to combat internet trolls.
Just so many buzzwords, and eventually just straight up said that they were going to take everything away from me. They were going to take my YouTube from me. They were going to take basically my Twitter from
his virginity too.
me. And then in between the lines, if you look at it, it's a very veiled threat that they also potentially want to take my life. Obviously, the police and the authorities and stuff are taking the situation very seriously, because sending a threatening letter like that through the mail, from what they're telling me, is a crime. It is 100% a crime, and...
But did they actually threaten you? It just sounds like they're going to report your YouTube channel. I don't know if that would be criminal to report a YouTube channel.
They are investigating everything about the situation. So I'm leaving them to do that. That is completely out of my hands, and I'm allowing them to handle that situation. But what they have told me, which gets into what my options are now, they have told me that because of the immediate threats, death threats, and everything that's been happening as of late, that I now qualify, and my family qualifies, for basically scrubbing our private information offline. And what this basically means is, to kind of give a brief rundown, I'm probably not even going to properly explain this, but I want to do my best, okay? So work with me.
The bug on his shirt is bothering me.
Basically, if you're someone that owns, like, let's say a property, let's say you own a house, you own a vehicle, whatever, technically you can look up that information because it is public information. Should it be public? No, it shouldn't. But there is basically ways for that to happen. And if you're a homeowner or something, people can find your address. And that's one of the big reasons how, like, people get doxxed, is because people look into their address and all that and figure out where they are because they look...
Just keep telling people how to fuck with you, bro. It's a genius idea.
...up public records. And so because of the immediate threats to my life, basically what the police are telling me is that I qualify for the complete scrubbing of the data, and that my private information, technically, which is in the public, because of, you know, it's on certain databases, will be scrubbed and not be allowed to be viewed by the public. It will be entirely private. On top of that as well, they basically said that I need to also move. And so now I'm taking steps to basically try to move and be in a safer position to where there isn't immediate threats, not just to my life, but like others around me as well. And so this gets into the next big thing that I want to talk about. First off, I am very, very thankful for the overwhelming support that you guys have shown me since I made my video a few days ago titled I'm Done. I'm not gonna lie, when I uploaded that video and I went to take a nap and I woke up and I saw the support from not just like the comment section, but people on Twitter and then content creators live reacting to it, I laid back and I just started crying. Like I wasn't just like, I wasn't crying tears of sadness. Okay, I wanna make sure I clarify that. I was crying tears of joy. To see just the amount of love. Like, any time that I feel like I'm overwhelmed, like maybe I can't take another step, this is the end. These thoughts that bubble. I'm reminded of just how beautiful our community is.
Thank God it's gone.
You guys are.
The bug flew off.
I don't know what I deserved to get as much support and love as I do, but I know I am blessed and lucky for it. And I am very, 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 very thankful to all of you out there that has continuously shown support and love to me. As I said in my video when I said I'm done, I made my channel to talk with you guys, to communicate with people, because I know I know in the content creation space, the proper procedure is to have a wall, a barrier between the community and yourself. I know that is the common thing, and most content creators will say to do that. That is probably the most common sense thing. But I am someone that's probably autistic, and I've always just been very open about my emotions, how I feel, how I view things. I'm very blunt about it, which has obviously gotten me into a lot of trouble. A lot. And so, because of that, is why I think that I don't like to lie. Because one of the big things that even began this journey of why I'm here right now is because I wanted to talk about my true feelings, my thoughts, and everything about anime, manga, and my different forms of passions that I want to talk about on a daily basis. So, not talking
Yeah, this is just blubbering, bruh.
About that stuff and being open about it really makes me feel
Max.
like I'm losing the point of why I began this journey to begin with. And so, I always try to just keep it 100% transparent, as best as I possibly can, with all of you guys out there. So this next part, I'm just going to keep it completely transparent. I want to be completely blunt, I don't want to sugarcoat it, and I know it's going to this will probably get people to give me side eyes, and it will definitely fuel people that want to see me hurt. This will give them joy that I'm about to talk about the few things I want to talk about. But I'm just going to say it, because obviously I don't like to just lie about this type of stuff. So, I obviously need to move. I need to get off this property. I need to move to be able to be fully protected, and not just me, but my family as well, just to be able to distance from everything. And to be able to do that, obviously, it does require a lot of time.
Give me monies!
Now, I'm not asking you guys to donate. If you don't want to
I'm not asking you guys to donate, but here's the fucking link. Here's the link to donate, so, you know. Give me monies. Let's see how much he's made. 65 hundo, huh?
donate, you do not have to. But I will have...
Damn, bro, I should start a crying victim, too. Jeez.
A link in the description.
I could use $6,500 right now. That's for damn sure.
For a Give, Send, Go, where you could donate as much as you want. Now, you don't have to donate. Do not feel obligated. But what that donations will go to be completely blunt, it's basically to go to paying bills, to move, be able to basically pay movers, different stuff like that, just to be able to be in a safe spot. That's legit.
Yeah, fuck that, bro. Instead,
give me monies!
Legitimately what it's about. And any form of donation does help with that. You don't have to feel obligated at all, but if you do, it would help out tremendously. I'm gonna be honest with you, because nowadays in this economy, truthfully, moving and how, like, all sorts of bills and stuff are, and gas and everything, it is so overpriced and expensive, and being able to basically get out of this type of situation, it's gonna take a lot. And it will take a lot longer if I'm doing it by myself, but if you guys do... If you do, it would...
Open your wallets and give me all of your monies!
Help out. But, once again, don't feel obligated. I'm just gonna say. So, once again, as a reiteration, it would be basically going to paying bills, movers, getting a new place. That's what it is. And the faster I can do that, the faster I can finally have a peace of mind and just feel safer in general. So, I will have a link to that in the description. Now, moving on past that.
Bruh, not a single soul gave me money when I moved, so nah. Hell nah. No, I'm not gonna donate. I had to pay for all my moves.
I never would have thought in my entire life that I would have a situation like I'm currently in. I didn't imagine, like, going back, like, if you were to tell me 3 to 4 years, I would be in a situation where I'm at right now, I wouldn't believe you. I would never believe that. I wouldn't. But here I am. I really do love you guys. And I'm going to continue uploading videos every single day, as I always can, until the day I die. And hopefully I can get into a better place soon, and a safer place, to be able to not have, like, a worry of threats or anything like that. But I will leave it at that. Any bit helps, and I appreciate it. Anything. Thank you so much, everybody. And you have a very blessed day or night wherever you live. Chibi out.
Desperate parasocial maxing? Yeah. Oh, well, man, I guess it pays, you know? You got $6,500. So, shit. Let's see. PK with the 5. Let me see. MoistShiiitikal. Alright, we'll watch this first. And let's see, Wi-Fi with a 2. I'll give you monies, Griffin, but check his posts. Who? The Chibi guy? What for? Just got swatted again. Someone tried to kill me and broke federal law. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. You see, like, I don't even know if I believe him, to be honest. That's the sad part. It's like the victimhood Olympics are just too frequent. Oh my god, dude. Alright, well, there we go. Brutal, dude. I know he's like in a shitstorm with Kiwi Farms right now, so yeah, it's not completely unlikely that he got swatted, but still, I don't know.
What is up, my negas? Nega being short for negative, of course, we wouldn't want to be racist or anything. But it seems that some people that live in the current year do view that word as racist, though, as it is too close to the dreaded N-word, the worst word you can possibly say. The word I'm talking about is, of course, nigga, 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 nigga. I'm 100% nigga. Now, I don't like showing people such hateful language, but if that made you uncomfortable, that's a good thing. It means that you know your place and would never ever step out of line. Your knees are firmly planted on the ground, worshipping at the altar of what major platforms and people on Twitter deem to be socially acceptable speech. Now, the reason I'm making this video is because recently a very popular voice actor has recently deviated from the straight and narrow and laughed at a joke with his friends on Livestream that could possibly be construed as racist. I actually have the clip right here. Let's watch it. So in that clip,
how the fuck is that funny?
Was Michael Kovac, voice of Jax in The Amazing Digital Circus, and Ashley Nichols, voice of Zubul from the same show, both laughing at the word nega. But you see, Ashley is actually a person of gender, a non-binary to be exact, so she could rape someone in broad daylight and get away with it, which means most of the shit that she would have gotten from this controversy was offloaded directly into Michael Kovac for being straight, white, male, and not a person of gender. He was also in an open relationship with Ashley at one point, which means he's a cuck, marking him as a very easy target. Of course, the mob of genderqueer LGBT LGBT fat that's descended upon him, because, you know, when you're in videos called The Amazing Digital Circus Cast being the kindest and funniest humans ever, fans are going to expect you not only to be a wholesome chungus 24/7,
the kindest and funniest. Jesus Christ, bro. People who use that type of language, execution in Minecraft.
but that you were always a wholesome chungus for your entire
That will be part of my, you know, that'll be considered treason when I get in charge.
life and never deviated from that path a single time, even as a stupid kid or teenager. Of course, what else could Michael Kovac do besides apologize, which he did in the following tweet. I've just been made aware of this. This is absolutely an insensitive joke. Earlier in the stream, we heard Ashley read out a username that contained the word nega, short for negative. All of us, including chat, freaked out because we misheard what was said. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, we poked fun at the absurdity of it. However, the joke relies on the fact that it's teetering on racist, which ultimately is no different than making a legitimate racist joke.
Jeez. How are these people even, like, alive? Honest question, bro. How are they even alive?
I apologize for any harm this has caused, and for the fact that we ever thought it humorous to joke about in the first place. Racism is
like, can you imagine being this fucking soft, bro? I'm surprised he even made it into adulthood. Like, dear fucking Lord, man. Can you imagine being this fucking soft?
Ever okay. And we should always strive to be kind and lift each other up. Right on, Michael. Very cool. There's a reason the Negachin was a bad guy in the first place. Now, one detail I left out until now is that the stream is talking about is motherfucking 7 years old. Michael is 30 now, so he was around 23 during the time of the stream.
Wait, it was 7 years old and he's apologizing for it now? Jesus, man.
But people still seem to care a lot about it. And instead of telling them to just fuck off, which is how you prevent these things from happening repeatedly and worse every fucking time until you end up like Dream, he decided to apologize like a pussy shit little f***. Of course, this would have the effect you'd expect. People smelled blood in the water and decided to dig for even more bullshit, which resulted in them finding an animation of a Goku X Anne Frank fanfiction he participated in that I actually watched when it was first uploaded, and it really wasn't all that offensive.
Did she give him a ballpoint pen?
At all, yet Michael still continued to apologize with this tweet. When I was a teenager and even into young adulthood, I would audition and voice act for a lot of parody content that was dubious, immature, and not great, but unfortunately wasn't uncommon between 2010 to 2016. This particular video is making fun of a really horrible fanfic, and while it doesn't glorify it, is certainly in bad taste, and doesn't do a good job of clarifying that it's against the material it's parodying. I wouldn't work on something like this today, nor would anyone else involved. This offers a little more.
I guess Goku wanted that Jussie. So, brutal, dude.
More pushback in explaining that a lot of the shit he did back in the day was a product of its time, but then goes on to show more trolls remorse and apologize. Also, that animation was an adaptation of that fanfic. It wasn't a criticism of it, and you guys made it for no other reason than because you thought it was funny. Don't even pretend. He's also trying to distance himself from this project, acting like he was just a voice actor, when him and Moogie Mikey were like really close friends that worked on a lot of stuff together. But we'll get to that in a bit. By responding to this at all, he just proved that he's extremely easy to fuck with and get a response out of. So that's like another entire bucket of blood dumped into the water. And it's starting to attract IRL trolls.
Yo, it's my Nega! What's up, Nega?
And of course, not even Michael Kovac, but Glitch themselves tweeted about this dumb kid fucking around at a convention instead of just ignoring it. We were made aware of horrific and hateful behavior from a specific individual around our Glitch booth today, and we have contacted Level Up staff to take action and have them removed and permanently banned. We have also told our staff—
Holy fuck. Can you imagine being this fucking soft, bro? Again, like, public beatings should be enforced on motherfuckers like this. Like, damn, man. It should be illegal to be this fucking bitch made.
Staff not to serve him, others featured in that video, or anyone exhibiting any behavior that would make members of our community feel unsafe or unwanted. These idiots are not representative of our community and fans, and we want to make any Glitch event as safe as possible for all. We condemn absolutely any hateful, discriminatory, or dumb fuckwit behavior. Be kind to each other. And if you can't, then piss off. We don't want you here.
You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior.
Yeah, so anybody with a sense of humor, you get the fuck out of here. But if you're one of the people trying to cancel our voice actor for laughing at the word nega 7 years ago, well, we like you can say. Listen, you know the results are in, right? People like the AVGN and Nostalgia Critic have already demonstrated that the way you make controversies like this go away is by completely ignoring them. So now you've not only demonstrated to cancel-hungry woke motherfuckers that you'll bow your heads and apologize for every perceived infraction, no matter how minor, but you've also signaled to everyone else who just thinks it's funny that you're extremely easy to fuck with, which again is making it a lot more likely that something similar will happen in the future. This might not be directly from Michael Kovac, but he did retweet it. It's kind of fucking dumb to disable replies on all of your tweets, yet retweet your detractors' greatest hits. Alright, Michael, so if you're willing to apologize for something from 7 years ago and beyond, what if I pulled something up from over 10 years ago that's far, far worse than any of this? I'm not doing a hypothetical. I actually have something like that, and it's been sitting on my hard drive for the past decade or so. It's called Robotnik. It was a yearly Christmas special created by the YouTuber Moogie Mikey with 5 episodes and a visual novel. It is also one of the most offensive things I've ever seen in my entire life.
I'm shitting in your chimney!
The reason I'm bringing this up is because Michael Kovac played the character of classic Eggman in the series, who would go on adventures with modern Eggmans where they would commit crime and try to molest children. Like, literally, their entire characters are just being extremely degenerate gay pedophiles with no limits except for not jacking off to Banjo-Kazooie. To give you an episode summary, episode 1 and 2 are the Robotnik Clauses becoming mall Santas so that they can get off when children sit on their dicks, ending with them getting thrown in prison for fucking each other in public in front of said children.
Hey, bitch! Lick my ass! Okay, Papa Smurf!
Ah, security! Security! Where the fuck is security?
Hey, yo! Stop being so pissy! We're trying to celebrate Muhammad's birthday here!
Episode 3 is them getting out of prison, but missing the non-stop gay sex they'd have with other men in there, so they kidnap the elf from previous episodes and set out to commit more crime, hoping that they can get arrested and thrown back in prison. These crimes include breaking into a house and shitting under the Christmas tree, breaking into a woman's house and impregnating her in her sleep with a turkey baster, and more, all of which they framed Elf for, to give him the gift of the jail time that they wanted. There's also a scene where Sonic talks about wanting CP for Christmas.
Hell nah! I asked for something ultra manly!
Isn't that black dildo up an eye in a Spencer's?
No, I want a shitload of child porn!
That's actually pretty neat!
Yeah, I want to sell it so I can frame Shadow. I'm still not over that shit he pulled in 2001.
Do you have to sell all of it?
In episode 4, Elf follows the Robotnik Clauses around while they continue their degenerate escapades, starting with them bouncing children off of their dicks, down a slide and into a ball pit, and ending with them basically raping Elf to death. And episode 5, I honestly don't even want to talk about episode 5. They do a bunch of shit with a baby, that's all I'm gonna say. It's really disgusting and not even funny. Like, up until that point, I thought it was pretty fucking funny in a shock humor kind of way. Yeah, they're making pedophile jokes, but it's not like Vito Gesualdi, who just runs around saying he's literally a pedophile who wants to rape your kids, and that's supposed to be the entire joke. The characters in the show are obviously written to be extremely fucked up in a way no person would want to emulate, so basically they were just trying to be as edgy as possible. I don't believe anybody involved in this was a pedophile. I think one guy got outed later, but that's besides the point. The point is that this series was just supposed to be as shocking and offensive as possible, and it did a pretty damn good job at it. So is Michael gonna get down on his knees and apologize for this too if it ever gets attention? If a bunch of people actually watch this fucking video all the way through? I mean, this is some pretty bad fucking shit. You're gonna have to beg and plead for your life if you don't choose to just ignore it or tell people to fuck off. Because that's the precedent that your kind of behavior results in. Now, like you said, some of this was done when he was a minor, but by the end, he was a young adult. Where's the line? And are you going to allow other people to decide where it is for you? Here's some of his best lines, by the way. Take it all in.
Well, I still got some hot action with some little boys, so I'm doing all right. You fucking dick! If you lay one finger on her, I'm going to beat you with a Megaton's core!
What was it you planned on accomplishing here?
Giving our hefty sacks of tiny white presents to good little children! Yeah! He means that we're going to stick our penises into them! Here you go, sweetie, a special something from Mrs. Clyde.
A Hitler doll?
Yeah, you spiky cunt! He has karate chop action! It's supposed to go with the Helen Keller doll.
Don't you mean Anne Frank?
I know what I said. We're gonna molest the 1%. And then, after a few days, the corpse will blow, which is the perfect time to put your fat dick in. Oh shit! Hold on a minute, we gotta go! We got more kids to sodomize. I think we each nailed an entire group of choir boys. Let's rub our jack on the kids without them knowing. Yo, I think I'm gonna stick some of these candy canes up my ass before we pass them out. Fuck you, you little tumblerista. I'm a fan of calling out names of kids during unwanted fornication.
Now that sounds nothing like him, so you're probably wondering how I know that's actually him. Well, other than him appearing in the credits sometimes as the Vatcher, here's a live-action video of him and Mookie Mikey hanging out in real life and doing the voices.
Hello there, this is Dr. Modern Robotic. I just totally messed that up. And this is... Hey, I'm Classic Eggman. I fuck bitches for money.
God damn it.
It's okay. We can keep going. Whatever. Fuck it. We've got Bob. We've got Bob Blast, motherfucker. Right in front of Taco Bell. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Let's drink this shit.
God damn it.
And do note, this is just the stuff I archived. They've done worse, like their Nerd Slayer series where they said slurs constantly. If anyone watching has archives of those videos, please let me know because I fucking love them. There was also like an improv audio that Michael and Moogie Mikey did together where they're pretending to be the Eggman and they're raping a dog.
So basically it's the classic story of a guy who used to be edgy and then he started getting paid and had to become a woke fucking loser. So, you know, it's literally like fucking Dream all over again, where, you know, Dream used to fucking argue on the fucking Donald on Reddit and be like kind of based, but then he got really popular, saw the money, and then pretended to be like fucking a lefty woke motherfucker, and then it ends up backfiring, and, you know, many such cases.
To death, and then...
The moral of the story is don't fucking cater to these freaks.
After it dies, they call it the N-word. It was fucking awful. Like, it was shock humor for the sake of shock humor, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't find it humorous. Of course, I have no proof for this, so you're free to just not take my word for it, but if you've seen these videos before, leave a comment and tell me what you remember. Now, I want you to look at the screen and read these tweets, and tell me if you would rather have these people be your fans, or people like me who don't really care what you say or do as long as you're funny and not doing shit that's actually morally reprehensible, like abusing animals or molesting children. Now here's a follow-up question. Why do so many of you retards pander to the stupid motherfuckers who will destroy you the second you step out of line just a little bit? You are literally tying your own noose, then trusting the bloodthirsty crybabies who require a new victim every week not to pull the chair out from under you. Even Gooseworks, the creator of Digital Circus, fucking hates this fan base.
Niggas. They only think about chicken. They're black!
Pretty much any person or show that makes themselves super palatable to the hypersensitive and people of gender ends up either living in fear or regretting it. You can tone down the edge in order to be more palatable to a wider audience. That's what the people who worked on Smiling Friends did, but I don't see them on their knees disavowing every single offensive thing they've ever done and begging for forgiveness. You didn't grow as a person and become better because now you grovel at the feet of the people who put you through struggle sessions when you say not even the wrong word, but something that sounds vaguely similar to the wrong word. You're not becoming morally superior by supporting the current thing. I think the moral of the story here is stop being a fucking bitch and apologizing for offensive jokes people dug up from a million years ago. And when they do, either ignore them or tell them to go pound sand, or else they'll keep fucking doing it. You are not...
Or just double down and call them a slur.
Squeaky clean. Nobody is. Stop passing yourself off as an ooh-woo wholesome chungus who has...
Call him a fanook and just
all the
say,
right political opinions because...
It's just pathetic, bro.
If you were born in the 90s, you were screaming the N-word at people on Xbox Live and engaging in casual racism when you're alone with friends, just like everyone else. And honestly, you probably still do, because...
That's the thing, bro, is like everybody used to be racist to each other all the fucking time, and nobody took that shit seriously.
As much as you hate to admit it,
unless you were a fucking loser,
it's fun. Before I end the video, I just wanted to show you this video of a furry who was dedicated enough to get a Jax tattoo with Michael Kovac's signature under it, and now regrets it less than 48 hours later because he laughed at the word nega 7 years ago.
Special thanks to Mr. Kovac again for letting me...
What do I even do in this situation? Where do I even begin? It's still under the second skin. Not even 48 hours. What do I fucking do in this situation?
Anyway, this is the end of the video. Like, comment, maybe subscribe.
Maybe you shouldn't fucking tattoo yourself with some random person on the internet's fucking signature. I don't know.
maybe not, because I don't know how many more of these drama videos.
But dude, tattoos are so deep and meaningful, guys.
I'm going to be doing. This is a new channel I'm just kind of doing in my free time, so I'm still figuring out how to go about it. I think I want to talk about a video game next, to be honest. This has been Chocobro.
Alright, let's see. Tattoos are disgusting. I agree, I don't like tattoos at all. Not a fan.
Oh yeah, I was watching some stuff on PSA. I have been so...
We're speeding this up.
Glued to everything that's been going wrong in the TCG community. I've always hated PSA. I've spit on them a lot over the years, but I didn't even realize just how deeply corrupt the company was. Like, it's bad, and I've always known it's bad, but it's much worse than I thought. How many of you are familiar with the PSA buyback scandal? Anyone ever heard of it? Wow, most people haven't heard of it. This channel here did a good breakdown of it. Here, let me skip around a little bit and show you.
If you've seen something like this, let me know down in the comments below, because this might be a problem that we need to sort of dig into a little bit further. But you have this post over here from Twitter where this person basically says their grades popped, they've done a grade reveal. I think they got 30 odd cards graded. All of them came back as PSA 9s, if I recall. The account over here is Preston PZPTCG on X.
No, you're thinking of a different thing. That was the lenticular. That was a more recent PSA scandal with the potential swap. I'll sum it up. The buyback scandal is it started here, really. A user realized that their 9s that PSA had bought back from them, he checked the cert and saw that they actually got regraded to a 10. So to break it down, PSA has a system where they make offers, where they will offer to buy back some of your cards. So they graded his cards at a 9, and then made an offer to buy the cards at a 9 at that value. And then they turned around and apparently regraded those 9s to a 10, and PSA sells these cards. PSA sells their cards. So like with the lenticular that I talked about, they sold a card for $45,000. So they actively engage in this market. So they have a huge incentive.
No, they do not. PSA does not sell cards. PSA, let's repeat it one more time, does not sell cards. The cards on the PSA account are consignment. The people who buy a card when you go through the buyback program are not PSA themselves. They are authorized dealers who have access to PSA's back end.
A big conflict of interest to lowball grades, make an offer, get the cards back for cheap, up the grade so they can sell it for more. So they double dip. You pay for the grading, and then they also have an upcharge. So if your card grades high and it's a very valuable card, they will charge you more. Even though it doesn't take more work for them, they want a bigger piece of the pie. So if you have a card, like a really valuable card, like let's say it grades and it's a card that's worth, fucking $250,000 is what it is. So you have like a base set PSA 10 Charizard, first edition. They will upcharge you $10,000. For that grade, even though it didn't take them anything else to do. It didn't cost them more money to grade it. So
no, that's for the fucking shipping and insurance.
If your card's more valuable, they charge you more for that. So you're paying for that. You're paying to ship.
That's for the insurance. Holy fuck, man.
The card to them, and then they might undergrade your card, offer to buy it back from you, and then they will up the grade themselves and sell it for more. That was the buyback scandal in a nutshell. It's fucking diabolical. Like, genuinely, like, shocking. I had heard bits and pieces of it. I had never seen the whole thing until I was, like, reading about it and then watching some from Dan the Cardman on it. But it's insanity. Genuine insanity that anyone would still use PSA. It's literally a triple dip, actually. Because you pay to ship the PSA. Then you have to pay the upcharge if it graded high. So, like, maybe it upcharges you to $300 because it grades at something.
So, wait, let's get this straight here for a second. PSA upcharges you if they grade the card higher. So wouldn't PSA be motivated to, I don't know, give you a higher grade off the bat in order to charge you more money? Because there's no guarantee that they're going to buy it, or the person's going to sell it to the buy it back program. So wouldn't it be in PSA's best interest to jack everybody's grades up? So the value of the card goes up, and therefore the amount of money they charge per grading fee goes up. I mean, call me crazy, but
I'll make it worth $5K. They look at what the value of what they just graded is and then upcharge you based on that value. That is insane to me. Because it doesn't matter. If they graded it at a 4 or a 10, and if the card's worth $10 or $10,000, it didn't change the work that went into the grade. Why are they upcharging? Because they're greedy monsters.
Because it costs money to ship back if you're insuring it.
They're greedy little assholes, these fucking goblins. So then they do that, and they have the offers program where they're literally incentivized to prey on you. by undergrading your cards, making you a lowball offer to get them back, so that way they can turn around and sell it themselves at a higher grade.
If you have like a multi-tens of thousands of dollar card, it goes through a special shipping service. It doesn't go through FedEx or UPS or anything like that. It goes through like an armored company.
Crazy. It's crazy. Didn't they artificially inflate the prices of PSA cards so they would sell higher at auction houses that they own so they would get a percentage of the sales? Didn't see that? Maybe. That one I don't have any knowledge on. Don't forget the part where they'll damage your cards and try to make you sign an NDA to not talk about it. That is, again, part of the lenticular one that I covered like a month ago, where they damaged this card, fucking torched it, and then wanted him to sign an NDA and lowballed him on what the value of the card was. It's a disgustingly scummy company. I have disliked PSA for very, very long. And
dude, people love to talk about all the shit PSA does wrong. But the motherfuckers grade how many millions of cards a month? So people can find 2 examples every few weeks of, oh no, dude, something happened. But nobody talks about the 3+ million cards a month that have no problems. None. Absolutely fucking none. So, PSA is the market leader for a reason. People trust them. They have the history in the hobby. And on top of that, they have probably the best looking slabs. So, again, when you're processing X number of cards per month in the millions, shit's gonna happen. It's just part of it.
I am constantly vindicated with every new thing I learn about them. Granted, these aren't super new. Like, this was being talked about 6 months ago. Buyback scandal was 4 months ago. Lenticular was like a month ago. Like, none of this is super new, but people keep using them. People continue to use PSA in spite of all of this blatant
millions of cards a month. And you named 2 examples.
corruption. Like, I was looking at PSA's response, and their response to it is not very good. Like, nothing they say really justifies it. They blame it on, like, mistakes and something like that, or a misunderstanding. I think that's trash. A company like PSA, with the market share they have, can't be doing shit like this. And off-rip, the offers program is an immediate conflict of interest. That should never exist. That shouldn't exist. PSA should not be reselling their graded cards. I hate this company, man. I really do. Like, all of this evidence.
Oh, that's interesting. So here, listen to this. A lot of confusion still about how I can say with confidence that this is a one-off situation. So this is the guy whose cards that it actually is. My challenge from PSA... Oh, wait. My changing from a PSA 9 to PSA 10 was a unique situation triggered by someone in PSA who saw my original post displaying all the 9s. It was obvious that the grades were originally... the grades originally given were not fair. And so the entire sub was regraded. This was done without my knowledge, and PSA did not know I had already accepted buyback offers. I know this raises other concerns, but no fraud or malicious activity was taking place. So what happened is he raised a stink on social media. Someone from the PSA, like, I guess, customer service team saw it and were like, hey, we'll regrade your shit for you for free. But in the process of doing that, he already accepted the buyback offer. So basically, PSA was trying to make it right. Brutal, dude. They were actually doing something good. In my screenshot, you can see that the cards I sold back were updated to say PSA 10. So if this has happened to anyone else, they would be able to go back and verify, which many have done already and have not found any issues. So there you go. It was PSA trying to make it right because they saw the post on social media. It's like when I had a card that I bought. I bought a PSA 10 Groudon EX, and there was a little piece of plastic that was encapsulated in the slab from probably like 15 years ago. You know, I bought the card off of eBay, so I sent it in to get reholdered so they could take the little piece of plastic out, and I just wrote on the back of the slab, like, you know, like, warning, piece of plastic stuck inside, so they were just careful with it so they didn't scratch it up or anything. And what happened is once they got the card, they refunded my reholder fee, upgraded me to Express, and shipped it back within 2 days. No cost to me whatsoever. They even gave me a credit for the shipping that I paid there. So, for all the negative shit, they do stuff right. So I have an actual anecdotal example of how, you know, they actually gave me good customer service without even asking for it. So I was willing to pay to get it reholdered because I bought the slab from somebody else. It wasn't even my submission, and it was a submission from like 15 years ago. So I don't know, dude. A company with this much shit moving at all times is going to have issues. But the fact of the matter remains is PSA is #1 for a reason, and they will continue to be #1 for a reason. Because, you know, for all their faults, people obviously like grading with them. People like buying PSA slabs, and for the most part, there's not really anyone out there doing it better. So
out here leads me to just one conclusion, that they're just truly fucking rotten to the core. Do CGC or Tag do anything similar? I don't know shit about CGC. Tag is the most...
CGC is terrible, bro. They've been caught so many times grading fake shit.
Interesting to me because they use a machine to do it all, so you can actually see why your cards got the grade that they did.
Dude, Tag gets shit wrong all the time. Tag can't detect indentation. So you can crack PSA 5, send them to Tag, and you'll get a 9 in some cases.
Versus just this nebulous concept of what maybe caused the grade. So I like that idea, but there's no consistency with Tag from what I've seen. You can have the same card graded 5 times through Tag, and it's a different grade every time. There's a channel that had a good video on that. I think it was Java something. Yeah, here it is. Is Tag grading as consistent as they claim? But I don't know anything about CGC. But like I said, I like the concept of Tag, but they're clearly just not at a point where it's consistent enough to be usable. There's been conversation about PSA for a long time. Like it's not a big conspiracy or anything. Like there is a reason so many people actively advocate against PSA in the sports card community. It's mainly...
No, there's not. There really is not.
TCG players like Pokemon scalpers and shit that use PSA. From what I've seen...
No, Pokemon scalpers use CGC because it's $8 grading.
It has totally changed, and like sports card collectors don't use PSA.
Sports card collectors don't use PSA? Dude, he is so fucking out of touch. Good lord. What the fuck are you talking about?
For reasons like this, I imagine, for all of this that gets discussed. I know that they say the insurance. You can see it on here. One of the ways that PSA tries to...
That's a crazy cope, dude. That's a crazy fucking cope. Sports collectors absolutely fucking use PSA. They use PSA by a massive margin.
Squeak out some kind of justification for their...
Like, the only other big name in sports grading is Beckett. And if you compare... Hold on. Yeah, Beckett's the only other large name in grading. So, let's see. PSA grades 2+ million cards a month, while Beckett processes approximately 100,000. So let's assume half of that is Pokemon, which is probably being way too generous. That's still 1 million fucking sports cards that are going through PSA. So let's just assume the same ratio for Beckett. It's only 50,000. People prefer PSA for sports. That is a fucking massive cope.
Absurd upcharges is the insurance, our big insurance. That's why we have to do that. You get the insurance buff. I know. I don't think it's justification at all, though. It's truly outrageous. Apparently PSA bought Beckett. No wonder the recent manga grading has no consistency or criteria. Yeah, PSA bought Beckett a while ago. But Beckett doesn't have nearly the amount of shit that PSA does. So.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. We need another anecdotal piece here. Give me a minute, guys. This will be worth it. Beckett doesn't have any of the problems PSA does. Wait for it. Give me a second. Alright, I got him. I had to find him in my box of slabs. Yeah, here we go. This should be quite enlightening. So this is from one submission, guys. This is from one submission I sent in of Final Fantasy cards. Now, we have two unique instances here that are pretty funny. So let me just get a good picture. Make sure. All right. Wait for that to send. Beckett has no problems. Yeah, no. Anyone who grades Beckett knows they have zero quality control. I've had black labels where the fucking label fell down into the section where the card was. Like, really bad stuff. But here we go. Oh, I'm going to have to download them. Give me a second. Alrighty. So, we have Exhibit A here. We have Exhibit A. Now, as you can see when I zoom in on this part, there is a massive fucking, like, grind mark across the front of this card. This is how it arrived to me from fucking Beckett. They literally, like, ground something into the front of the slab and still shipped it out to me, damaged, immediately after grading. Like, that's completely fucked, bro. I've never had this happen with PSA. And if I did, they would automatically say, oh, we will fix that, send it back, we will reholder it for you. Beckett said, you can send it in for $15 and we will reholder it. So they wanted me to pay to have it fucking reholdered because they fucked up the front of the slab. So now we move on to Exhibit B. Now, this is the front of the card, guys. Do you notice anything different about these two cards in particular? Do you notice anything different about the two slabs you're looking at right now, aside from the scratch mark and the coloring? Is there anything that sticks out to you? Because, you know, this is pretty obvious. This is pretty fucking obvious, bro. They put the card in upside down. So this is the front of the card, which should be flipped over. They put the front on the back of the slab, and the back of the card is in the front of the slab. So that's the reason why the B is backwards. The label should be flipped. They put the card in the wrong way. I couldn't find the one that's upside down, but there's also one of those too that I have, where they put the card in literally upside down, where it's like her head would be like down here, but it's a different card, not this one. But, you know, just for demonstration's sake, you can see kind of the quality standard you get with Beckett, and this is within the same submission. So that's what I mean. Like, I find that laughable, bro. Like, I know people who grade solely with Beckett, and they constantly bitch about the quality control issues. And then Beckett wants you to pay to have them fix their fuck up. PSA does it for free. If you catch them doing anything that's not kosher, they will like immediately say, hey, we will fix that. You know, let us fix that. We won't make you pay for it. Beckett's like, oh yeah, you can send it in. It's $15 for a reholder. Why do I have to pay for your fucking mistake? But, you know, that's how it goes. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because that's a hell of a revisionist story if we're going to run with the narrative that Beckett has no fucking problems like PSA does. Because Beckett has far more problems, and they don't even grade 1/10 of the cards that PSA does in a month. So, yeah, anyway, I just wanted to pull that up because I thought it was funny.
I don't know if they've fully corrupted Beckett yet. I don't know enough about Beckett. I don't like grading in general. I don't think there's any grading companies out there right now that are truly, like, reliable. PSA has really tainted my view of the entire thing. Opinion on other grading companies. What's what I was just saying? I don't know shit about CGC. Tag has a good idea from taking out, like, the guessing element. Okay, here.
Today we are putting Tag Grading's biggest claims to the test. I cracked out 7 cards from different grading card companies to see what those cards would grade at Tag. A Tag 8, or if it has changed in grade. Let's check it out. Here we go. Tag 7. Interesting. So we went.
So there's no consistency with the machine they use right now. So that he runs these cards through multiple times and gets different results, which is that's unacceptable, especially if you're using a machine that's supposed to be so consistent. But what I like about the idea is that they show you everything, why your card got the grade that it got, and it even gives you like the scans of the card and points out like all of the measurements and like what not.
PSA does the same thing. Same with Beckett. So, not anything new. PSA already does this.
It points, but it clearly gets it wrong, and it's not consistent. The idea is good. The technology isn't there, or rather, I guess the company doesn't have the technology required to actually be consistent. But of all the grading companies, this one has the best idea. PSA, I think, is just beyond corrupt, top to bottom. There are so many scandals and so much garbage that you can pull from PSA. I would never trust them. Beckett, I know very little about. CGC, I know nothing about. But at the end of the day, outside of Tag, your card grade is totally just up to the person's mood that's grading it that day. And you never know why your cards grade at whatever they come back at. They don't tell you. You have to guess. And there could easily be some shady shit going on there where maybe they don't want a whole lot of 10s out there. Maybe you gave them a 10, but by having more 10s in the population, it's going to devalue the other 10s out there. So maybe they decided to give you a 9 instead. Like, there's just too much guesswork. I just wouldn't trust it. PSA basically has a monopoly, right? Not a monopoly, but they are by far the biggest. Again, this channel also has something covering their market share dominance.
We're once again month-to-month.
Oops, hold on. There. So still most people are choosing PSA, but that's for TCG. Sports card graders are not doing PSA from what I've seen.
Okay, but what are they using then? What are they using if they're not using PSA? What is being graded sports-wise at these companies? Because nobody grades CGC for sports. You never see it. Beckett and PSA are the only two for sports that you see. Maybe you see a little bit of SGC, but not very much. Not very much. People grade PSA, bro. Let's see. Look, football was the slowest growing sport at 15% month over month. So at PSA, football card grading is going up.
Doing Beckett, especially since they sell their own graded cards, it invites corruption. Exactly. That's why I think the offers program is just completely unacceptable from PSA. I used to work at GameStop, so we'd send cards to PSA to get graded. I believe the biggest upcharge I ever saw was like 1K. Oof. That upcharge, man, I can't get over this shit. The upcharge is so crazy.
Your card is worth more, or your card that maybe you thought was going to get a PSA 7, 8, or 9 now grades as a 10, meaning it's worth more.
Bro, if you have a $250,000 card, I will happily pay 10 grand for the fucking upcharge. Who cares at that point? That's like literally splitting hairs. Dude, if PSA takes my $3,000 Charizard and makes it worth $250K, let's just say for example, am I really going to be like, oh man, I don't want to pay that 10 grand? Ugh. Like, no, I'm going to be like, fucking thank you. Thank you, PSA, for literally getting me a fucking house in the form of a slab.
So they go ahead and charge you a higher tier. And the way that
like, I'm going to be thrilled to pay that 10K.
Works is something as simple as this. If you use the express service, what their policy states is that you can only do this for cards up to being a value of $2.5 grand. Now, if your card is worth more because it gets a PSA 10, they say, hey, you know what? We're going to charge you $299 because we have to cover our insurance premium. We can do this up to $5 grand. So your card is now worth more than $2.5 grand. It's worth less than 10 grand. So we're going to charge you this amount of money. So they therefore charge you $150 more than what you originally paid. Now, this becomes a bigger problem when it's more expensive cards. I
just think it's so fucking gross. It's so gross. And all of that hinges on the idea, by the way, that your card sells at that value they give it. So who's to say that the card that they grade that right now is worth over $5,000 is still worth over $5,000 a year from then? What if it crashes?
What? Bro, they use Card Ladder, which literally is last sold. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck are you... Bro, what if in 25 fucking years it's not worth as much? Okay, when did you grade it, though? 25 fucking years ago. It's assessed at the current market value, not 20 years into the future. And most likely it's going to go up.
Right? Then what? Are they going to refund you the difference? No, of course they're not. It's so fucking dumb. And it's not like it instantly can be turned around and sold at that price. So you will be...
Yes, it can! Yes, it fucking can! Does he not know how fucking liquid the TCG market is? Oh my god, bro, you can literally sell anything for 87% on the fucking spot if you're talking about a card of this value. 5,000 and up, you can easily get 90% from any vendor who's worth their fucking salt. Within an hour, you could find somebody to cash you out of a $200,000 card. That's the type of money that's at play in this fucking hobby.
Waiting, and it might go down, maybe it goes up, but it could very well go down. It's all speculative. It's so stupid. Ugh. You see scalpers coming from Magic now? I saw the Costco buyout. Yeah. Did anyone actually play with the cards? You're just collecting and scalping. For Pokemon cards, that's basically just scalping, not even collecting. It's just people chasing the big hits to try and sell. Oh yeah, I've been glued to this topic for the last couple days. The scalping has gotten so bad in every TCG. I'm seeing fights every day and all kinds of degeneracy. So I was looking into the grading and shit, especially after the lenticular stuff. And then of course I come across all of the upcharge and buyback stuff. It's so fucking terrible. It's gross, man. It's so gross. You know it's crazy when Yu-Gi-Oh! Isn't staying on the shelves. Okay, let's not get carried away. They're not coming for Yu-Gi-Oh! The overframes have been hyped, but it's mainly the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. There is no... I could be very wrong. I might eat these words.
Nah, vintage Yu-Gi-Oh! Is doing well, but yeah. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh!'s dog shit. It's not worth even the toilet paper it's printed on.
I don't think there's any chance the scalpers will find any success in Yu-Gi-Oh! And I don't think they're going to try. That is just not a TCG where people engage in this kind of degeneracy because it just doesn't sell. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is perpetually reprinting, so no one gives a fuck. Scalpers and street vendors have been a thing forever in Yu-Gi-Oh! They just don't have vending machines outside Target.
Griffin only has energy like this when it involves his kid's car. Dude, it is the one hobby I actually have left that I actually have passion for. So, I love my children's cardboard, bro. What can I say? It's the one thing that gets me going. You know, gaming used to be a passion, but it was ruined. So... my children's cardboard is quite literally the only thing I have left that makes me feel alive.
It's to be abused, but it's very much a thing. You go to any event, you'll hear 100 different wannabe vendors say, I'll pay 65% TCG player price. Like, I know it exists, but it's not like this. Like, it's just, you are never, ever, ever going to turn around and sell a PSA 10 Starlight Sky Striker. It's just not going to happen. Because
yes, it will.
In Yu-Gi-Oh, people will go for max rarity decks, but they play it. So you can sell raw Sky Striker Starlights. That'll happen for sure. But you're never going to be turning around and actually selling slabbed Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Fucking nobody wants.
Nobody wants slabbed Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Bruh, I literally have half a fucking frame filled with slabbed Yu-Gi-Oh cards. What the fuck is this idiot talking about? Holy shit, man.
Wants those. Unless they're very rare cards, like 101s. Well, yeah, unless they're, like, extraordinarily rare, like, obviously your first ad, LOB.
Dude, no. Wrong! 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 This is pissing me off, man. This guy is just a midwit. Midwit. Let's see. What's, like, a new Yu-Gi-Oh card? Does anybody fucking... what was the one he said? Let's just check.
Unless they're very rare cards, like 101. But you're never going to be turning around and actually selling slabbed Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So you can sell raw Sky Striker Starlights. That'll happen for sure. But you're never going to be turning around and...
what was it? Sky Striker?
People will go for max rarity decks, but they play it. So you can sell raw Sky Striker Starlights.
Sky Striker Starlight. Sky Striker Starlight. I don't know what card that is. Sky Striker Ace? Is that it? Yeah, one just sold for $175, so. And raw, it looks like it's only $50, so. Yeah, I think it's Sky Striker Ace Rain or something. I don't fucking know. I don't know anything about modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I don't care, but modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Does fucking sell, man. Like, prime example, Dark, Magician, Girl, Quarter Century, PSA 10. Yeah, you can literally just go through this and, like, see. You can just see tons of sales. Yeah. Stuff sells every fucking day. I don't know, man. It's just... He just isn't in tune with this, and he's talking authoritatively when he really shouldn't.
That'll happen for sure, but you're never going to be turning around and actually selling slab Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Fucking nobody wants those. Unless they're very rare cards, like 101s. Well, yeah, unless they're, like, extraordinarily rare, like, obviously your first ed, LOB, Dark Magician, Blue Eyes, stuff like that, but that's not gonna be common. Some of the Elemental Heroes, but even still, that's not common. I'm very confident you won't see this kind of shit.
Dude, people buy Ghost Rares like fucking crazy slabbed. People buy the Pharaoh Rares. People buy the Quarter Century Rares. People buy the Ultimate Rares. People buy the fucking metal promo cards. You know, I don't know what world he's... Like, premium gold slabs are worth a shit ton of money because they're so hard to grade.
Spread into Yu-Gi-Oh! I could eat those words, and I'm sure people will try to do it, but it's never going to be successful. We'll see. Yu-Gi-Oh! Reprints too much, the product is too available, and nobody actually cares about, like, just collecting it. They play it. They play the max rarity cards. It's kind of gone under the radar, but do you see the Chile Pokemon card assassination? No. What? Oh, actually, wait, here's a whole news report. 2 people arrested in connection with the disappearance of a young Pokemon card vendor, who apparently was found dead. Holy shit.
Hello, good afternoon. Of course, because the formalization of the 2 defendants who are believed to be the perpetrators of the death of Camilla, this young woman who is dedicated to selling Pokemon cards, has just been completed. Let's go back a bit to when this happened. This was in mid-March, when this young woman, only 20 years old, who was then dedicated to selling these Pokemon cards, went missing. What is happening? There are several hypotheses that have been considered here. But of course, on it, so far the result
Is this just AI?
of this formalization is the first...
I guess it's a dub thing, never mind.
120 days of investigation have been given to be able to clarify more of the events that occurred during the disappearance of this young woman and her subsequent death.
I feel like the auto-dub is way off on what's actually being talked about here. I don't think the auto-dub is overly reliable, but it seems like she was killed. Well, she was taken, reported missing, found dead by 2 people.
Dude, I know somebody who had a gun shoved in his face, and, like, the person took a bunch of super expensive slabs. So, shit's crazy out there, man.
And the motive is reportedly Pokemon card related, not like a single Pokemon card, but Pokemon card related. It was a couple, by the way, apparently. Allegedly, it was to steal her Pokemon cards. They murdered her to steal her Pokemon cards. Holy shit. Yikes, man.
Unfortunately, in addition, the 2 defendants, 2 people, a man and a woman under 30 years old, are also being held in preventative detention. This is very relevant because it was what the public prosecutor's office was requesting, which the ombudsman's office for these 2 defendants also tried to modify. Now, what happened? This young woman was selling Pokemon cards in a community of young people who exchanged these cards. She was moving around
trade show
where she had an approximate value of cards worth around 3,000 pesos. This would be the method of procedure.
What?
Why? The reason why the defendant would...
So they kidnapped and killed her to steal 3,000 pesos worth of Pokemon cards. What the fuck? What?
Just third world things. But we need another 10 million immigrants right now, guys. Another 10 million immigrants right now. These are the people you want in the country. Moist.
This is so diabolical. 172 USD, by the way.
Well, you know, as a wise man once said, MoistShiiitikal.
They're not sending their best.
What? Unreal. Unreal.
Taken this young woman in a certain way, lying to her because he had told her that it was a Pokemon card event. He took her to his apartment, and thanks to all the videos that have been shown here in the formalities, it is realized that the young woman did not leave this apartment, specifically on Monjita Street, where the young woman entered with the defendant and never left again. All of this has been captured on video, both from inside the building and from the street cameras, the footage that was shown. Now, what is the relationship between the 2 defendants? We must mention that they were a couple. For the same reason, both the relationship is being seen that the defendant would be the perpetrator and the accused would be an accessory. And for the same reason...
Cards at McDonald's. You just reminded me, in Japan, they have a quiz that you have to complete at a certain spot in order to get Pokemon product, and if you fail the quiz, they won't sell it to you. It's their effort to prevent scalpers. I was reading about it earlier. I don't know if it's true or not, or just like a joke, but I thought that was a fucking great idea. The whole hobby, dumb waste of money in the first place, they're just cards. They are just cards. And they carry a huge financial value to a lot of people, and now it's just in full hysterics, and people have lost their fucking mind over it. None of them even play the game, by the way. At all. Or collect.
Yeah, the game sucks.
I wouldn't mind if you just collected it. You don't...
Wait, nobody collects? Are you fucking retarded? Where do you think all the money comes from, you fucking dipshit? It's not just vendors selling to other vendors. They have to eventually get their money back from someone. There is such a thing as a collector at the end of the rainbow. Otherwise, there'd be no fucking point in swapping hands constantly of these cards. Eventually, somebody would just get caught holding the bag. No, people collect the absolute fucking shit out of Pokemon cards. I'm one of them, bro. I have, you know, a very sizable Pokemon collection. But, yeah, saying that no one even collects Pokemon, that's crazy, man. Pokemon is one of the strongest collector bases out there. Because for every single one of these damn Pokemon, it's somebody's favorite, and they like to collect all the cards of that particular Pokemon. Or, you know, maybe they just see some artwork they think looks nice, or whatever. It's like, that is an insane cope to say that nobody collects it. It is the most collected of the trading cards, and probably really the only trading card game that is primarily collector-centric. Because otherwise, they would just reprint everything all the fucking time. They would be like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Magic, or whatever else, you know, that people play. So Pokemon is 100% a collector-centric TCG.
Play it, I guess. If you're just a big Pokemon fan, collecting it is fine. I have a little Pokemon collection, and I've only minimally played the TCG. I mean, the best option is just having the workers rip the plastic off once you buy it, right? I think that's the best solution. I think that is easily the best deterrent. You buy a box, plastic cuts off. Some LCS...
Okay, then you sell the packs. Who cares? Who fucking cares?
They're doing that. I think that's the best way to do it. Can't resell it at that point. You can try and reseal it, but then everyone knows you resealed it and they won't buy it.
You can buy the packs.
I doubt any of these scalpers have a way to, like, convincingly reseal the product. I wonder what compels the losers to scalp to the point where we start fights and crimes. Well, I mean, it's just money, bro.
Does he not know that the packs are sealed, too?
You'd understand it if you stopped thinking about them as cards in a children's hobby, because that's not what they think of it as. They literally just see it as money. So to them, they are fighting over actual dollars, even though that's just not the reality of it. Like, to a sane person, it makes no sense, but these people have lost their fucking minds.
Sorry, bro. He hates us because he ain't us. That's all I can say. Pokemon slabs to the fucking moon. This is still the floor. Today's ceiling is tomorrow's floor. Remember that. Everybody thought 2020 prices would never fucking last. We had a crash in 2022 where prices never went down to pre-2020 levels. And now we're at all-time highs where 2020 highs look like they're cheap. So, same thing happened in 2016. Same thing happened in 2009. And the same thing happened in 1999. We've seen this before. And we'll see it again. Unless the Pokemon IP overnight suddenly becomes incredibly unpopular and everyone decides they fucking hate it and all their memories and nostalgia and, you know, I want to have that card feelings just evaporate instantly, sure, they'll crash to zero. But that's not happening anytime soon because the games still sell, the cards are still appealing to people. Kids, adults, old men, everybody's buying. So, if you're positioning yourself in very rare, low population, vintage cards that have a good conditional grading to them, I don't think you're going to lose money. There's not enough to go around. So, there is quite literally not enough of the old good inventory to go around. I mean, when you have an Umbreon that has 80,000 graded PSA 10s selling for $5,000, and then you have a Umbreon EX from 2005 that has 300 graded 9s and 50 graded 10s selling for a similar price. Which one would you rather have? The one that has 300 copies after 20 years or the one that has 80,000 after 2? Food for thought. That's all I can say. If you don't want to lose your ass in Pokemon, Modern is not usually the way to go, but you can make money on Modern and then buy you know, vintage. But yeah, there's just not enough. There's not enough, man. I mean, I have multiple copies of multiple different cards. And the EX stuff that I collect, I don't sell. So once it's off the market, it's gone, basically. In my case, like, all the cards I buy, they don't pop up again. So once they're in my collection, they vanish. So, and then there's one that I own like half the graded population on too, which I will not be revealing which card that is because I like to buy them when they pop up. And yeah. Can't packs be weighed for hits? Not the new ones. Not really, no. Can't really weigh the new ones. But anyway, I'm gonna go put these cards back before I clutter my desk again. All right. Do I ever plan on selling? The way I look at it is, what am I going to use the money for? So, I have stuff that I would sell, but like my EXs, I'm not selling. Like, I have some stuff where it's like, I have like black and white full arts, gold stars, you know, stuff like that I would sell. I don't really care too much about that shit. And then I have like some ultra modern stuff too that I'd definitely sell. But like, as far as my EX collection goes, I will always have a master set of that. Now, duplicates, maybe I would consider selling. But, yeah. But I just don't have anything to use the money on other than more cards. So it's like, do I really want to sell cards just to have money sitting in my account for no reason? Or would I rather just hold on to the cards and see if they keep going up? So, I'm not getting a house anytime soon, man. You know, I have to dramatically increase my income to even be in the price point that I'd want to buy a house at, so it's not really an option right now. So I'm not going to buy some shit box just to have it. You know, I'm not like another YouTuber, let's just say, who buys the cheapest house they can find and then bitches that nobody wants to buy it after him. But yeah, that's not my path. So if I even wanted to look at a house that would be worth buying in my area right now, I'd have to spend like basically $1 million. That's the floor. So that's like the floor. So first I'd have to move, then I'd have to figure out if I even wanted to live where I moved to long term. Or if, you know, my work would permit for me to stay there long term. So I don't know, I need to amass more wealth, I guess, in order to even consider buying a house. Because right now, buying a house would quite literally just be a liability. It wouldn't really prove to be an asset. It would be more so a vanity purchase, because my money's better deployed doing other shit. So. I would move to Texas or Florida, personally. Those would be my 2 target states. Texas or Florida. Both have no income tax, so that's the benefit. No income tax is very appealing to me because, you know, I'm basically paying 6% to live in a state I don't do anything in. Like, I don't enjoy the local life or whatever the fuck they say to justify 6% income tax. Like, I don't, you know, I don't have kids in school, so I wouldn't put them in public school anyway, so that's beside the point. But, like, I get no benefit from paying tax. I don't like where I live. I don't interact with the community. I don't have children in school. Like, there's no benefit for me paying income tax. So if I move to, like, Florida or Texas, no income tax, I keep my 6%. And if I rent something, I don't pay property tax either. So... But the illegals, Griffin, think of the illegal. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, dude. You gotta prop up the fucking, you know, ass crack of society. Exactly. But, I don't know, dude. I gotta figure out where I even want to end up before I buy something permanent like that. Which a house is pretty much just a vanity purchase at this point. You know, it's not like I'm married and have kids or anything and need a massive house. So, you know, I might as well just keep banking money and stuff. Florida is a hard location from what what I was hearing. They're driving up real estate prices, especially. Oh, yeah. Well, no, it's just everybody wants to move there. Have you seen the census projections? Wait, hold on. U.S. Census projections. House seats. Let's see. Yeah, so it looks like Florida. Let me see if I can pull this up. Maybe? No. Why can I not get this to open? Hold on. Is this it? Yeah, here we go. This is what I want. Yeah, see right here? Look at this. So Florida and Texas are both on track to gain 4 House of Representative seats. Which is like insane, man. So, yeah, a ton of people are pouring into Texas and Florida from California, from, you know, Oregon, from these states. New York especially is going to Florida. So, yeah, a lot of these red states are, you know, having their whole population massively pumped up by people fleeing the blue states. So, yeah. That's the reason why Florida is no longer a purple state, like politically speaking. It's no longer a swing state. Because all the right-wingers from all these states are fleeing to Florida and Texas. You know, people were concerned that they were going to become more liberal, but it's actually the opposite. They're becoming more and more, you know, entrenched, you know, right-wing. You swear on your mother that I have a gay accent. Thanks. Yeah, I wouldn't mind living in Florida. I mean, I wouldn't mind living in Texas either, but, you know, Florida I think I would like probably more, maybe. Just because I like the muggy southern heat, personally, you know. Texas has dry heat, other than like in Houston, which I would never live. But yeah, Florida has more of like that southern climate that I like. But yeah, I don't know. Those are probably the two states I'd want to end up in. Why wouldn't you want to live in H-Town and she? I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what's a more destructive force to Houston. The local population or the hurricanes? It's pretty tough. Griffin won't be able to stream as much in Florida when the hurricanes keep taking out his internet. Has Florida even been hit with major hurricanes recently? I mean, I know they had that one last year, but I don't think it was that bad. So, I don't know. Hurricanes don't really seem like they've been much of a problem recently. You don't really hear much about, you know, tropical storms or anything like that doing real damage. But, I mean, you just get a generator down there. So. The thing is, it seems like Florida's pretty well oiled when it comes to, like, you know, storm recovery and shit. So they've been through it so much that, you know, it's kind of a well-oiled machine to get shit back up and running. Griffin will live in Miami doing coke off an OnlyFans chick's ass. You know, man, at this point, maybe that's the best we can hope for. I mean, let's think about it this way, guys. Think about it this way. I don't know. This is kind of a dilemma to think about. So, here's a proposition for you. Would you rather date the chick that has 100 bodies and is just a total fucking whore, but does not have an OnlyFans? Or would you rather date the chick that has 2 bodies and posts like tasteful nudes on OnlyFans and makes a shitload of money from it? Which of the two would you rather have? It's a tough question. Because that's honestly the situation you're facing. I hate to break it to you. Your modern women, sire? Exactly. I mean, like, I'm not even, like, trying to be like, oh, yeah, this is an extreme... No, like, this is a genuine fucking thing. This is most likely the reality you're gonna face, especially once you get to your mid-20s. Like, dead ass, bro. Think about it. Think about it, dude. You're dating an attractive chick. She's 25 years old. She's been an adult for 7 years. If she had sex with an average of one person a month, that's almost 100 fucking bodies. One person. And we all know in college, if you're a slightly attractive woman, you're gonna have a lot of sex. So, and maybe not just with one person at the same time. So it's not even like an unrealistic number, unfortunately. Because the whole, you know, social, I guess, taboo nature of being a whore has been completely eroded. Like, all female-centric media encourages them to just be massive whores. You know, go pop your pussy, get your back blown out, take that dick. You know? The Zog slop runs through their veins. But, yeah. I don't know, dude. It is kind of a dilemma to think about. Like, would you rather have the chick that's, like, run the fuck through and has been piped down by half the fucking people on the block? Or would you rather date the chick who's an OnlyFans girl, but because she was an OnlyFans girl, she didn't feel the need to get pumped and dumped by every dude who gave her attention because she was making a shitload of money off of simps on the internet? It's just like... Fuck, man. You know, which way, Western man? Which way? It's a real dilemma, honestly. So... But anyway. But yeah, this will be a big thing in the future, which will be funny, especially now. Y'all saw the Supreme Court thing, right, where they struck down the black districts. So now all the DEI districts are gone. They're unconstitutional, so... Wah, wah. So I think, it's like 27 seats, basically, are now in play that weren't previously, if the redistricting takes effect. Which, I know Florida's already done it. I'm sure Alabama will probably do it. Mississippi will definitely do it. South Carolina will definitely do it. North Carolina might be a little bit of a struggle, but I don't know. I don't think so, because I don't think they need the governor. Tennessee and Kentucky will probably do it pretty quick, but... Yep. But remember, guys, Donald Trump is doing nothing. Literally nothing. Nothing is getting better, guys. It's only negative. It's only negative. I know Louisiana was the state that sued, so they definitely will be doing it. But anyway... And even if it doesn't take effect this midterm, in 2030, when all the population shifts, that's when it'll really matter. So, once the census takes effect, that's when it will truly matter. No, Alabama said that they're not going to hold a special election. They didn't say that they weren't going to do it. So, there's two different things. That's being misconstrued. The governor just said that she's not doing a special election for it. So, my guess is they'll just pass it, like, whatever in the House or whatever they have in Alabama. I have no fucking clue. World War 11 is coming? Exactly, dude. Exactly. What was the World War 11 meme? So that dumb fucking Elon Omar bitch who's, you know, the Somali representative from Minnesota in the House, she was reading some fucking canned line that was given to her about heckin' racism, dude. And she read it as World War 11 instead of World War II. Because she can't read Roman numerals because she's an illiterate dumb bitch who grew up in a third world shithole. So she read Roman numerals for World War II as World War 11. Yeah, again.
They're not sending their best.
Yeah, just another display of the benefits of immigration, man. What can I say? We need more! As many as possible, dude. Let's see. So, next up. Alright. Wowie zowie. Is he coping over not getting enough donos again?
Sex being the most gratifying thing for men. When you haven't had it in 10 years and you literally, the only touch you've had from a woman is her cupping the bottom of your hand when she put change in your hand. And of course, every time I speak, all I hear is that fucking faggot in my ears. You're subhuman. Why do you care so much? It's not the most important thing in life.
He can't handle the truth. Brutal, man.
All I can hear. Guy drives me fucking crazy.
Jeez.
I can't afford this shit!
Guys, I don't need comments about, oh, he doesn't get daily. Shut up. The point. I'm making a point.
He doesn't get what?
Guys, I don't need comments about, oh, he doesn't get daily. Shut up. The point.
What does that even mean?
I'm making a point. Listen to the point I'm making.
I can't afford this shit!
To do, which is why it is necessary and righteous to punish
I think you're talking about anabolic.
He's watching a video about synthetic man. Interesting.
Dildos, plays Griffin greatest Ray donor. And you look at his fucking thumbs and his goddamn, like, he's a fucking asshole. Like, and yes, don't be mad about people being assholes. Agreed. Fine. 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 But some of those fucking thumbnails, this is like the most heinous shit you'd ever seen. It's the internet that can't admit they were wrong. You mean you can't just be like Jared and say 3 words over it, right? Oh, Cappy's channel? Yeah. I'm not just Cappy fucking Jr., all right? Wait. Here.
They feel very guilty.
If enough people come out, I mean, you might actually have a shot. Beard is death, thank you. $4.99. I learned that carbs and sugar overload is worse for the liver than alcohol. Glad you're getting your checkups. Cutting carbs improves my A1C. I pass out when I get blood taken. I can't. I'm way too queasy. Thank you, Beard is Death. But yeah,
I guess I've replaced the tractor, man. I've replaced the tractor. I have become the tractor.
My problem is I really like the desserts. And
don't we all?
I don't have anything in my life that has like come even close. Of course I got fucking flies and stuff. Can I have more bugs or some other bullshit that people are going to make fun of me for on the internet? Can I have anything else happen? Fucking fly in my face right now? You know, I'm still on YouTube because I haven't been demonetized yet, but the second that fucking happens, I'm going after you fucking faggots. You know that, right? Choice. I would like to fuck.
What?
I'd like to have sex every...
What is it?
YouTube because I haven't been demonetized yet, but the second that fucking happens, I'm going after you fucking faggots. You know that, right? Choice. I would like to fuck. I'd like to have sex every single day if I could. If I could be a sex addict, I would be a sex addict. You can't fuck. You can't drink. There's like no satisfaction in the marketplace, especially for my demographic, for you guys. There's no satisfaction. There's no jobs that'll actually make you feel good. Your money doesn't buy anything. Your fucking politicians lie to your damn face the entire fucking time. Get in office. I didn't vote for any of this shit, by the way. I didn't vote for pedophiles. I didn't vote for Epstein. I didn't vote for fucking Iran war. I didn't vote for 3 fucking fake-ass assassination attempts. I didn't
Oh my god, dude. He has fully descended into fucking Lolbert territory. The TDS has eroded his mind.
Fucking vote for Eric.
Can someone as stable as Raymond handle a full-blown diagnosis of TDS? That is an interesting combination.
Kirk and all this bullshit. I didn't vote for fucking Palantir. I didn't vote for data centers. I didn't vote for 50-year fucking tax abatements for the city of Piqua. I didn't vote for that shit. In fact, almost everything that has happened since January 20th, 2025, I voted for the opposite of that thing. Or so I thought.
Like what? Care to divulge exactly what those things are?
Or so.
Can we get some examples?
I thought. Fuck, man. It's just not formally chucks with...
That's what I really love, man. You know, people always love to say, I didn't vote for this. It's like, okay, well, what's happening that you're not, happy about? It's like, oh, there's no master. Okay, we have the first time in 60 years where we have net negative immigration. You know, we got rid of 3 million people in the first year, and that was before the additional ICE funding kicked in. Not to mention, literally every single fucking federal judge on planet Earth trying to stop even, one person being removed. So, unfortunately, Trump is not the king, even though I wish he would just take the crown, because then shit could actually get done. But, yeah, unfortunately, as long as you operate within the system is literally designed to resist you at every single opportunity. So... But then Lolbert Ray would complain, he's eroding the Constitution! You can't win with these people. So, because maybe they just aren't people. Who knows? Maybe Raymond's the fucking bot, dude. But it's just, there's no winning with people like this. Like, he obviously has been influenced by the internet to, I guess turn on Trump, even though usually these people can't give like an actual example of what he was betrayed on. But anyway, we'll see. TDS takes its toll. That's a generally accepted fact at this point.
The sub. And it's look, like I was saying earlier, I didn't vote for any of this.
All right, awesome.
I didn't vote for open borders. I didn't vote for fucking...
You didn't vote for open borders? What the fuck is he even talking about? We do not have open borders, you fucking idiot. 95% of all fucking asylum claims are rejected except from white South Africans. We literally have net negative immigration for the first time in 6 fucking decades. We essentially have no illegal border crossings anymore. 3 million people were removed from the country in the past 12 months. What the fuck is he talking about? We essentially have put a moratorium on fucking H-1Bs as well because of that new $100,000 application fee. It's just, this isn't reality. So I don't know what world he's living in, but the numbers are not in his favor at all by any metric. Open borders? My guy. Oh my god, bro. It is what it is. Let's see. Resident Evil Zombified with a 5. Raymond will get a chick one day, but he'll get STDs and somehow it'll be Griffin's fault. That's right. Because I'll have given them to her first. Right? I'm the one that planted the AIDS.
Data centers. The data center thing is really little Nicky Fedtwez. I know. Somebody showed up at his house today. A chick? He didn't fuck.
You have more in common with Nicky Fedtez than you like to lead on, bro. You've taken the bait, hook, line, and sinker on this shit.
God, the amount of women that throw themselves at him is like... Whatever.
He's jealous. He's fucking jealous. Brutal, dude. Well, Raymond, in the case of little Nicky Fedtez, he's not going to be taking any women from you because Nick does not like women. So, no worries.
I just need one.
They will be coming up dry.
I just need one 25-year-old to throw herself at me. Like, do you realize, Feds, how easy it would be? How easy it would be to honeypot? Do you realize? Just get me laid. Hot little 25-year-old. That's all I want. Oh, sorry. She's of age. That's the difference I see, right? They're absolutely lying about how many they're letting in. Yeah. Is there video of it? Nick Fuentes kicks woman off porch, maybe?
You can't even pay a hook. Why the fuck would I pay a hooker? What type of retarded ass shit is that, bro? I'm gonna pay to have sex with some nasty fucking slag? Fuck that, dude. I wouldn't even want to do it for free. I can't even be bothered to talk to these bitches, bro. You don't understand. I'm above it.
Far right. Oh, this is from 2024. Was it today? Today. No, this is saying 2024. What do I search, guys? Hey, Scrocrates, why are you saying you don't have anything they want? Enjoy your time out. What do you guys get from that?
Exactly what you just gave him.
What do you get from that? Constantly reminding me that I have nothing to offer women. I know. I fucking know. I don't need you to take...
This is exactly what they get from it. The reaction. It's so easy to bait. You know, he took the bait so hard, he's shitting out the hook.
Taking your dick out again for the 15th fucking time and taking a piss on me again. God, man. Oh, my God. All right, there's no video of it from today. Did it happen today? What's Fuentes' main platform? Rumble. I don't know. He's supposedly super banned on YouTube, even though I see him on YouTube all the time. He might have been talking about the feds. No, he was talking about women, because that's always what comes in. Every time I mention a 25-year-old or 20-something, you don't have anything they want. They have to be more desperate than you. Just shut the fuck up.
That is true.
My fucking... Just shut the fuck up. I'm just so...
It's the brutal truth, dude. You know? It is what it is.
I'm done reading that shit.
You know, younger women only want older guys if they have a shitload of money. Otherwise, there's zero reason they'd want to be with them.
I just don't care anymore. I'm allowed to say what I want. My fucking ex fucked up.
Who still watches that gay Mexican Fed? I don't fucking know, bro. I don't even know. Like, Nick flip-flops so fucking much. Like, it's incredible. It is absolutely incredible that anyone with even a semblance of an IQ above 55 is not able to catch on to the fact that, you know, this motherfucker literally is just a fucking monetized, grifting contrarian. Period.
33-year-old after me when she was 20.
Well, no, most of his audience is foreigners. Like, that's the thing. If you look at, like, all his little Groiper accounts on Twitter that fucking signal boost his shit, they're, like, in fucking, like, you know, Mexico and, you know, South America, and I think some of them are in Australia, and so it's like, dude, none of them are even in the U.S. barely. He has, like, a massive international, like, foreign, you know, retard audience that doesn't even have skin in the game anyway.
I figure it's not that big of a deal to ask for a 25-year-old. Kilowatts, $5, thank you. Why it's a...
Never forget Flint, or he said Epstein had aura. I mean, that's not entirely false. You can think Epstein's a piece of shit, but he definitely had aura, bro. That's how he was able to, you know, weasel his way into high society so effectively. So that's why he was effective at what he did, is because, you know, he could rub shoulders with the best of them and fit right in. So he definitely had aura, and he definitely had a very charismatic personality. People liked being around him. That's the reason why he was able to do what he did. So I don't really think that's an unfair observation, personally. Let's see. Not Naya with the 2. I think Raymond is going a little crazy. Just a little bit. A little bit? I don't know. And Alex Maiden with the 20. Can I suggest a video? If so, where can I send it? Just send a super chat with the title. That's it. Just send the title. That's it. It's just that easy. But yeah, I can typically find it. You can't send links, so don't try that. They get auto-filtered. So just, like, copy-paste the title in.
The minority now, and everywhere I go, I hear foreign languages. It's fucking over, man. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. I don't know what you want me to say. I don't know what I'm gonna fucking do. I don't know what to do. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go.
Thailand.
Look at this. Okay, now they're gonna say 10 to 16%. White people make up 10 to 16% of total global population.
Okay.
Falling from 34.5% in 1914. Interesting date they picked. 13 to 16% by the 2020s. Forza with another rage quit. The only open we have is to stay a get ready to fight if you actually want a future long term. There's no fight. There's no fight. Yeah, you can vote for Casey Push and try to get somebody in there that might...
That's not what he means by fight.
Delay the data centers a little bit.
Why is he so hung up on the data? Like, this is such a mid-wit point, bro. The people who are anti-data center are really fucking stupid. Because you realize that if we don't build the data centers, then another country will. And then we lose control of those data centers. And then we are reliant on a foreign country for our data centers, which is a massive strategic disadvantage. Like, this is such a mid-wit fucking, oh, well, I don't like it, so it must be bad. Like, they don't think 2 steps ahead of, like, why do we need the data centers? Like, why do we need the infrastructure that the entire internet, World Wide Web, is based on? Because it makes the United States powerful. It gives us a competitive advantage on the world stage. If we own everything and we control everything, then we are not reliant on other countries. It's exactly what Trump is trying to do and was trying to do with all the fucking tariffs, is force companies to get their shit together and start pulling shit back over here. So we're not reliant on China. We're not reliant on the fucking Strait of Hormuz. We're not reliant if the Panama Canal shuts down one day. Like, the whole point of having shit in your own country is to make you independent. Because this whole globalism, global economy bullshit is a fucking fraud. It doesn't fucking work. It's a fucking unmitigated disaster for the first world. The only people that benefit from globalism are a bunch of third world shitholes who get all of our stuff essentially for free. So if we don't build the data centers, Canada will, Mexico will, South America will, the Middle East will, fucking China will. And then we have to rely on all those countries to process all that shit. No, we need it in-house. So, sure, it sucks that they're going to put up a big-ass building somewhere, but The alternative is not acceptable, in my opinion. It'd be like outsourcing our military. You know, hey, you know, Lockheed Martin, move all your manufacturing to fucking China. So that way, when we need a missile, we need to ship it all the way from overseas, from a Chinese-owned factory. Genius idea.
Will kill you and enjoy it if you try to fight back. They will lock you up in a cage. They will deplatform you. They will demonetize you. They will debank you. They will make you starve. They will take everything away from you if you actually start to get any kind of headway. This is a total subjugation. I have really tried to maintain some kind of optimism for the future. I've really tried to maintain some kind of hope to prep for war.
That was the shit that the Supreme Court struck down. You know, that was the thing that his appointed judges, you know, turned traitor on and voted against him on. Was striking down the tariffs, saying that they weren't a national emergency, quote unquote. So, again, if Trump had it his way and we actually had a Kang, like the libs love to fucking flick their bean to the idea of, you know, being arrested and beaten by Trump. Put into chains and tossed in the dungeon and tortured sexually for hours each day. Definitely not a fetish whatsoever. But anyway, you know, if we actually did have Kang Trump, for example, those tariffs would still be in place. And they'd probably be even bigger than they are. You know. But unfortunately, we live in a democracy. Hooray!
If there is actually some kind of civil conflict, most of the people on the rebelling side will be killed almost immediately.
Depends on who controls the military.
They can have a Predator drone for every man, woman, and child in this country. In the air. Simultaneously. And it'll be high enough you won't be able to see it. You think I'm kidding? They listen to everything. They know everything that's happening. There's no escaping this. I try not to think about it. I try to think about it as little
They're like Santa Claus
as possible. Because quite frankly, I am not strong enough to fight. My ass bleeds when I take a shit. I have a really hard time with that. My strength is way down. I'm having health issues. I do.
Yasuwa Nishikino with the 3 months. Appreciate it, man. Big ups, dude. Hopefully I said your name right, but much appreciated. And let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Alex with the 20. Yep, we can check it out. I will get that ready.
Do this because I have no other way to make money. I am not some spokesperson for some kind of rebellion in any capacity. There's no fight. I don't have any fight in me.
I just want to complain.
I do not advocate any kind of material violence. Personally, I do not advocate that. I want nothing to do with any kind of violence against anyone or any kind of domestic acts of anything. Let me be very clear. However, it's only a matter of time before somebody actually drives some kind of truck bomb or something into one of these data centers. Somebody in Indiana.
Dude, why is he so fucking obsessed over data centers? This is weird, bruh. It's really fucking weird. Like, what is the obsession with the fucking data centers? That is like the most retarded ass target imaginable. Oh, dude, I'm gonna blow up some NVIDIA graphics cards. That'll totally show them. Like, what? Oh, dude, this is insanity. Yeah, guys, if we just stop that obnoxious low-level hum, then everything will go back to the way it was. Jesus Christ. Like, what is this shit, man? He's fantasizing about someone truck bombing a fucking date. First of all, good fucking luck driving a truck through a fucking concrete building. Good fucking, that's all I could say. You know, good luck. Have at it. Give it your best shot.
Has already shot up a city councilman's house and left a note under the doormat saying no data centers.
He's a modern day hero.
The data center thing and $5 a gallon gas might be what breaks people, quite frankly. Because the worm has turned on the data center thing. The PR on the data center stuff with AI taking all your jobs and then do you know anybody? Like think about it this way. Every time you turn on your TV or your YouTube, your Twitter feed, all you see is headlines and stories about how everybody's getting laid off everywhere. But do you know anybody that's lost your job? Are you guys still employed? Have you lost your job to AI? I'm actually curious. I don't know. Gas is spiked. Yeah. $6 by summer. It'll be $6 in the summer. It is $4.30 right now, and it's going to be $5 within a couple weeks. AI can't do 5% of your job yet. It's not because AI can do the jobs. It's because the corporate bosses need revenue spikes through stock buys, and the only way they can increase efficiency is just axing people. And what's funny is now that all these services like Claude and the little chat GB bot and all this other shit, they're now tokenizing the whole thing.
Let's see. So Yazva with the rage quit. Appreciate it, man. You calling him a subhuman from your multi-story palatial mansion that he constructed within his head has melted what little of a brain he has left. Sad but true, man. You know, I think I've replaced the tractor. You know, he hasn't complained about the tractor in this video, so I'm guessing maybe, you know, my voice has replaced the tractor as his, like, internal, obnoxious, you know, trigger noise. I don't even know, dude. The schizophrenia has shifted tunes. We'll just say that. I don't fucking know, but, yeah. Who would have known a single word could have so much power? Imagine if I said the N-word instead.
Now, the annual cost of tokens to use the AI is...
But I appreciate it, man.
...outstripping the cost of salaried employees. I feel fine. Why are we watching this chick? Because I don't want to watch politics.
Like, I don't think I would be able to, like...
Oh, look! Another niche e-girl with less than 2,000 subscribers. Oh my god, dude. This is just an obsession.
Continue with my day and stuff, like I think I would have to go home. And then I don't think, like, I would probably tell my managers, like, yeah, I got spermed. And, like, they probably would be like, it's like, okay.
I don't know why I had fluid in my mouth when she said that. That was a mistake, taking a drink when she said that.
I, like, come to work anyway, you know what I mean? Like, it's a hard reality that we live in. He didn't, though. Like, he didn't come.
24,000 views on YouTube! 24,000 views on YouTube! 24,000 views in 4 days! I can't get over 2 right now! Oh my god!
I can't get over 2,000 views on anything I make. I can't get over 3,000. I think my last video, today's video, has like 2,400 views on it. Yeah, 2,400 views. The other day, I got 3,500 views. Petered the fuck out. Made $30. This one, 5,700 views. Made $50. 3,000.
That's a pretty good RPM or whatever, CPM, whatever the. I think it's RPM. But that's actually really good, honestly. $10 per 1,000. That's pretty solid.
It's like 24,000 views, and it's the most retarded shit I've ever heard. Literally, like I don't.
Yeah, but a girl saying it. That's how it is in gaming, man. You know, you can have a chick say the most retarded gaming takes imaginable, and people are like, "Oh my god, yes, you're so right. Here's $50."
I think I've listened to a girl on YouTube this dumb. I really don't. I love how women say white straight men are privileged, but they are this exact one. Like this is ridiculous. Paranoia. Only stupid people are breeding. The cretins are cloning and breeding. Oh, is cloning is the lyric? I just like, dude, man. 24,000 views. 24,000 views.
Yo, I have another question for you guys. Would you clone yourself if you had the opportunity? Like, if you could create a perfect clone of yourself that you could, like, raise as your son, would you want to do that? I don't know. I feel like that'd be kind of cool. I'd be tempted. I don't know. And then, like, you could just pass off all your shit to them, and they could pass, like, a biological screening. And you could, like, live on, technically. I don't know. It's kind of neat to think about. Yeah, kind of like Django Fett, exactly. I don't know. I feel like it'd be kind of neat. But I don't think we can clone ourselves, because I'm pretty sure you need the umbilical cord. So, Without that, I don't think you have enough stem cells or whatever it is they use in order to sequence the DNA.
Is it going to get worse? I still haven't. She got 6,500 views in 23 hours on the My Thoughts on Pornography. Have to not considered liver healthy.
Yeah, that'll be the question, is can they find a way to, like, transfer consciousness? That would be cool if you could, like, clone yourself and, like, you know, transfer your adult brain into, like, a 5-year-old's body or something like that. That'd be pretty fucking sick. That would be neat. That's like some sci-fi shit, dude. But, yeah, that's probably a ways out. Just, you know, going out on the limb there. What you don't understand, Griff, is that Raymond is making investments, sliding into all these girls' DMs in like 6 months to a year. He's going to be doing all of them. Maybe so, bro. Maybe Raymond will be cleaning up, and we'll all look like the fools. He'll have his niche e-girl harem that lives in his house with him, and literally all they do is make their black pill, like, doomer bait content, and then they just have a massive orgy until the sun comes up. Brutal, dude.
Cheese is high fat and can contribute. God damn it, I like cheese. Fuck.
Yeah, bro, he'll have, like, basically the equivalent of the Phase House, but for black pill content of niche e-girls.
There's, like, nothing I like that can satisfy me right now. Just, it puts you in such a bad mental hell space. It just, fuck, man. You know, if, God. You know, and the thing is, it's this double-edged goddamn thing up your ass because all the goddamn haters are right. My life is miserable.
Yeah, but that's because you make it miserable. What are you doing actively to make your life not miserable? Staying cooped up in your house all day is not the answer. Like that guy from Texas offered to have you come visit, and he was going to introduce you to some women and stuff like you could have done that. That would have been something. It's just like he doesn't want to put himself out there at all. Which, again, you can't help someone who doesn't want to help themselves. So that guy literally offered him, you know, a perfect opportunity to meet 3 or 4 women that he knew that might be interested. Or at the very least, just get out of the house and go do something different. You know, go travel and, you know, meet up with somebody who has an interest in helping you out. Like, I don't know. If life is that bad, accept the olive branch. But Griffin, you don't put yourself out. Yeah, but I'm not bitching on the internet about how fucking miserable I am 24/7. I'm pretty content for the most part.
Chips and salsa cannot be good.
What? All right. Chips and salsa cannot be good.
Man, I like cheese. I bet you I can't eat mac and cheese. I can't eat cheese. How do I deal with it? I don't fucking know. I stream and try to make money, and I don't make that much money now. And it's like, I started fucking multi-streaming, and like now, like last week, my income was really good, and like from Kick, and this past week, the payout's gonna hit tomorrow, and it's gonna be $1,000 less than it was last week. And I'm just like, I'm not ready to die. I really thought I could get laid before I die, you know? There was a part of me that if my liver is going to start giving me shit again and I really have to just go scorched earth, super restrictive, and just eat fucking steak and vegetables and eggs and make myself miserable all the time, come on, there's got to be somebody that could fuck me. Or somebody, like, I hate my life so much. Like, literally, I started getting dopamine from eating junk food. And I knew that was going to start to really bite me in the ass. And it has. I can't explain it. What do you do when you don't enjoy anything? And like, what do you do? Really? And I can't eat fucking food.
This is Griffin? I don't think so, man. I don't think so. For the most part, I'm pretty content, guys. So, Again, I don't really feel like there's much lacking in my life for the most part. Like, yeah, sure, would it nice to be nice to be in like a cool relationship, maybe have kids and shit like that, have a nice house, sure. But aside from that, which is not something that can happen overnight, which I fully acknowledge, I'm not, in denial about that. I don't really feel like I'm lacking for too much, so I'm pretty content, all things considered. I don't have a deep, burning desire for something I don't have. Let's just put it that way. Other than more money, but, that's always a problem.
All right, I don't know what you're fucking doing. Why are you doing it? Just, dude, get the fuck out of here. You never given me any money anyway. It sucks having to fucking, being sober sucks. And having to occupy your goddamn time all the time when you're not using the thing that makes you feel good sucks. I really started treating junk food like a fucking drug. Thank you for the hype, jokers. I have bananas and apples and...
Have kids, Griff, you loser? All right. Let me just, what's that shit called? Like, mitosis? Or whatever. Let me just split and create a perfect copy of myself, but in a younger form. But yeah, dude, I'm not fucking dating or anything till I get the fuck out of this area. Period. So, I am not going to be stuck here. I am not going to be fucking stuck here, bro. Women are off the fucking menu until I am out of the DC area. Until I'm out of DC, ain't going to happen. I want nothing tying me here.
Oranges in my kitchen right now. I ate eggs for lunch. I had an orange after that. I came home tonight and I ate a can of chicken. When I get off here, I'm probably going to eat another can of chicken and then shove like an apple, a banana, and I don't know. I might eat a piece of peanut butter bread. Peanut butter is probably horrible for you. I'm miserable when I'm not drinking. I don't drink a lot. It just... I hope you can... Sveen, thank you for the $1. As we will, we'll see you again tomorrow. Prayers for your ass. Good night. With that, I got Sarah to think about my ass.
Once you're out of DC, what's your approach to get foids? I have no clue, bro. Maybe I'll download a dating app for once. But again, I haven't really like, this is the thing. When I say, like, I don't fucking think about it, I truly mean that, bro. I truly fucking mean that shit. Like, I genuinely don't fucking think about dating at all. It's not even like a thought that goes through my head. So, yeah, I'll figure it out when we get there. I'm anything if not resourceful, so I can figure it out. You're gonna fuck a whale just for experience? I don't think so, dude. I don't think so. Griffin is Fuentes maxing. That's right, bro. Only I haven't had my first date with a cat boy yet, so coming soon. Date a woman, please save yourself. Save myself from what? It's not like I have a crippling loneliness or anything like that, so I'm fine. Dude, the only thing I need is more fucking money and more sleep. Honestly, if I could get those two things, I'd be more than happy. Even nerdy girls are probably too much for you. Yeah, because then they're home all the time and you just around them 24/7. Kino Casino was on fire. We'll have to watch some of their new clips. So, I did test it out. Rumble does not play ads if you use Brave. So, I did check. It does work, so we should be good. We won't have to listen to Mel Gibson and Donald Trump tell us about how the magic fucking beetroot seed gave them massive throbbing erections. Every 5 minutes. Like on the mobile app. Yeah, it's just a bunch of AI slop. Yup, pretty much. Pretty much, dude. Pay a hooker? No, dude, I'm not paying for a fucking hooker. Fuck that. I don't know what part of I have zero interest in that is lost. So, the only way I would pay a hooker is if I was really, like, just, you know, ready to fucking rip, bro. Like, I don't know. I've never felt like that pent up, like, bro, I need to fuck something right now. So, you know, Rosie Palm can handle all that I throw at it. So, my needs are met. My needs are met. Oh no, dude, I fucking hate this bitch.
Extra Emily just exposed.
Like, the way she talks should be considered a crime.
Herself viewbotting, and everyone is going crazy. Emily was sharing her screen during a normal.
What a shock, dude. All these Twitch streamers viewbot.
Live stream when she hovered over her open tabs. Fans quickly saw she had opened one of the most infamous viewbotting websites in the background. But the drama doesn't end here. One of her mods then put out a false narrative saying the viewbot.ai window was actually an ad pop-up and not a Chrome tab.
An ad pop-up. The globalists put trans porn on my phone.
Yesterday, a post about Extra Emily and a website, viewbot.ai, was posted on this subreddit, the original thread. So this is the original post right here, removed by a moderator. They stated, I removed this thread because it looks like the viewbot.ai website is a pop-up from the 6-7 speed website that appeared when she opened to try to do the challenge. Anybody who believed this is a pop-up should have their internet privileges revoked. You should not be allowed to internet anymore.
Extra Emily just exposed herself viewbotting.
Yeah, I think her audience wanted to see another form of exposing herself, if you know what I'm saying. What is this shit?
What I think people need to do is just think for yourself. Sure, you don't like UNESCO. Sure, you don't like Kodansha. Sure, you don't like all these woke institutions, right? Woke liberal institutions. But actually think for yourself. Don't just boycott every series that these institutions and...
Can I pay a hooker for you? Yeah, just give me a $500 super chat and I'll get right on that. But do it on the kick side, please.
Woke media likes.
Also
I want somebody classy, and that extra 150 will go a long way.
Basically want anime and manga to promote more inclusivity and diversity.
What's wrong with...
Ironically enough, bro, DC is like one of the highest concentrations of prostitutes on planet Earth. A little known fact. Because of like the transient nature of the town, where people come in from all over the world, all over the country, and they stay for a few days to a week to maybe a month or two. There's a lot of fucking hookers and escorts in DC. It's like a fucking hotbed. So...
that. I think that's completely fine. Obviously, we don't want, you know, inclusivity and like diversity to overshadow the actual stories, but just having it within these stories isn't bad as long as it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Detract from it. Am I wrong?
The fact that this article tries to
Keep
paint the
Japan
manga
Japanese.
industry as misogynistic and sexist.
Where the fuck? Not anywhere does it ever.
Alright, that was boring. Extra Emily is perfect for Raymond. Dude, he can go to Asia and bag 100 extra Emilys. Like, she ain't nothing special. Like, absolutely not fucking special. I would say she's below average, personally, by Asian standards. If you're not buying, then fuck off. When did Yu-Gi-Oh get this complicated? During 5Ds. 5Ds was the beginning of the end. And while I liked the aesthetic and the monster designs of 5Ds, I didn't mind the synchro summons. That's when things got a little carried away. That's when things started to get a little carried away. So, I remember, bro, like, the whole Earthbound Immortal thing was pretty cool. You know, you had, what, Red Dragon Archfiend, which that shit was badass. What was it? Stardust Dragon. Bro, what was... There was, like, a Moon and Sun Dragon as well, which was actually pretty good. I'm trying to think. Oh, the card Scrap Iron Scarecrow. That shit was really good, too. Basically, what? Magic Cylinders 2.0. What was the other one? There's another card I'm thinking of. Oh, Ancient Fairy Dragon. Ancient Fairy Dragon. That's a really... Dude, that's an actual really nice card. Like, I like the way that card looks. Ancient Fairy Dragon. Like, it's a very visually appealing card. Like, it's super clean. Like, look at that. That's just clean, bro. Then there's what? Here, let me do the Ghost Rare. It's a really cool Ghost Rare, too. Look at that. That looks sick. The Ghost Rares, honestly, are probably Yu-Gi-Oh's best asset, in my opinion. I love Ghost Rares. I wish Pokemon would do Ghost Rares. Oh, here's a better picture. That just looks so cool, man. And we got this one. Stardust Dragon. That looks sick. And then let's do Red Dragon Archfiend Ghost Rare. I need to get Winged Dragon of Ra Ghost Rare. That's been on my list of stuff to buy for a while now. I just have never gotten around to it. Red Dragon Archfiend is probably my favorite of the dragons from 5Ds. I think it looks the best. Like, that artwork is sick, man. It reminds me of that painting, the Red Dragon, which obviously it's based off of that, but it still looks cool. Still cool. But yeah, I liked 5Ds, but it's also when the franchise started going downhill. The writing was kind of on the wall. It was getting too convoluted.
Nice car. Perfect.
Alright, let me close out of that. So next up, we got...
Hi.
Hi. Let's see. Let me pull the super chat feed. VTubing enthusiast with the 20. Watch the man who's. Let me guess. I think you'll get a kick out of it, and chat will learn a bit about history. It's 40 minutes, so here's some extra shit. All right. Yeah, we'll kind of be cutting it close, but we'll see. I think we should be able to get through it. Is this age restricted? Oh, yeah, I remember this. We watched a video on this movie before, but yeah, we can check it out. Yeah, the Rothschilds movie. Yeah, where they literally took footage. Like, the Nazis literally took footage from the Rothschild movie and used it as propaganda. Which is funny, because the Rothschild movie was supposed to be pro-Jewish propaganda. But it was just so stereotypical that the Nazis took it unedited and used it as anti-Jewish propaganda. Yeah, that's one of those wild things that you're like, how the fuck did this shit get made if the goal was to paint them in a positive light? Like, there had to be somebody who was, you know, gunning for him behind the scenes trying to throw a wrench in the machine. But yeah, it was pretty fucking funny. But yeah, you can find that movie on YouTube if you ever want to watch it. It's worth checking out, I think. It's funny at the very least.
Have you been feeling betrayed lately? If you have, you're not the only one. In this video, we'll talk about why, and if you have been feeling betrayed, why there's nothing wrong with you. Welcome back to the JP Rex channel, my freedom-loving friend. This is where we help spread the light of truth.
Can any, like, I have a genuine question, guys. Can a political channel exist without pushing pseudo-pharmaceuticals? Like, honest question. Is that even possible? Like, it is the industry that props up this genre of content.
And freedom, because truth conquers. Now in this video, we will be spreading truth as I see it. We won't be spreading convenience. As fate has it, a lot of times truth is incredibly inconvenient, usually more uncomfortable than it is comfortable, more inconvenient than it is convenient. And here is the...
Just like Al Gore said.
The truth is, I know it within myself. Yeah, I've been feeling betrayed, and talking to people in person, phone calls, and certainly seeing online discourse. I know I'm not the only one, and I'm not going to take the liberty and tell you you have been feeling betrayed, nor will I tell you you should be feeling betrayed. But if you have, let's talk. And of course, I'm talking about a sense of betrayal relative to President Trump. And I think this picture sums it up pretty good. Look over there, I've started a war as we sweep the Epstein files under a rug. And by the way, look over there, there's a...
Oh my God, dude. What is this? This take is brought to you by Candace Owens.
War you probably don't want.
Tucker Carlson.
Look over there, the war that Israel definitely wants. I am significantly funded by AIPAC, Israel's lobby, as are most other politicians. Golly, I almost feel betrayed.
I mean, why wouldn't Israel want a regional power wiped out, though? For the same reason the U.S. wants a regional power wiped out in the Middle East. Again... Israel benefiting from something is not inherently a bad thing. So this is where I kind of just lose any and all, respect for a lot of people when it comes to this type of shit, because it's like, oh, well, if Israel benefits, it must be bad. It's like, okay, well, do we also benefit? Yeah, we do. So, I don't know. Who was it? I don't know. Let me check. Alex did. Okay, I should have remembered that.
Trade just by that unto itself. Here's what can happen. We know that something has absolutely changed. And a lot of times we make ourselves the problem. We say, well, yeah, something's changed, it's my fault. And there would be something even more wrong with me if I allow myself to change my mind about a person I once respected or maybe still do. So I can't see them as they're the problem because they've changed. I have to make it my fault. This is what children do in abusive situations. They'll instinctively make it their fault. They'll believe, I got beaten. It's my fault.
He's being abused, guys.
because they can't risk, in their own instinctive psychology, they can't risk seeing an abusive parent as the wrong one. That actually can be more frightening than, hey,
Hey, man, I hope to make Israel my second home. What can I say? All I need to do is bag an Ashkenazi mommy, and then, you know, I can get my dual citizenship. Let's go.
Getting physically traumatized here, and it's my fault. That is the lesser of two evils at a quick instinctual level. So, long story short, I would dare say something in President Trump has changed. And if you've noticed it, make no mistake about it.
Well, here we go. What has changed? Let's find out.
It's not you that's changed. Your principles, your values, what you want for our country, that's probably stayed pretty consistent. What we can objectively notice, what's changed with President Trump, is compare his recent actions with his campaign promises. No new wars. We're going to go after the Epstein people. If nothing other than those two things, those are two huge issues. And he changed. His actions are the exact opposite of what he promised. Yes, something has changed. It's not you, it's him. And as we go, I'll share what do I think of President Trump on the whole right now. I'll give you my thoughts and also whether or not I regret voting for him. But first, here is a significant change of behavior. He sent out this tweet this morning.
Oh my God, dude. This fucking tweet kill-shotted so many fucking lolberts overnight, bro. This tweet was the shot heard around the libertarian sphere because this shit absolutely fucking one-shotted their feeble minds. Like, have they never heard of what posturing is? You know, after, what, 10 years of Trump being in the political light, these motherfuckers are still shocked that this dude fucking swings his dick around? Like, this is what Trump does. He fucking threatens people. And he probably fucking means it. But he doesn't actually want to go through with it. It's called posturing and negotiation. You know, that's the famous, like, Teddy Roosevelt fucking quote. You know, carry the big stick. Well, Trump has got his stick out and he's swinging that bitch around the room.
Whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. So it's obviously a threat against Iran. Is it just words or...
PK, you live in California. Your vote doesn't count.
Is there intentionality behind it? Well, by the time you watch this video, you'll know the answer. And I certainly hope the answer is it's just words with no intentionality behind it. Regardless, I don't know about you, but it strikes me as immorally wrong, threatening literally to kill a...
It's morally wrong, guys. It really just makes me feel uncomfortable that Donald Trump put out a strongly worded tweet. Oh, it just makes me so nervous.
Give me a fucking break, man. Give me a fucking break.
Whole civilization, very distinctly. It's not Iran regime, it's a whole civilization, which tends to include, well, everybody in the civilization. Innocent civilians, women, children, everybody. You know, whole civilization, that's...
And not just the men, but the women and the children. Hell yeah, dude.
Hard to imagine that meaning anything other than what it actually means. And even
he's gonna genocide them all.
If it is just words, some might say that is a new immoral line that the person...
Oh my God. I cannot fucking wait until this gay ass shit is out of political discourse, man. I really can't. You know, the younger generations don't fucking love this kumbaya, you know, everybody stroke each other's dicks and come together bullshit. You know, that is one of the benefits of everything becoming more politically polarized, is this, oh, well, we need to draw a moral line in the sand shit is going to go out the fucking window. And it's about damn time, man. Like, I'm so sick of this bitch shit, bro. Like, come on.
I thought I knew wouldn't cross before, yet it's been crossed. Now, there was a recent video, less than a minute long, yet super potent, which encapsulated what many of us have been thinking and feeling over the past few months very well.
You didn't get a wall. You didn't get...
Yes, we did. The wall is done, pretty much. That's why we have almost no illegal immigration. But, you know. Like, these things are objectively fucking false. That's the thing that's funny about this shit. The wall is pretty much done.
Any arrests. You didn't get Drain the Swamp or America First. You didn't get any new infrastructure, no $5,000 Doge check. You didn't eliminate any national debt.
Well, that's on Elon, to be honest.
Get any help buying a new home or help with lower grocery prices or gas prices. I mean, it's quite the opposite, in fact. You didn't get a $2,000 stimulus check or affordable health care or
You didn't get more welfare, dude.
any accountability for the Epstein files, which he promised when he said he was going to release them all to the
Nope, Trump never actually said he would release them. He said he'd take a look at it. So, again, that's on you.
public. And you damn sure didn't get any no more wars. What you got was conned. And you're too fucking embarrassed to admit it.
Yeah, let's own it. We got conned. Now, yeah, I would say certainly betrayed. Yeah. Cons might imply this was Trump's plan all along. I'm definitely going to suppress Epstein files. I'm definitely going to start a new war with Iran, thinking these things as he's campaigning in 2024. So let me con all these people. You got conned would imply that. I don't know. I know something has changed in President Trump, whether it's his thinking or just his behavior. Benefit of the doubt would say, no, he had the intentions to be true to those promises. He wasn't conning us, but now he has betrayed us. It's kind of like, it's just semantics, but it's like if you look at a marriage and, 10 years down the line, one of the spouses cheats on the other. She could say, well, you conned me. That would imply like when they married on the wedding day, he's like, well, I'm definitely going to cheat on you one day. Well, maybe he wasn't thinking that, yet he eventually betrayed her. So whether we've been conned or betrayed, there's a little nuance difference, yet the end result is exactly the same. So I'll just say, point blank, if you have been feeling betrayed, it's because you've been betrayed. And it's actually just okay to acknowledge that. I would dare say it's healthy to acknowledge that. You have been betrayed.
I want to know what this guy identifies as politically. Let's see. Just curious if he puts it in here. Calling out absurd woke BS, the unbelievable lies and corruption of tyrants. Okay, he's a lowbird. And highlights highlight the work that other awesome freedom fighters. Yeah, okay, this is a lowbird, bro. This is definitely a lowbird.
Oh, a couple people that hide their mental illness under the term climate activists just...
Okay, that's not... I'm just trying to get a gauge of what this dude's, affiliation is. Because it screams libertarian to me. This screams libertarian to me. Just let me smoke my grass and pee. Yeah, exactly. That type of vibe. Whatever. I don't really care.
Betrayed relative to promises that were given to you versus what's been delivered.
We don't have time. I got to get off in an hour, and if we're gonna watch a 40-minute video, then we gotta get to it.
I would also say we've been betrayed by our national government, putting foreign interests ahead of our own. That betrayal, actually, to me, is more significant. Now, Tucker Carlson recently put out a piece that goes even...
Oh, God. Yep, here we go. Here we go.
Into I would say, a deeper realm of looking at betrayal that's happened to us by President Trump. And in this context, Tucker is talking about President Trump being sworn into office, second time in January of 2025.
Here it comes. He didn't touch the Bible because the real oath was taken on the Talmud.
Where he broke tradition and did not put his hand on the Bible.
Oh my God. It's over, guys. They got him.
You'll hear Tucker talk about what that might mean and what kind of signal that was sending.
He's a Jew!
As we know, something changed in President Trump. It's not you and I. It's not the abused children that are the problem. Problem is the abuse of power. Here's Tucker's thoughts.
Didn't notice somehow that on Inauguration Day, the president did not take his oath of office with his hand on the Bible. His wife stood next to him holding it. I was about 15 feet away and saw it, but he did not put his hand on the Bible. And that should have been maybe a clue that we need to pause and think about what...
He's the Antichrist. He's here to bring about the apocalypse.
Is this? Why wouldn't you put your hand on the Bible? If you don't believe in the Bible, you think it's just a book, there's no cost to you to putting your hand on it, just kind of following the protocol.
That's right. If Trump touched the Bible, guys, his hand would have started to singe, the flesh peeling from his bone. His true form would be revealed. Oh my God. It's just, this is a different realm of existence, man.
Along with the tradition, all presidents do it. Why aren't you doing it?
Which, by the way, and when he was inaugurated, I guess January 2017, first time, he did put his hand on the Bible. So, again,
okay, so what's the problem?
Again, something changed. If he was just like a net, whatever, just I'm gonna never put my hand on the Bible when I'm sworn into office kind of guy, okay, but he did before.
Dude, if you watch the actual like inauguration footage, it's just the Bible didn't get there in time. Like the Chief Justice already started swearing him in by the time Melania got up to him. That's all it was. Is she was delayed in getting up there in time with the Bible, so he had already started the oath at that point, so it was just nothing but, you know, poor timing.
And he definitely didn't do it the next time.
And intentionally, you're choosing not to put your hand on the Bible when you take that oath. That suggests not that you don't believe it's real, because if you didn't believe it was real, why would you care? You put on the costume and take it off, doesn't matter.
Is real.
That suggests you know it is real.
He's actually a demon, guys. He sold his soul to Satan.
And you're rejecting it intentionally.
Kind of maybe hidden message there. Is
He
real.
bathes in the blood of the innocents.
You know it's real. You know it is real. Yeah, okay, there we go. Anyway, subliminal messages. We'll get back to the video in a second, but first,
buy my dick pills. Here we go, man. Here's the upsell.
If you want to be a real freedom fighter like me, then you got to make sure your body's working at 150%. So make sure to take these amazing vitamins, all natural, you know, pure ingredients from Mother Earth. Perfectly optimized to fuel your body in the fight for freedom, knowledge, and truth.
life been lately? Truly. Does it feel like a never-ending hustle, juggling a list of responsibilities, never-ending to-dos? Life can be...
It does. Oh my God. It's like he knows me.
Overwhelming sometimes in today's world. Stress has a way of slowly creeping in, and over time that can place extra demands on key nutrients, like magnesium, which is a vital mineral.
Oh my God, I heard that's important.
Your body depends on. It's often called the vicious stress-magnesium cycle. Have you heard of it? In simple terms, stress increases, then your body uses more magnesium, then sleep might feel harder to come by, your energy might dip, and stress feels higher, which can then increase your body's demand for magnesium even more. That's the bad news. But listen up, here's the good news. I found a game changer in its Magnesium Breakthrough from Bioptimizers. Magnesium Breakthrough contains 7 forms of magnesium.
Oh my God, man. It's all so tiresome. It's the same shit on all these channels.
Seem kind of inappropriate.
This magnesium's gonna make your cock so fucking hard that your wife's gonna beg you to stop. But then when you do, she's gonna say, why did you?
Given the celebration then in progress, ask, why wouldn't you put your hand on the Bible when you take the oath of office to lead our nation? But pretty much nobody did. I didn't. I'll admit that. I saw it and didn't say one word. Bothered me ever since. But right around January 4th, it became clear that maybe he didn't put his hand on the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And what's inside that book are limits on human behavior.
That's an
Hey, I am of the mind of, you know, Trump is not the Pope. Trump should not be limited by the Bible. I 100% stand by that. So it's like Napoleon, bro. You know, he crowned himself. He didn't let the Pope crown him. And I absolutely agree with that. You know, when you're the president of the United States, the only thing you owe fealty to is the people or / nation you serve. So I don't necessarily have an issue with that personally. I don't think morality should be the determining factor in what you do if it's objectively good for the nation, personally. So Trump is not the head of the church. Trump is not the fucking Pope. You know, Trump does not have to abide by the Bible 24/7. So I don't know. I don't have an issue with that personally. It's literally the reason why we have, you know, the separations, but anyway. At the same time, though, it wouldn't really track if they're trying to do the whole Jew narrative, because literally the Old Testament is in the Bible, so if that's the angle they're trying to go for, it's like, well, you know, technically it would still apply. But yeah, I don't think Trump should restrict his actions to some arbitrary morality, personally. Osky the 2, where do I pay, Griffin? I don't know. I gotta make the pills first, dude. I gotta crush up some fucking ivory or something. Who knows? Gotta find something. I think it's ivory, right? Isn't that what the Chinese think makes your dick big? Pretty sure.
Interesting perspective. I never considered before. Now, I can't say, well, that's definitively true, but I would say, wow, that kind of has some potential match with the reality. Limits of human behavior, limits of human power. A tweet we saw a few minutes ago of, tonight a whole civilization will die. Okay, rejecting the pledge to morality that the Bible, just to put it simply, signifies, that would make sense. That would make sense. Covering up for Epstein criminals. Literally going after the few Congress people that had the courage to push for their release.
That's right, guys. Thomas Massey, the last American patriot.
Going after them, smearing them. Marjorie Trader Green. Not it.
Good riddance.
Now he's primarying Thomas Massey, trying to get
thank God
him out of Congress because Thomas Massey pushed for the moral thing to do. So
Griffin, oh yeah, dude, I love Thomas Massey. You know, he's a great guy, dude. He voted against charging 26-year-olds in Washington, D.C. as adults. You know, he threw a fucking hissy fit when Trump was rounding up illegal firearms in D.C. from the YNs. You know, Thomas Massey rushed to their defense saying that we should give them more guns, not take them away. Because that's the best way to deal with gang violence, guys. Give them more guns, so that way everyone can shoot it. I mean, I guess if they all kill each other, then, you know, it does kind of solve the problem. But unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of collateral damage. But, yeah, Thomas Massey, the guy who votes for fucking Biden's budget bills, but then throws a fucking hissy fit when Trump actually wants to fucking do something. Or the guy that refuses to vote for the SAVE Act when, you know, we're trying to pass voter ID legislation. So, you know, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things we can name, but yeah. Not a Thomas Massey fan at all. Not a Thomas Massey fan. He's a grand scamming lolbert. We'll just say that. We'll go with that one. He is definitely a lolbert, though. That's not how gangs work, Griffin. They get new members who want revenge. Just as I know, that's the whole fucking point. It's the whole fucking point. But yeah, no, literally, like Trump had the National Guard out there, you know, arresting people who had illegal firearms because you're not allowed to have guns in D.C. at all. Like literally, no guns are allowed in D.C. Doesn't matter if you bought them legally or not. And, you know, Thomas Massey was all pissy about that. It's like, and what happened as a direct result? Crime has, like, dropped through the fucking floor in D.C. right now. They've had, like, the lowest homicide rates in, you know, almost a century. So, almost like it worked.
Those dots definitely connect. Is Tucker's hypothesis absolutely true? I have no idea. I'm sure Tucker can't say with certainty, but I can say, well, that definitely makes sense, that there was a both symbolic and literal show of power of rejecting the moral pledge of the Bible. Yeah, definitely.
He Napoleon maxed, bro. But again, it was more so that Melania just didn't get up there fast enough, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court had already started the oath before she got up there. So if you watch the actual footage, it's pretty easy to see. But if you want to be a disingenuous retard like they tried to do the day of the inauguration back in 2025, you know, you can actually run with this narrative too. You still love democracy, Griff? Stop. Fuck no, dude. Dude, I would dip my balls in gasoline and run through an open fucking flame if it meant Trump could be emperor right now. No, trust me.
It wasn't us that changed. Now, if you haven't noticed online, if you're ever in such a place, specifically Twitter, X, as...
You have balls, at least for now.
That's now known. It's the easiest place to find it. Amongst conservatives, there is tremendous division. Here's what's good about that. Now, yeah, there's a downside to that. Cool.
Here's what's good about that. That's showing that some people in the conservative movement, and I like to consider myself one of them, I know I do my best to be one of these, it's showing some conservatives have loyalty to something far greater than a person. They have loyalty to something far more important than loyalty to the human being of President Trump. They have loyalty to truth. They have loyalty to principles. They have loyalty to morality. And other conservatives.
Do you, though? Do you really? Because if we held you to the same standard you want to hold Trump to right now, I guarantee you that's not the case. I guarantee you that's not the case.
They are showing we only have loyalty to Trump. No, not truth. Trump can change directions 180 degrees on all these issues. Guess what? We will change exactly with him. 100% of what he says, we happen to agree with. Guess what? The odds of that happening...
I don't agree with everything Trump says. If anything, I don't agree that he's gone... I think he's gone too soft on a lot of shit. But I think he generally means well. And pretty much, based on his actions, at least with what he's tried to do thus far, it's pretty much been in perfect alignment with the campaign promises.
Organically are zero. It's fortified out of loyalty to a person, which unfortunately means you're not loyal to truth and principles. Now, beauty is nothing wrong with being loyal to a person, but ideal scenario is that person you're loyal to is first and foremost loyal to truth and principles, the same that you're aligned with. Therefore, being loyal to that person is in complete alignment. But if that person becomes misaligned with truth, principles, promises, well, then you have to choose. Am I going to be loyal to truth, principles, morality, or am I going to be loyal to the person? Well, right now on the conservative side, you're seeing people choose. And the good news is we're seeing a lot of people choose loyalty to something beyond a person. Now, ultimately, I think that's loyalty to God. We just, breadcrumb trail, it should all lead back to God. Truth, principles, morality, yeah, that's the breadcrumb trail to being loyal to God. However, those who choose to be loyal to a person above all else, they are making that person their God. And in their eyes, that God, if you will, can do no wrong because after all, they're God. They're not God, but the person hallucinates their God. That means whether they're...
Dude, it's just like the plot of The Boys! Oh my god!
Doing evil things or great things.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. Oh, dude. I can't... Have y'all seen, like, some of the fucking clips from that? Holy shit, dude. Like, I stopped watching after season 3 because I couldn't stand how fucking just shit that show was. But, bro, it has gotten so zoggy. So fucking zoggy, man.
The person will be loyal to their God no matter what. And that's when things can get very dark. Here's a tweet that Ann Vandersteel put out, which I think encapsulates this with words very, very well. For the record, my loyalty is to America and the Constitution. I do not take loyalty tests for people. I like that. If you are loyal to the Constitution, then we are aligned. That is my definition of loyalty. Anyone else who demands my loyalty to a man or woman who is a politician or that of a servant leader is crossing the line from freedom to fascism. That's when
please
things start getting dark. There's only one man.
Oh, man. I can't wait for this so-called conservatism shit to die.
For whom I follow.
I really can't.
And blindly trust Jesus Christ. Full
The day conservatism dies is the day I smile.
Stop. I think that's very well said. Before we close with what I think is a very powerful short video snippet from a guy I certainly appreciate, here's my take. Do I regret voting for Trump? No. No, I don't. I think voting for Kamala or Biden or whoever Obama was trying to run with no primary. I mean, it was just set up like, well, this is just tyranny right off the get-go. And I think that would have been a fast track to communism. Would things have been different than they are now? I think so, but also maybe not because Israel's in charge and they do both sides, Democrats, Republicans. So that's fun. So I don't have regret about voting for Trump. I very much supported him above Kamala. And of course, you vote for Trump based on what he says and what he seems to stand for at the time of the election. You know, cast your vote into the past with time travel. And based on how things are going now, yeah, if I could go back, if Trump was running against a different opponent, say Thomas Massey would definitely get my vote. And
oh my god. Yep, he's a Lolbert. Lolbert alert. Lolbert alert. Okay, there we go.
You're not going to...
I'm glad we settled that.
See me suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. You will see me suffer from, I'll think for myself, syndrome. So thinking for myself, I think Trump has done a lot of good. I like a lot of what Trump has done. You're not going to see, well, the guy's he's a total horrible person. You'll see me specifically point out 2 really horrible things I think he's done. 3, gotten us into a war with Iran, covered up the Epstein.
My guy, we've been in a war with Iran for 47 years. Trump literally struck Iran multiple times in a similar manner during his first term. He wiped out the head of their military with a fucking Moab or whatever. Like, are we just gonna forget all this shit? Trump has never been pro-peace with Iran in the hippie kumbaya, let's light up a joint and smoke a bowl type shit. No. Trump has always been fucking harsh on Iran. Going back to the 80s, he said we need to wipe them out. So, again, the only people that aren't consistent on this issue are the people criticizing Trump. Because Trump, if you go back and look at what he said over the years, it's pretty consistent. I've already seen, like, the compilations on Twitter of it. Like, going back to the 80s, he said this shit. So, I don't know what you can call that other than consistency.
Files and betrayed Americans' interests for Israel. I think, gray area of treason right there. Those are 3 horrible things.
Treason.
He's done a lot of good things. So, certainly has lost my trust with those 3 horrible things that he's done. On the whole, yeah, he's very disappointing to me now. I hate saying that, and I want to give him credit where credit is due. He's done some wonderful things, and he's done 3 horrible things that are significant betrayals of trust. And just being real. If there was an election tomorrow, somehow Trump's running for a 3rd term, and it's him versus a lunatic Democrat, like whatever, I'm going to look at who's Israel funding more, and probably...
Dude, he is absolutely mind-fucked. He's absolutely fucking dude, yep. Holy shit, bro. This is what fucking brain rot is. This is genuine fucking brain rot right here. Holy fuck, dog.
Realize I'm voting for the same thing no matter who I vote for. Then I get my non-perishable foods, run out to the woods with my family, and try to take my destiny into my own hands. So the moral of this...
That's right, brothers. Make sure to use my code for survival surplus so you can get your, freeze-dried food and provisions. We're going to weather the storm together.
Don't beat yourself up. Things have changed. It hasn't been you. And by the way, if you need anybody to give you permission, it's okay to change your mind. For people who make a god out of Trump because they're loyal to him as a person, probably because they're screwed up from their own childhood, so they find a surrogate father figure, they don't allow themselves to change their mind. Whether it's out of just fear of changing their mind, or they're power hungry, they think there's more power being aligned with Trump. Being willing to change your mind about a person, a perspective, an issue, that's a sign of growth. When you have better information about a certain topic, changing your mind is a great idea.
He's enlightened.
Not a comfortable thing, but it's a great idea, and it's a show of strength, and it's a show of a desire to align with truth.
What are your thoughts on Israel and their involvement in American politics? It's greatly overstated. If anything, the Jewish people we have in the United States who are not even Israeli citizens are more the problem. So, all of our left-wing secular Jewish buddies that are American citizens are the ones that are sowing the seeds of collapse. Not the Israelis, but people think that, magically if Israel disappeared tomorrow, all of the problems in the Western world would disappear. Like, I hate to break it to you, we have a larger Jewish population in the U.S. than Israel even has. Food for thought.
Over a person or an ideology. With that said, let's bring it home with a short snippet from my friend, owners of Lions Not Sheep, Sean Whalen.
Would I want my sons serving in the military right now under the leadership of President Trump? The answer is no. I asked myself that question this morning. I've got a lot of my military friends and retired military friends on here that have been very, very outspoken about what's going on, what's being said, what's being done. And I looked at my 2 sons and asked myself, would I want my kids following him in what it is that he's doing? And the answer is no.
When I look at my 2 sons, I get the same answer. Let me know what you think about all this in the comments below. Do you feel betrayed? And if so, what do you feel betrayed about? Look forward to hearing your thoughts. And I'll look forward to seeing you in our next video. But until then, stay loyal to God.
I forgot super chats. I can refresh. It may have not popped up on my feed. Give me a second. Let me see. I'm sorry, Griffin, with the 2. Wait, what is this? Happy THD. Oh, Thursday? Got my German driver's license finally. Nice, man. You gonna go take a ride on the Autobahn? That would be fun, honestly. That's one of the reasons I do want to go to Germany. But yeah, you should go whip on the Autobahn for a while. I wish we had Autobahns, but, you know, people are too fucking retarded here, most likely. Yeah, no speed limit. You know, a parting gift from Uncle H. Yeah, I don't know, dude. The whole Israeli derangement syndrome is absolutely fucking incredible, bro. This guy would literally vote for a Democrat just because of some arbitrary donation number. Like, does he not realize that, you know, Jews are going to use that against him now? Like, this is the ultimate psyop, guys. Here it is. Here's the ultimate fucking psyop. All Jewish people have to do who want to subvert the right is donate a shit ton of money to right-wing politicians, triggering the AIPAC tracker, which is run by a leftist, by the way, and is not exactly accurate, which then triggers the AIPAC tracker, which then makes the heckin' based chuds go, oh, wait a second, dude, this right-wing guy who basically supports 99% of what I believe in is taking money from the Jews? I'm going to vote for the Democrat who took less money, but is going to literally do everything I don't want them to. Like, this is the ultimate fucking psyop, bro. This is the fucking psyop. So, again, the only reason this type of discourse is allowed to be perpetuated to the degree it is on mainstream media, on mainstream social media platforms, with little to no resistance, is because they want people to think this way. So, again, I would be far more... Because, again, this is the thing, bro. Is AIPAC is not even donations from Israelis. That's the interesting part. Is like, AIPAC is not Israeli citizens donating. That's what people don't understand. The money from AIPAC comes from people who are aligned with Israel's interests. They may not even be Israeli citizens. They may have never stepped foot in Israel. The only thing AIPAC does is just acts as a middleman. So, this is, again, a lot of people don't even know what they're even arguing for. And that's the funny part in all of this. We have people with some very, very strong opinions on topics that they don't even understand. You know, I'd be far more worried about the people within versus the people who are in a different country across an ocean, personally. But, you know, what do I know? What do I know? What are dude, it could be something as basic as I don't believe in anti-Semitism. Like, that's literally what we're talking about. So, I don't know. The correlation between AIPAC and some sort of, you know, international governing body that tells politicians how to vote is just, you know, unrealistic. So, it's unrealistic. It's not what it is. So, it is what it is. Like, I could, like, for example, You know, not Jewish, at least last time I checked. Never been to Israel. Not a citizen of Israel. But I could literally give AIPAC money and say, hey, can you give this to this person on my behalf? And now all of a sudden, you know, that person is now supported by Israel in the minds of certain people. Do you not see how that could be weaponized? Like, that can very easily be fucking weaponized. Like, if I was trying to basically get somebody to look like they're aligned with Israel, even if they're not, you know, I make a campaign donation through AIPAC to that person, and now all of a sudden, they're painted as an agent of Israel. So, kind of interesting. You could definitely manipulate it. You could absolutely fucking manipulate it. Alright, so next up, I guess keeping in topic. Here we go. What time is it? 7? Alright, we got time. Should be good. Alright, the only caveat I'm going to add here is if it does get copyright claimed, because it is technically still a movie, even if it's fair use, like, you know, I might get in trouble. So, just a heads up, if I get the copyright warning, I will have to stop watching it, because it takes movie clips. So
I come before you at this time to enter a plea for American independence. It is amazing that one should have to plead for American independence in a nation with a heritage such as ours, in a nation which in its infancy revolted against foreign control, and whose people have fought time and time again against the armies and interference of the old world. Yet the independence and the destiny of America were never...
It doesn't matter if it's public domain. I'm telling you. Like, people were getting copyright struck even when Steamboat Willie went into public domain, so... Alex with the 20. Appreciate you watching, even if... Oh, it's all good. It's fine. I don't mind.
More in jeopardy than they are today. Why? With 130 million...
You know, I'll never pass up an opportunity to glaze for Trump, bro, you know? You know, I'm the #1 Trump shill, I guess, so I gotta own the role. Have you seen the experiments on the revival of organisms? No, I have not.
People, are we being told that we must give up our independent position, that our frontiers lie in Europe, and that our destiny will be decided by European armies fighting on European soil? What has happened to this nation that it fears...
Does Trump pay for my loyalty? No, I do it for the love of the game.
In maturity, the forces that it conquered in its youth. What change has come over us? What foreign influence has sprung up among us?
This video has taken me the longest, maybe.
I think this, the movie came out in the 30s? If I'm not mistaken. Look it up. Rothschild movie. Yeah, 34. That lines up perfectly when the Nazis used it for propaganda.
Any video that I've ever worked on, primarily because I wasn't sure how to approach it. The film in question has so many shocking aspects to it that it's kind of hard to put into words a lot of what you're seeing when you watch it. But thankfully, I discovered the film was in the public domain. So I would have a rare opportunity and be able to just show you large parts of the film without having to find the words that could not really describe accurately or even believably what I'd seen. The film that I'm talking about was released in 1934, and this is important because the content of the film is no accident. It's very contextual for the time. Hitler had been appointed Chancellor of Germany just a year before, and Jewish organizations all around the world were beginning to lead boycotts against Germany as he railed against what he described as an international Jewish banking establishment, which included the extremely wealthy and powerful Rothschild family. In fact, the Nazis would later take control of the Rothschild family holdings in Austria in 1938, which, and we can't know for sure, but might have been what inspired Winston Churchill to later state, the unforgivable sin of Hitler's Germany was to develop a new economic...
It is what inspired Churchill, because what sparked Churchill's anger towards the Nazis was an Austrian banker basically bailing him out of all of his debts. So when Winston Churchill left the prime minister's role the first time, he was basically bankrupt because he had, a spending problem. And well, along comes an Austrian banker from a recently conquered Austria and essentially bails out Winston Churchill, pays off all of his debts, gives him a massive sum of money, aka a bribe, and then all of a sudden, Winston Churchill becomes the #1 attack dog against Germany. So, follow the money.
Economic system by which the international bankers were deprived of their profits. And while these events hadn't yet come to pass in 1934 when this film was released, the writing, you might say, was on the wall. People, not just in Germany, but in Italy and elsewhere, were beginning to question the role of the international banking establishment in domestic and international affairs. The common people rarely look fondly on bankers, and so it should come as no surprise that information warfare would precede the real life and death warfare that the common people would then have to fight. In 1933, William Goetz, Raymond Griffin, and Darrell F. Zanuck would produce a film that would attempt to not only depict the Rothschild family as a hardworking family deserving of their vast wealth, but also as underdogs that, despite all odds, rose to their positions by honorably serving and even saving the European people. Saving the European people that hated them out of irrational anti-Semitism.
That's right.
Anti-Semitism that had infected the European people for centuries and now was out of control in Germany. The Rothschild family, you see, they hadn't gotten rich by funding wars. They'd grown wealthy by funding peace. The House of Rothschild was a big hit.
That's right, dude.
It was the biggest film released by the newly formed 20th Century Pictures that was founded by the film's producer, Darrell F. Zanuck. It was also nominated for an Oscar for Best Picture. And even today, it boasts 100% on Rotten Tomatoes from professional critics, although the audience doesn't seem to quite agree. Now, before we dive into the film, I have to give this disclaimer because what might have been a critically acclaimed Oscar-nominated hit in 1934 might come across as something a little bit different today. So I just have to say and remind the audience, and that includes the YouTube censors, that this film is a film produced by Jewish filmmakers about Jewish historical figures. And because this film is in the public domain, and to avoid being accused of twisting the film's message, I will be playing unedited clips that accurately represent the vision of the Jewish filmmakers as much as possible. The film opens up by giving us a dramatized version of the Rothschild family origin story. It begins in Frankfurt, Germany, or Prussia, as it was called in 1780. A sign explains to the audience that we are in the Jewish quarter of the city. It was a common thing in many parts of Europe to restrict Jewish inhabitants to a segregated neighborhood that would be closed off to...
I think I've already seen this video before. I think we watched this a while back, but it's fine. We can keep watching.
The rest of the city at sundown. This was also the case here in Prussia. Prussian guards are seen locking down the Jewish quarter at night. The patriarch of the Rothschild family, a money changer by the name of Mayor Amschel Rothschild, is shown in a humble home located in the Jewish ghetto. This depiction of a humble home is a bit of an exaggeration, of course. This is the real home of Mayor Rothschild. He was hardly struggling to get by, and in addition to having several wealthy clients, including the Crown Prince Wilhelm, he became extremely wealthy by facilitating payments to the Hessian mercenaries from Britain during the French Revolution. But let's just ignore all of that.
I've seen the full movie before, too. You can find it on YouTube.
And enjoy the film. This is Mayor. He's very nervous that his gold delivery hasn't come in yet.
Mama, where is the gold?
His wife
I think that's what he says.
Tells him not to worry, and then remarks that the business looks like it must be really good, according to his books.
It'll be here in the morning.
Yes, but if anything should happen, all that money, 10,000 gulden.
Let me rub my hands.
Eh? So much this journey?
7,000 in one lump from Prince Lowenstein's agent, and then all the small sums, 10,000 at least.
Business is good, eh?
Nearly 1,000 gulden since morning.
Mayor then tells his wife a story about how he tricks his European customers into thinking that they have the upper hand, and that it's always important in business to deceive your clients into thinking that they're dealing with a foolish person, because it makes them easier to trick when you really want to make some money.
That agent, did you notice him? What? There he sat, sly and smiling, planning to rob this poor old Jew Rothschild. And here I was, so innocent, a little child, a baby in fact. And there was that fine old clock that his master had sent him to bargain for.
Yes.
And when at last I let him have it for less money than it cost me, I could see in his eyes how pleased he was that he got the better of this little baby.
Sold it under cost?
A sprat to catch a mackerel, Mama. He thinks he's so clever, and I'm so stupid. Always make them think they're clever.
This next scene it's a little interesting to see how the filmmakers thought that it should show Mayor Rothschild as a clever man, able to deceive the Europeans that they did business with. And in this scene, a young Nathan Rothschild runs home to tell his father that the Prussian tax collector is coming.
Mama, quick, it's Nathan! Mama, the tax collector! Papa, the tax collector! He's down the street! Let's go!
The Rothschild family then proceeds to hide their wealth from the tax collector. They even go so far as to hide their dinner, change their clothes into rags, and swap out their real accounting books for fake books, fraudulent books that show that he hasn't actually been doing any business.
The tax collector, boys!
This is one of the scenes that Hitler clipped for one of the propaganda films, which is the funny part. Like, the Nazis literally used this sequence as propaganda against the Jews. Which originally was supposed to be Jewish propaganda to convince, Europeans and Americans that, Jewish people were actually great. Ironic.
Don't forget my honeycomb bush!
Oh, run away. What do you know about it?
Everything the thing brings the tax collector goes.
Take those hats off.
Here, Mama.
Yes.
Hurry up, Carl. Couple of games. Over the fireplace. Remember, no deal for the last 5 days. Understand?
Yeah, Father. Are you hungry? Not so very. Then look hungry. Look hungry.
Angela Sullivan, you remain below. Mama, hide the roast.
Oh my god, bro. Hide the roast.
The tax collector comes and he's rude and stupid and anti-Semitic.
Up out, you!
The Rothschild family proceeds to lie to the tax collector and eventually bribes him for a fraction of what he owes.
Who is it, Nathan? Now then, Rothschild. Why, it's my good friend, the tax collector. Bring out your account book. Certainly. Here it is. I was just looking over it. Things are very bad. I was saying to my poor wife, this is our friend, the tax collector. Never have I known such a bad month. No. For 5 days, not one garden have I seen. Customers come, yes, but they don't buy. No. And no one's traveling these days, so my exchange business is worse than nothing. I shall soon starve.
What do you take me for? Now bring out the real books.
Real books? Why, Excellency, I don't understand what you mean.
That's the house. All the better, pal.
Now, what would it be worth to me if I put you down for 2,000 this time?
A very handsome present for your Excellency. Say, 1,000 gulden.
Talk sense, Rothschild. I want 10,000.
Would you leave me and my family penniless?
With a great deal of pleasure. Come now.
Well, perhaps 3,000 gulden, but that's the limit. The actual limit.
I'll take 6,000.
Oh, very well. We'll make it 5,000.
All right. Have it ready tomorrow. I'll call.
So after bargaining down his 20,000 tax debt to 2,000 with a 5,000 bribe, Mayor calls his family together to congratulate them on their deception and corruption.
Boys, you did well. Nathan, you're a smart lad. That wine, Mama, you should have seen him. And after all, 5,000 gulden isn't as bad as it might be. No. But it is bad to have to pay away 5,000 gulden.
Not as bad as having to pay away 20,000, Father.
Now remember, this is supposed to make the Rothschild look good. The film is so oblivious to how this might be perceived by honest, hardworking people, they inexplicably left this scene in the movie the way it is. A scene that makes the Rothschild look so bad and unethical, it's actually used in a Nazi propaganda film called The Eternal Jew, completely unedited. So anyway, back to the film. The celebration is cut short when a messenger comes to tell them that the gold they were waiting for has been confiscated by the authorities.
Mr. Rothschild, what's the matter? What's happening? The man who was bringing your money from Hamburg has been waylaid by the tax agents outside the city. They heard he was bringing the money to Jew Street. They might have killed him, but he got away. He got away with the money. No, they got it, Mr. Rothschild. They got the money. What? All of it? Yes, all of it. The hell they're gonna? The hell they're gonna? 10,000 gulden. Our money that we worked for. Why doesn't your Majesty strike them dead?
But we worked for. Yeah, define work.
Papa, don't get excited. It's bad for you.
Now listen, you are young. Your lives are before you. You've got to fight. Fight for yourselves. Fight for our people.
Which people does he mean, I wonder?
I live honestly. I trade honestly. I want to be honest with them, but they won't let us. We are Jews.
I trade honestly. Literally bribes the tax collector. Okay, buddy.
To death, forbidden to learn a trade, forbidden to own land. They keep us in chains. They send men here to rob us. So work and strive for money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with.
Well, I guess that clears that up. Poor, persecuted Mayor Rothschild is on his deathbed with his children gathered around, and he has a plan he wants to tell them before he dies.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers, so that when money is to be sent from here to London, let us say, you won't have to risk life and gold. Hampshire, here in Frankfurt, will just send a letter to Nathan in London saying, pay so-and-so. And that will be offset by loans from London to Frankfurt. Understand? In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe.
And so his plan to send his sons to all the major cities in Europe to become money changers that would work together with paper notes instead of hard currency that might get stolen. The film, of course, never talks about another aspect of paper debt, the fractional lending that keeps bankers rich off of interest payments on money they don't even have. But I'm sure that was just an honest omission on the part of the filmmakers.
Remember, unity is strength. All your lives you must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family. The Rothschilds, who work always together. That will be your power. And when that power comes, remember the ghetto.
I shall be here.
But remember, guys, if you point out that the Rothschilds exist, you're a conspiracy theorist.
I'll never leave the house where they were all born.
But quite literally, here's a Rothschild-funded movie outlining their master plan.
Remember this before all, that neither business, nor power, nor all the gold in Europe will bring you happiness till we, our people, have equality, respect, dignity, to trade with dignity, to live with dignity, to walk the world with dignity.
I think this scene is kind of interesting for a movie that was released in 1934, given the Rothschild family role in the creation of Israel after World War II. But think of that what you will. So the movie goes on to tell the viewers that the Rothschild family created banks in all of Europe's capitals and slowly gained power by funding the various wars across the continent, often both sides of these wars. One can only wonder how history might have played out had there not been these oligarchs backing the bloodshed, or European royalty willing to become debt slaves of international bankers rather than just lose the superficial power of their crowns. One of these conflicts in particular is the victory of Duke Wellington over Napoleon, who was then exiled to the island of Elba. In the following scenes,
a true tragedy.
There's a repeated message for the audience. Without the help of Nathan Rothschild,
but I forgot, the good guys always win.
Son, who formed the Rothschild Bank in London, Napoleon would have won. It's only because of the great service of Nathan Rothschild that we're not all speaking French. Duke Wellington can't compliment Nathan Rothschild enough, and is so upset that he's been excluded from the victory party because of anti-Semitism that he goes to visit him directly and give his thanks.
Why wasn't Rothschild here? There was some feeling, wasn't he asked? Well, no, Your Grace. Some of these people... Wasn't the man who paid for these dash wars important enough? It wasn't a question of importance, it was... If he can't come here, I suppose we can still go there. You're fixed. Yes, sir. Just as soon as I can get away, we're going to call on Nathan Rothschild. He ought to have been here.
While Wellington goes to congratulate Nathan on saving Europe from having to speak French, we get to a fictional part of the film that, in my opinion, was designed to tackle the perception that Europeans and Americans had that Jews were a separate people, that even once they rose to prominence, like Nathan Rothschild, never really integrated into the cultures or the people of their host nation. Julie Rothschild is in a romantic relationship with one of Duke Wellington's captains. Despite how this relationship is a subplot of the film, it's entirely fictional. Nathan did have a daughter named Julie, but she was never involved with any of the English Gentiles. In fact, she married a Jewish banker named Meyer Levin Bafus. But as you'll see, this fictional relationship is used to depict Nathan Rothschild as a progressive man who overcomes his own prejudice and stops caring about the tradition and loyalties of his faith, but cares about being a British nationalist who is eventually proud to have his daughter marry one of Duke Wellington's men. While the two lovebirds make plans for marriage, Duke Wellington tells Nathan that despite what the crowds outside might think, it wasn't him that won the war. No, it was Nathan Rothschild. He's the man they should be praising.
Hush, hush, hush. I've had that crowd at my heels all day. If they had any sense, it's you they'd be following around.
But Nathan is a loyal and humble international banker and tells Wellington that he was just trying to bring peace, despite Europeans always hating him for no reason. And now the propaganda goes into overdrive The film wasn't just released in America, you gotta remember. It was released all around the world, including England, which was being pressured heavily to oppose Hitler's Germany.
And I hope one day Europe will realize she owes you something more than money. Well, my father was a man of peace. He told us never to loan money to make wars, always to end them. And that's been our principle. Well, everybody knows that and respects you for it. No, Your Grace, they don't know it, and they don't respect us. Our bankers are jealous of us. The man in the street thinks we're just Sherlocks, and Europe hides its head for shame because it borrows from the Jews. I suppose you know it's that Prussian fellow, Count Lederance, that's responsible for that rot? I know. He hates me and all my race. He's a proper jackass, Rothschild, and he ought to be hanged. I must admit that the same...
That's right, man. They should be hanged. How dare they not like them?
thought has occurred to me more than once. You know, it's a danger having a man like that in authority. Always making enemies.
You see, all of Europe loves and respects the Rothschilds. It's only these terrible racist Germans that hate them for no reason. It's a danger having men like that in authority, always making enemies. Wellington continues to praise Nathan, and as a special thanks, he tells him that the French are going to be looking for a loan to rebuild after the war, and that if he outbids the other bankers, he'll become the most powerful banker in the world.
I see Rothschild.
Chaga Shot Game with the 3 is Mudahar, the main character of Sorrows. I don't think so. A little too muscular.
A little secret. Mind you, I oughtn't to tell you this, but I just heard this morning that they're going to float a dash big loan to put France on her feet. An enormous loan. The biggest thing ever issued. Yes? Well, they've got to do something. France has had 20 years of war and the whole country's torn up. But now they've got peace. They're going to get together, the 5 Allied powers, and help her out. And the banking house that floats this loan will at once become the most powerful in Europe. Its prestige will be enormous. That's it. Now's your chance. Your Grace, I can't sufficient to thank you for this information. Mind you, it's a dash dark secret.
Before Wellington leaves, Nathan Rothschild tells his captain that he knows about his romance with his daughter, but he approves. He then instructs his messenger to tell all of his brothers to stop making loans and to get ready to make the loan of the century, the loan to the French. This is their chance to finally challenge the European bankers and become the most powerful banking family in the world. The problem is when he goes to hear the French decision on which bank they have chosen for the loan, he discovers they have thrown his offer out because they would prefer to work with European bankers. The film, of course...
Oh my God, how horrible.
...tries to make this look like senseless anti-Semitism. How dare a European country prefer to keep its financial future in the hands of Europeans?
Your bid was received, Mr. Rothschild. But to put it as delicately as possible, it was thrown out, shall we say, on a technicality. A technicality? What am I to understand by that? You are at liberty to give my statement any interpretation you choose. You mean, in brief, I am a Jew? Likewise, in brief, I do.
This is kind of maddening given that just moments ago, earlier in the film, the patriarch, Nathan's father, Meyer Rothschild, made it clear that the Rothschilds' loyalties are with their people.
Remember, unity is strength. All your lives you must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds.
Why then are the Europeans evil for wanting to have this same in-group preference when it comes to something so important as the future of their nation? And as we'll see, they might have been wise to think that this was important when Nathan Rothschild reacts the way that he does with a threat that he means to make good on.
Gentlemen, I must accept your decision. But since Count Lederance has been frank enough to admit the reason for our exclusion, I venture to advise him that these attacks on my race are ignorant and futile. He may strike and strike again. A Jew falls, 1,000 are wounded, but the race lives on. But unfortunately for His Excellency, we are evidently eternal.
First he goes home and forbids his daughter to marry the Gentile. This is war.
My bid was thrown out on a technicality.
A technicality?
Because I am a Jew. But they did me a great service. They showed me just how they were going to behave to Julie if she married into their set.
All his feigned nationalism and respect for the nations that made him rich has gone right out the window. He was denied power over the people he sees as persecutors, and now he'll make them pay. Rothschild now hatches a plan. He knows that the European bankers are going to sell government bonds they acquired at the pre-sale when they granted the loan that he was excluded from to the public for a profit. Rothschild has decided that to get his revenge, he's going to dump all of the government bonds he already has until it drives the price down so low that it ruins the other bankers and leaves them holding worthless paper.
Hannah, I'll tell you exactly what's in my mind. And this may interest you too, Rod. Bering and those others headed by Lederance are taking this new loan at 71. On the first of the month, they're going to offer it to the public at 74. It pays 4%. But there is already in existence a previous government bond, which also pays 4%, of which we have a large holding. This bond is now selling at 73. Hannah says I'm tired, but I'm not too tired to realize that if the public can buy one government bond for 73, they won't buy a new issue bearing the same interest for 74.
That's true, sir. But Bering and the other bankers will run up the old bonds, and when they rise to about 75...
I know what you're going to say. They'll make the old ones rise, and then launch the new ones a point lower, and the public rushes in.
Quite so, sir.
But suppose there is no rise. Suppose somebody pricks the balloon and it doesn't go up. Suppose before they can run it up, somebody else begins to run it down. Suppose by the first of the month, these old bonds now selling at 73 should fall down to 63. Then they couldn't possibly launch the new loan at 74 because nobody would buy it. And Baring and later on, and his little band of bankrupt brigands will wait for it to go up. And suppose instead of going up, it still goes down. The 55, the 50, the 45, the 40, why they'll never be able to launch the loan at all.
A modern...
Make sure to put all your money in the stock market, guys. It's totally legit.
Analogy would be this. Imagine Rothschild has a bunch of Bitcoin that he bought when the price was 6,000. The price his competitors just got the Bitcoin was at 7,000. And they plan to sell in a few days when it's projected that the price will be slightly over 7,000. So Rothschild is going to start selling all of his Bitcoin until the price begins to drop and create a selling panic that drives the price all the way down to 5,000 or even lower before his competitors, who already paid 7,000 for their Bitcoin, can sell on the market, which would leave them with a bunch of Bitcoin they can't sell without going out of business. So think about that. The Europeans didn't want to trust this man because they wanted bankers that were invested in the future of the nation that was getting the loan. They wanted European bankers to finance a European loan. And they exclude Rothschild because they don't trust him. And Rothschild proves them all right by vengefully crashing the market because all he cares about is money. And this is supposed to make Nathan Rothschild look clever and good. Instead of the vengeful miser, you could say, it makes him look like today. So in this next scene, the panic has begun. Everyone is selling, and the European banking houses are about to be ruined. They call him in and beg him to stop the panic. And he tells them he will only stop selling if they sign over all of their shares that they bought at 70 to him at 68. They will still lose money, but at least they won't be ruined. So with no other choice, the bankers agree, and they sign over their shares to Rothschild, and he becomes the most powerful banker in Europe. And this is just what's admitted to in the film. The audience is supposed to think, well, it serves those bankers.
Yeah, how many times was this done? This is just one example.
Right for being so anti-Semitic. But as we'll see later in the film, even the brainwashed audience will have its limits, as the filmmakers decide to twist the story behind how the Rothschilds truly secured their banking financial dynasties. But first, the Rothschilds must endure even more senseless anti-Semitism. You see, when the public in Germany, or Prussia as it was called then, catch wind of what the Rothschilds have done, riots break out in the Jewish quarter, and the German people begin throwing bricks through the windows of their homes. Nathan goes to retrieve his elderly mother, but she won't go with him.
But we want you to come away with us for a few months. You're not safe here.
I was born here, and I'll die here. And that won't be soon, either. I'll live a dozen years yet. Nathan, you ought to know enough about bargains to know the Lord isn't going to take me at 88 when he can get me at 100.
The English captain also comes to the Rothschilds' family home, where Nathan has sent his daughter away to. But Nathan says he cannot marry his daughter because Europeans are just too anti-Semitic.
What is your objection? You're not of our race. That's an objection I think you might have raised a great deal earlier.
As a sentimental fool, walk through this ghetto. Go into the Jewish quarter of any town in Prussia today, and you'll see men lying dead. Julie's people killed by your people. For but one crime, that they were Jews.
But then Nathan finds out that even the Jews are mad at him because they know that the riots have started because he crashed the market to get even with the European bankers, namely the very Aryan-looking German banker from the meeting.
Jews in Prussia know that this uprising is the direct result of your quarrel with Latrans, and that has made them bitter against you.
But Nathan has a plan to get out of this fix. He finds out that Napoleon has escaped exile and is back in France, raising an army, and is planning once again to conquer Europe. The Germans and English, as well as most of Europe, will need his money to fight Napoleon. He decides that he will only lend them money if they stop the riots and no longer make the Jews live in segregation. And of course, Nathan, ever the clever businessman, first lies to the Germans and tells them that Napoleon has offered them twice the interest that the Germans can offer, and he intends to take the deal.
As you say, we are moneylenders, not philanthropists. We do it for profit. You may as well know that Napoleon has offered us twice as much as you can promise us, and we've decided to take his offer.
Gone over to the enemy, eh? I must admit, I'm amazed.
How will Napoleon get the money to pay you? Steal it. Well, that's not our business.
So after lying to the Germans and the rest of the European allies and forcing them to increase their interest and agree to abolish Jewish ghettos, he tells them he will grant their loan.
Very well, we accept.
Pray excuse this, my lords. Some Gentile has evidently strayed into our quarter.
And now we get to the big lie in the finale of the film.
Yep.
Napoleon seems as though he cannot be defeated. Duke Wellington is meeting him on the battlefield for what will be the battle that decides the fate of Europe. Now first I'm going to tell you what really happened, and then I'll show you how the film tells the exact same story. Just like the rest of London, Nathan Rothschild knew that if Napoleon won the battle against Lord Wellington, the bond market in London would crash. Everyone would sell their positions the same way they did earlier in the film when Rothschild engineered a crash of the bond market to steal the French loan from the European bankers. The market was very jittery already, and all eyes were on Nathan Rothschild because they knew that with all of his banking branches across the continent, he had a communications network set up that worked like a well-oiled machine at a time when communications had to be delivered by hand. Nathan Rothschild had men stationed in view of the battlefield ready to ride back to London the moment either Duke Wellington or Napoleon was declared the victor, so he would know, before anyone else, how the market would react. Now, because of this, Nathan Rothschild learned almost a full 24 hours before the English government even knew that Wellington had defeated Napoleon. So with this information in his hand, knowing that when the news reached the rest of London that the market would skyrocket, he did as he had done before, and he started a selling panic on the market. He began liquidating all of his positions, and other traders, fearing that he knew something that they didn't know, that Napoleon had won, they began selling at a loss. When the prices sufficiently dropped, Rothschild began buying everything up, including shares he had sold earlier in the day, but now at a fraction of the price that he had sold them. And when the news finally came that Wellington had defeated Napoleon, the prices indeed skyrocketed, and Nathan Rothschild became the richest man in the world. That's what really happened. And while the film wanted people to know that Nathan Rothschild was clever and capable of such underhanded tricks when it came to screwing over anti-Semitic bankers, it would probably leave a bad taste in their mouths if they really got the full picture. So the movie tells this story a little bit differently. One might say 180 degrees out of phase. In the film, one of Rothschild's agents tells him that the market is spooked. They think Napoleon is going to win, and a selling panic that Rothschild totally didn't start has begun. Yeah. But Nathan, ever the loyal subject and patriot, decides to valiantly go to the market floor and begin buying up everything he can afford in order to shore up confidence. Don't sell, buy, he shouts at them. Have faith and peace for Europe.
Am I to continue to buy? Yes. But it's sheer suicide.
You guys know, like, the book, The Count of Monte Cristo, right? Literally, this is the inspiration for one of the revenge tactics in that book. So, yeah, the exact same thing happens in The Count of Monte Cristo at one point. Is, you know, someone presents false information, and then, you know, the Count comes in and buys up everything for pennies on the dollar after everybody loses their fucking ass. So, if you need another, I guess, primary source from back in the day to back that up.
Sir, I support the market. But we can't possibly keep it up, sir. I'm fighting the only way I can fight, with money. I'm giving all I've got to give for the peace of Europe, and whatever other Englishman do tomorrow, I buy today. I go. Bye. Yes, bye.
You see, this is what accounted for his vast holdings acquired during the panic. It's not that he started the panic. He totally didn't cause it. He was just trying to restore confidence and bought everything at a fraction of the price because all the frightened Gentiles were just selling and they didn't have faith in Britain like he did.
Stupid goy.
And of course, once news of Napoleon's defeat finally did reach London, they hailed him as a hero. He was the hero that Europe needed but didn't deserve. The hero that saved the Allied nations against Napoleon.
And all the white women just fawn over him.
And it was only right that he became the richest man in the world. He was the only one that had faith in the Allies. He gave everything that he had so that his people and the European people might succeed. And in the end, now that he was the richest man alive, he would also let his daughter marry a filthy Gentile because, after all, while money can buy kings and queens and war and nations and entire continents, maybe the whole world, it's okay that you're poor because the one thing money can't buy is love. For Blackpilled, I'm Devin Snack. If you like my videos, make sure you like and subscribe.
Yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, you should watch the full movie. It's pretty funny. That's pretty fucking funny. But it's like just full mask off, man. You know, the so-called conspiracy theory of the Rothschild banking family is confirmed in their own propaganda film. You know, the irony is palpable. So, I don't know, dude. It's pretty wild. You know, the Rothschild banking is a... like, hold on, wait. Let's test this real quick, because usually it comes up. We'll test it real quick. Rothschild. Usually, like, YouTube puts the little community notes on there. Let's see. Maybe they only do it on mobile, actually. I don't know if I've ever actually... Here, let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. Maybe they stopped doing it on desktop. There used to be like the little community notes, but it may be only on mobile that they do it.
Have you ever wondered?
Uh-oh. Yeah, okay. Maybe it's only on a mobile, but it doesn't matter. It's still funny, dude. Like, it's just basically full mask off the movie. Because the Rothschilds divested all their assets into, like, the Bank of Americas and Deutsche Banks and all of that. They don't actively manage anything anymore. So they just are shareholders in the banks that took over their businesses. So they operate through shell companies and, you know, holdings and investment portfolios and all that other shit now. So they just sit back and profit. So their net worth is in the trillions. So they own a piece of pretty much everything business-wise you can think of. The tobacco industry, textiles, mineral extraction, oil, jewelry, defense contracting, agriculture, pharmaceuticals, you name it. If it makes money, it makes sense for them to own a large portion. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's funny, though. For so long, you know, the Rothschilds, a conspiracy theory, just like the Great Replacement was a conspiracy theory. But now it's like, oh, well, it's actually real, but here's why it's great. It's basically the proto version of that with that movie. Well, yeah, it's real, but here's why it's wonderful. You speak like Trump, a little sassy. Yep. I do got a little sass in me. Is there something wrong with that? Let's see. Captain Hook games of the 5. Iron Thor is great. With one flaw, it repeatedly disconnects from the Wi-Fi. Won't even detect other networks. I had to restart it. Upwards of 15. Really? I would contact them and RMA that, bro. That sounds like an actual manufacturing error, like you have a bad network card or something. I would reach out to them and see if they can replace your unit, because that sounds like it's faulty. Because at its core, it's just a Android device. So it's literally just an Android device. So you should,
awesome.
in
Thanks,
theory,
Nega. All right.
have no issues with Wi-Fi. So I would contact them and see if they can fix that. It should definitely not be doing that. Cyber with the 2 combat, great replacement with the great bleach. And yeah, exactly. Bleached. Hell yeah, dude. I got the need to breed. That's fucking funny. Oh, it happened after the latest patch. Interesting. Well, hopefully it's just a software issue and they can iron it out pretty quick. That would obviously be ideal. Alright, guys. Well, I think I'm probably going to go ahead and hop off. It's 7:30 for me, so... I'm going to probably hop in the shower. I may go run to the store, actually. I don't know. I'll see if I have time. But anyway, it doesn't matter for y'all. Have a great Thursday, everybody. And I will talk to everyone later tonight, I guess. Have a good one, guys. Peace out. But I won't. There's some... You know what? Actually, we'll go with this one because it's not too bad.